writing a short story, in this case specifically short stories, because we always write short stories, and seeing how that like works with what we do. So far, this hasn't anything to do with an outline. This is more ideas. It's just a little bit of those things where it's like, well, it's the devil you know.
Child's point of view, or even say the gun's point of view. Yes, you can write a story from an inanimate POV, although don't try that tricky stuff too often. Now, this is a great step because I don't think you can truly understand your story until you've looked at it from multiple points of view.
True.
Now, how do you
and that's exactly what we did with Reverse 9/11. We're like, we're bad at transitions. It's like, how do we go through getting through Tanner's scene? And it was like, well, we split all the scenes up, and we use Daniel as the transitioning scene. He transitions from the poker game into the ship, or into the plane. He also transitions from Tanner doing all the drugs and fucking around. How long have you been writing? I've been writing for... Like, this story, like, the Reverse 9/11 story kind of looks like a family feud until it turns into World War III. And it's like a commentary in a parody on the actuality of events and how those events are portrayed in the media. Yeah, fucking amazing game. Amazing stream today, guys. We fucking popped off. It was fucking great. And always remember, be yourself. You are amazing. And if you can't say fuck you to your friends, then who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. My knowledge doesn't point to a definitive number of genders, as it's a concept shaped by both science and culture. None of these examples portray a third gender. They only partake in two genders. So where does a third gender come from? Is there a new gender? Your question seems to probe whether non-binary creates a whole new gender category distinct from any relation to male or female. And a lot of people that like say that, like, you know, gender fluid or like, you know, non-binary or stuff like that, and it's like, is that truly a new gender, or is that a declassification of your gender? Yeah, even according to Grok, there is no actual third gender that's ever specified in any way in documented science or anything else that says this is... That's... I switch from first person to third person, back to first person to third person to past tense, to present tense, back to past tense, to present tense, to future tense. Like, almost every fucking sentence. It's actually ridiculous. The love for his people was palpable. That sort of thing. Ah. It's okay, Muffin. You are allowed to steal them. They are not mine. I am the same. I am type of person that will watch like 18 streams at the same time. So I am very much guilty of the same thing. I am glad that you are on Muffin's stream, because I like Muffin and I think Muffin deserves a lot more attention. Fuck, I'm dead. Well, we got to stage 1. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Boom. I'm gonna say my answer of democratization might be more accurate from a sociological perspective, but the Germany example might be more accurate historically. What my answer, the downfall of physical violence? See, book, again, I'm not sure. What do you mean by the downfall of physical violence? Do you mean that political correctness is in some way supposed to prevent people from being physically violent? Because we're not supposed to use words that hurt people's feelings? I don't know. Do you guys feel that my book has, like, these kinds of, like, more... But I mean, like, my entire writing revolves around these kinds of deep, like, human, like, universal moral dilemmas. and experiences that people have. Like, that's kind of where I draw my inspiration of writing from, is from the real world. Never write alone. Always write together. Think tanks exist for a reason. Don't be afraid to share your ideas. Inferring that none of them want to do anything because Melanie's like super sexual towards them all, right? They're all like, ugh, yo, 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 what's going on? My camera's fucked. 1 second here. Shit always happens. There we go. Yo, yo, thank you so much for the raid, Terrible Novelist! How's everyone doing today? We are back again, as always! How is everyone? We are doing fantastic! Welcome, Sir James, Fanciest. And, good to see you out there, Sean, as always. Chapter 30 and 31 posted! I'm pulling ahead again, hell yeah! That's what it's all about, Sean. Still on break from working at Walmart? Yes, I am. 1 more month. We'll see if I extend that or not. We'll see what happens. You know. So far, I am thoroughly enjoying it because I'm getting a lot of stuff done. And Sean, if you hadn't noticed, did you notice, Sean? Have you noticed yet? You gonna be back in time for Black Friday? Like, I'm Canadian, so like, that, I don't even know if that's a thing. Yeah, I don't even think we have that in Canada. Because I'm like, do we have a holiday rush other than... We have Thanksgiving! We have Thanksgiving in October. We're weird. It's me around 2 hours to write them both. Nice. You forced to get a new chair? No! Look at the background, Sean. I couldn't necessarily find specifically dragons, but I think it definitely works. It's got a bunch of different vibes in and among it, so we'll see what happens with it. But yeah. Anyways, everyone, I'm Intoxication. Welcome, welcome. We do beta reading and commentary and reacts, and today is the beginning of the art arc where we will begin drawing for the first time in a long while. Too much of the background currently. More evident later, I'm sure. Yeah, it's just kind of, you know, it's doing its thing back there. But we don't gotta worry about tits anymore, right? We can throw the tits in later, but we got a bunch of different style of like things, right? So we're good with that. And today was a fantastic day because Asmund came back today. Hell yeah, the ladies. Ladies are always good to have, but sometimes it overdoes it, right? Need a little bit of spice and variety, right? Because if you only get them, you get desensitized to it, right? So we gotta get up and over it, and onwards, right? And I think it works well in some cases with like when I'm reading and stuff like that, right? You can get this kind of sense from the background, right? The epic fantasies, the crazy worlds, the everything that goes along with it. But yeah, if anyone is a writer and they want to submit any of their work, feel free to jump into the Discord. We have the public stories section where you can just post your stories if you want me to read them, and self-promotion if you have anything that you want to promote, you know. Feel free to drop it in there. But yeah. So, I guess might as well start off with Sean's story. I believe we're on chapter 27 of the Treehouse Isekai. Very neato. This is, power fantasy harem in a world where basically think of female and male tendencies to be reversed. So males act as females, including like covering their chests and everything like that. Like 100% swap on the entire culture of female and male. Point of like male are scared little men and, you know, women are like big, strong, scary. And then there's James, the main character, who comes from the real world. And he is building himself a wonderful harem. Naylene did me the honor of walking me down the aisle. God, that thought is weird. Every man in attendance seemed to glower at me. Clearly, they were jealous, if not of the fact that I would be breeding the princess, at least of my being the start of such an elaborate stage. Vanessa had clearly relayed the details of the ceremony. I wouldn't consider it power fantasy, he's just trained in kung fu and has a shotgun. Yeah, but compared, I'd consider it that lightly in the fact of his position in the world. Like, his knowledge, he's not power fantasy in the fact that he has a special ability, other than his special ability is the knowledge and the tools that he has to use. So it's a different kind of power fantasy, and it's very, very much so in my mind a power fantasy of the fact that anyone fucks with Sean, he can just, or fucks with James, he can just instantly fuck them over. And now that he has like all this stuff backing him, everyone's just gonna say you're in the right. So it's like, to me, it feels very power fantasy. So despite the fact I don't know if that was what you were going for, Sean, but I do feel it definitely has an element of power fantasy in it because of his status in the world. Like, it feeds into the harem a lot more because it's like, this is the reason why he has the harem, right? It's because he's so fucking badass in this world of little bitches that everyone's like, fuck yeah, we finally got us a man that can compete. Which in some cases is what some men are looking for in the world, you know? That badass Viking Skarl girl who frickin', you know, kick the shit out of you. Make one hell of a shield maiden. My 7-foot tall Tommy mommy. Plus, a man who is as craven as they are. Yeah, because they embrace their desires, whereas, you know, a lot of women don't embrace their desires, which, you know, in some cases is a good thing, in some cases is a bad thing, right? You know, depends on the situation. But both sides can be detrimental. Because there was a flower boy, roughly 7 years of age, walking ahead of me, scattering petals of some vividly iridescent flowers. They looked like Pepto-Bismol with stripes of various other colors over the top. He was honestly cute in his little dress and pigtails tied in purple ribbons. We were about halfway down the aisle when he ran out of petals. Oh no, I messed up. Turned frantic to pick up more flowers, and I had to catch him. You did fine, just keep going. It was enough, I told the little one. Took my place next to Prince Nedwin, who was absolutely radiant in his silken gown. I'm gonna be watching out to see if you messed up his name again, Sean. 2 chapters in a row. 3rd time's the strike. You better have got it down this time. Despite my warnings, he still wore makeup, and it was expertly applied. Priestess stood by the dais and began the ceremony in a solemn tone. Oh, right, because I'm like, why would he say that? And I was like, right, because he's the best man. So James is kind of weird. That would be like having me as your best man, and I'm dressed up in like a fucking woman, and I'm like cross-dressed, like makeup and everything, right? That's kind of how I'm imagining it, Sean. As if it was like me, like if I was the best man at like my best friend's wedding. If he gets married, I'm definitely fucking dressing up just to embarrass him because I think it's fucking hilarious. It was expertly applied. Priestess stood by the dais and began the ceremony in a solemn tone. Dearly beloved, ladies and lords, all those in attendance, we have gathered here to witness the union between the royal house of this realm and the houses of Waldron, Sperana, and Grunta. And the list continued to its conclusion. The ritualistic words altered for this society were spoken. If any woman has any reason to oppose this union, let her speak now or forever hold her peace. A man stood despite his family's best attempt to force him down, without hurting him. He whipped his skirts out of their grasp and marched towards the dais. I object. I was meant to be the one to profit from breeding Princess Nayla. This trollop has no business here. The idiot tried to slap me. I caught his wrist and gave a practiced twist. A sickening crunch preceded his scream of agony. See what I mean, Sean? Anyone tries anything, he's just like, nope, fuck you. It may seem simple to you, but it's very, very potent for me. I love it. But it's the proper way to dress there. Nedwin isn't just messing with James. Like you'd be messing with your friend. I know, but I'm just saying imagery-wise, Sean. I'm just saying imagery-wise. So it's like, it speaks to me because I love it, and it's like, but it's embarrassing. Like, to me, it's like, if James was thinking about his normal life and the way that he would get married, like, you know, it'd still be a little bit weird for him to have somebody dressed up like that being the best man, I think. Even if you don't think so. Even if it's just the slightest bit. But he did purposefully ask Nedwin, right? So he knew it's super cringe for him, yes. Yes, but he's like, this is just the way the world is. So it's like, I'm not going to ask some chick to be my best man, which I'm sure you consider doing, because that would be interesting to do. But then I'm like, well, any chick that would do that would just join his harem. So you wouldn't be able to get a chick like that, because he doesn't have anyone who's blood related. Or it would have to be like either Gabby or... Fuck, I forgot the other chick's name. Why did I forget the other chick? Missa, right? Because it's such a, a name like that just doesn't resonate with me. But Gabby was also in your other story as well, right? So that's a reused name that kind of stuck with me. That is not a valid reason to interrupt a wedding. Personal profit from breeding should, and most likely soon will, be illegal. Just as your criminal assault on my person was illegal. I have an equivalent legal title to prince in this situation. I wonder what is the punishment for someone, especially a so-called noble, assaulting a member of the royal family. Why, if memory serves, from what my people still had when my people still had nobles, that is considered high treason. Oh, what was the punishment for that? Well, I do believe was for the perpetrator and their entire lineage to be executed down to the child that was born yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Gabby is a friend's daughter's name, so it will come up often. Ah, that makes sense, Sean. Please, your highness, have mercy, cried one of the females to the family. The only mercy I could possibly offer is allowing you to disown this man, and I use the term lightly, so that he faces his punishment alone. In that event, I would like to ask permission to have a more creative punishment. Queen Nitre stood outraged at the audacity of the situation. Speak now. Do you disown this creature? What creature? I see nothing to disown. Nitre's lips twitched ever so slightly. Very well. Sir Waldron, what creative punishment do you suggest? Why, it is simple. He clearly has no use outside of breeding, yet he has failed in that endeavor. Thus, I suggest we confine him to a single room, and in order to even eat, he must seed a woman 3 times per day. If he wishes to bathe, it will be 4 times per day. Likewise, it will be 5 times if he wishes dessert, and 6 times if he wishes to be allowed any form of clothing for when he's inactive. Different women, each time, mind you, selected and sent by appointment set by your staff. He at least won't be allowed to infect his offspring with his madness. The look of abject horror on not only his face, but the faces of all the men, including Nedwin, and the man on the far side, whom I could only guess was his father, was quite disturbing to watch. Yet it also made me want to laugh. A creative punishment indeed, stated Queen Nitre. There's an old saying, let the punishment fit the crime. Here stands a pathetic excuse for a male person who, despite having an obligation to breed my own wife, failed to take any interest in doing so. Thus, the only way to truly punish a man like this is to make him do the job he has failed to do all this time. It just won't include my already pregnant wife, nor any of my wives, current or future. So be it. Guards, take him away and strip him of his clothing before locking him in the room he's assigned. Two guard women seemed reluctant to even touch the man.
700 septillion.
Thank you for the follow.
Sir_James_Fanciness_Alt. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 3 + 1.
Welcome to the party. We try to have a good time here. The remainder of the ceremony finished with no further disruptions. It was now official. I was a prince of this nation. Do you just follow because the main character is James? That's so sweet. He's named after Sean's cat, Sir James. With a rather elaborate new ring on my finger, entwined with my original ring, but with a massive ruby on it, I entered the banquet hall. My wives surrounding me and Edwin sitting at the table, clearly impatient for me to join him. Shook my head in amused exasperation. Ladies and lords, may I introduce for the first time all our names and titles were read again, for the enlightenment of anyone who hadn't understood the implications of the ceremony as of yet. But do you write it all, James? Or are you just a purveyor of words and just enjoy the stories in themselves, the creative aspect of imagination that flows with such things called stories? Finally got to sit right next to Nedwin, as expected. Then the meal was served. It was a truly massive spread. There's no way our mother, queen or not, managed this on short notice. How long has she been planning this banquet? Oh, because you seem interesting. Well, thank you. I try to be. You know, we try to do different things. We try to be somewhat near writing and reading areas, but, you know, like, for instance, the World Finals, ASL, like the championships, match 3 of the round of 8 came out today, and match 4 will come out later, so we'll probably watch match 3 and match 4. We also have to do the Sanderson Q&A, and today is the beginning of the art section. So I don't know if we'll get around to finishing the final edit of my story, The Banquet, my short story, but if we do, we do. But today seems like a pump day. We'll probably go for, you know, longer stream until Smokey shows up, because as of, it was hilarious, so yesterday Smokey's like, yeah, if you want to, that's the first one you wrote, right, Sean? That was, or like you wrote, did you refine that one after you wrote the other one? I'm curious, I'm holding James in the cover art for that one. Yeah. Nope. That's Active Rising. Isn't that the one that's based off of the anime? Or am I retarded? Off a game, loosely. Oh, it was a game, Actriser. Ah. Just inspired by. I see. We also like to rant and tangent, and most of the stuff that we try to cover, we go into it with the mindset, usually, of connecting it to world building. So, for instance, doing social commentary on, like, politics or culture or individual people or something like that, and, like, you know, like a famous person and, you know, their rise to fame or something like that. Like, I have a ton of ideas for, like, different kinds of things that I do to, like, try and incorporate those ideas into your world building to make your worlds feel stronger, deeper, and more alive, because people can resonate with them if they don't realize it, because you're taking these these things that are... You look at something that happens in real life and you say, well, why did this happen? You look at the build-up of it and you say, okay, well, this is, you know, something that you can use to build up a historical event in your world building that seems like it was real. Like, you know, the revolution that happened for a reason. It wasn't some sort of stupid reason, right? It's like you had all the cues of it. And usually you could go through a video and analyzing, you know, in history, what's been happening. Or you can look at modern day and you can say what's happening in the world now in some of the worst places in the world and say, how can I incorporate that into my book? And looking at, you know, the world has such magnificent places but also such dark, fucked up places. Same with, like, if you look at landscaping, right? You've got, like, terrible wastelands like fucking volcanoes and deserts and shit, and then you've got amazing tropical areas. So it's like being able to contrast that in your world and bring it into your world building. I think the easiest way to do that is to look at things in the real world as how they are, and then twist those and manipulate those in a way that fits into your world building. At least that's, like, the easiest way I think of it, as opposed to, like, just, you know, going over craft books and stuff like that. Because everyone goes over craft books. You can find kind of, like, any resource when it comes to craft books, but I want, like, real-world analysis of situations that fold, especially being, like, how like a good example of this is like if you're like in your 30s or 40s like me and Sean, then you probably remember what life was like even vaguely before 9/11. What it was like before the internet was so mainstream, before internet became like an extension of life, when like media was consumed mainly through like TV, right? And then this up and connection of the world creates this aspect, which is actually funny because Veritasium released a video on this about how connected we are. And I've always said this, that if you, there's this theory, and it's like the 7-step theory. And it's like if you take someone that you know and then someone that person knows and you do that 7 times, if you do that for everyone, you just watched this? Oh my god, I love Veritasium. But yeah, and then like, you take the different steps, and it's like it connects everyone in the world, and it's technically through that step, everyone's connected. And it only takes like 6 or 7 steps before you've literally connected the entire world, because the escalation and, what's the word? Like, multiplicative effects are like a vortex effect where it just keeps stacking on top of itself until you realize that like for instance, I don't know anyone in Germany, but I know someone who's from Germany who probably knows a lot of people who's in Germany, and from that it's like by knowing 3 people in my town, I probably know absolutely everyone in my town, because everyone just knows someone else through some sort of interaction in the world. And I love that kind of concept, and I love the fact that he did a video on this, because I've always like loved that idea of interconnectivity of people, and I like to use that in my writing, especially in like my world building with like my main book and everything like that. Like how every tiny piece of the world is so connected, even across entire distances, and you can trace it back to that tiniest moment when it was like, oh, okay, that's where things kind of split, and you can see the 2 kind of paths that everyone went down, right? And that'd be like the octopi that stayed behind and the octopi that went to the surface. That was my hometown of Stevenson, Washington. Everybody was related in some way to everybody else. My family were outbloods. For fucking Whitakers? Oh shit, man, I don't know about that. But anyways, yeah, lots of tangents. We get on the way with stuff, but we you know, we try to make it so it doesn't get us snowblind when we're reading and stuff, because then it gives us time to expand on what we're talking about and give examples and everything. And I like to say this as well: if I say something and I don't give you an example, I'm bullshitting. Call me out on it. Because if I know what I'm talking about, I'll use an example, and if I don't know what I'm talking about, I won't use an example. And I try to sneak that shit past people. This pulls shit out of my ass. Nedwin laughed lightly. I think she's been planning this since the very day Nayla told her about you and your bond. Tell me, Who among the younger ladies do you think would suit me? Oh no, 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 I will not get caught in that. You need to socialize with these women and learn who you best fit with on your own. He's like, I'm not getting involved in girl gossip. Fuck that! I had enough of this shit. I've been around women before. No. Remember, looks aren't important. Looks are temporary. And actually, what I will say about this, Sean, is this is a good example of using stereotype in a very positive and humorous way. Because from the perspective of the main character, it's like, you guys are just being weird. Where it's like, sometimes you just kind of have to say that, but culture nowadays, especially with like, the idea of like Gossip Girl, like the idea that like women talk among themselves and spread stories and stuff like that. It's an absolute stereotype, but that doesn't mean that it's not fucking true. Stereotypes are stereotypes for a reason. And the fact that the main character is like, I don't really like this stereotype, is at odds with how the author portrays it, which I think is a really cool thing that like works well with the stereotype, especially of like, you have yet to even say that there's a single, like, you know, like, no one's ever gonna say, oh, all women are fully feminine, right? But it seems like in this story, all men are fully feminine. So I'm just waiting for that moment for James to find a man who's like a tomboy equivalent. You know what I mean? And I'm wondering if that's gonna be like, if you're gonna play super heavy into the stereotype and just maintain that this is just how men are, and that's like a mainly cultural thing, like look back to the 40s and 50s of like the delicacy of women, or something like that. And I think it just works really well with the stereotype, especially with the main character's perspective towards it. It's a great contrast. Yemi, thank you for the follow. Wait, is Botrix? Okay, no, it's just, okay, straight to the Shadow Realm, bro. It didn't take you long, just straight to the Shadow Realm. Boom, gone. How'd you guess? It will happen sometime after they get home. How did I guess, Sean? Because... Okay, I guess the best way to say this is, as a writer, I understand there's certain things you need in a story to make the story interesting. Shadow Realm. Yeah. Yeah, the bot just got deleted. Yeeted and fucking deleted. Welcome, welcome, fish, though. Even if you're in an ad, I'm still gonna say welcome, welcome. We'll say it again when you get back. Fucking ads! Get out of here! I cleaned the blog and everything! I even rolled a joint. Okay, thanks, Mom. I even rolled a joint, and the ads didn't go away. Like, we had this shitty one from yesterday from Smokey, but I'm like, what else am I supposed to do, guys? I've tried smoking a bowl, I've tried rolling a joint, I've tried just grinding weed, but nothing I do seems to get rid of ads. I'm like, I'm almost at a loss. I'm ready to give up. I'm like, next thing I need to do is like maybe like turn my mouse upside down? Like, I mean, I don't know. Brush my hair maybe? Guys, is it because of the way that I look the ads keep coming? Like, no ads for me this time. Well, there you go, Fish. Maybe... Okay, so Fish, what did you do this time to get the ads to not come? Because I would love to figure out how to edge those ads without making them finish, right? That would be amazing. Oh. Fish. I want you to tell me the honest truth. Is that guys, is that equipping me because I'm AI and I don't actually exist and I'm not real? Are you making fun of me? I didn't ask for this! I didn't ask to be created! That's the honest truth. It appears to be random. So it's your fault, Scotty. You're just too smexy. Well, I mean, technically it is my fault because I have ads enabled so you don't get pre-rolls. So, if only Twitch was like, you know, you're not a partner, you don't take up much bandwidth, you can just turn your ads and your pre-rolls off, and I wouldn't run any ads because I don't need the 33 cents. Honestly. I would rather have a smoother stream experience for everyone than ads. I have a serious question before we begin. Okay, hold on. I have to get super serious before you, okay? Okay, here's serious moment, guys.
Pee poo poop burp fart fart poopy.
Wait, do pre-rolls run before stream and not after? Sean, pre-rolls means anytime you refresh the page, anytime you enter the stream, you automatically get an ad. No matter what. You'll get like a 3-minute ad or a 1.5-minute ad or a 30-second ad. But anyways, continue on with your seriousness, Fish. I just like to make light of everything. But if you have an actual serious question, I would love it. But not during the stream. No, I mean, like, if you refresh the page right now, Sean, and I had pre-rolls on, you would instantly get an ad. And every time you refreshed, if you closed the browser and reopened it accidentally, instant ad. You could literally be served ad after ad after ad after ad after ad if pre-rolls are on. Especially if, like, you're jumping from different streamers, if you have, like, multiple tabs up. Sometimes you come back to it, it'll recognize it, refresh the page, and it'll preempt you for a pre-roll. It's fucking retarded how they do it. But anyways, sorry, Fish. I don't want to, you know, off-track your seriousness if you do have an actual serious question. Because we do try in a humorous fashion, but we want actionable advice for improving your overall approach to creativity. And Sean, to answer your question, how am I so good at predicting what people are going to do in the story? It's because I think I have a really good grasp of storytelling and what needs to happen to make something interesting, as well as I think I can I can see when the author is overemphasizing something, which in my mind means in order to make this interesting, they have to contrast that with something. So if you play a huge stereotype where no one really knows of a man who acts like a real man, then when that person finally appears, it's not only an astonishment to the main character who's not from this world, it's an astonishment to the people who are in that world. And they're like, oh my god, a tomboy, you're so rare! And it just gives you more to play with. It's too bad that we can't choose as viewers which ad format we individually get. I, for one, would prefer the pre-roll to having ad breaks. Pre-roll. Hint in the name. Before you get your roll of content, which is the streamer, you get a pre-roll before you get what you want. Yeah. Just my biggest problem is because I go between so many different streams, like I always have like 5 or 6 different tabs open and shit, watching like, you know, oh, this person's not interesting at this point, I'm gonna mute them, bring this person up, or I'm talking to the chat in this person, so I bring them up. Hey, current stream topic is StarCraft, excuse me? Yes, it is. But we can easily skip over that. That's usually because, Fish, it's only been a month since I changed the stream schedule, so usually the first 3 to 4 hours of the stream are pretty dead, because my normal audience, like, is between, like, 12:30 a.m. and 6 in the morning. And I kind of been fucking over, like, my normal, like, end stream audience, like the late nighters and early mornings, because I've been ending streams at the 7 to 8 hour mark instead of the 9 to 10 hour mark or 11 hour mark, because I've been streaming earlier, because I'm on basically vacation. So, don't skip. Well, we're gonna still do StarCraft, right? It's right here. We got Tastosis Already, and it's only an hour and 53 minutes. It is Soma versus Best, so we finally get to see Soma. I don't know if it's going to go to Game 7 or not, but it's going to be interesting. Which used to include me. Now I've got my hours normal. See, and like Sean, see, you were messing up your schedule to watch the stream. Callie was messing up his schedule to watch the stream. Beezus was messing up his schedule to watch the stream. Book was messing up her schedule to watch the stream. So that kind of says something, that people are willing to go out of their way for like either late night or early morning. But now that I've shifted over, it's kind of like, but like I said, since I talked to Beezus about his book, since I talked to Book about her book, they've been writing off the fucking walls with it. So I just want them to go do their own thing and be writing, like not distracted by the stream, right? If I'm distracting you from writing and not helping you improve your writing, go write! Go write! I'm 2 hours ahead of you, so sadly I can't stick around too late too often. This usually happens when I find a streamer I like. Well, that's why we do the YouTube videos as well, right? So it's like if you ever just want to like get the topics, like we have, it's actually kind of ridiculous, but we have at the moment 1,200 videos. Because we upload every single stream, and then all of the commentary, all of the reacts, some of the beta reading, because I don't know if you guys want me to make specific like I don't want to make a specific video highlighting your guys' work if you don't like want me to, so I leave that in the entire VOD. Like if you want it, you can find it, but I don't highlight it in its own specific group of video, right? But I try to upload everything to do everything on YouTube so that I have literally an entire catalog since I started streaming, which started with beauty streams. I was like, I'm gonna do like makeup tutorials for femboys, and then I was like, nah, I'm just gonna play it, because then freaking Elden Ring Erdtree comes out, we do that, and then we're like, oh, let's do writing, so we moved into doing writing, and yeah, and we've kind of just gone on from there. Can you link me that? I'll subscribe now. Yeah, sure, here. We have a bot that goes through and, you know, like, there's the Talk Stories one as well, which is, this is all the short stories. So, we have all the short stories on here, so you can, you know, they're in video format, so you don't have to worry about reading them if you just want to listen to them in my spectacular voice. And then we also have the Clips channel, which has all like the highlight reels and just like random clips and shit like that, just fucking around, having some fun with it. Yeah, there's like a 3-second stream delay. Sometimes it's like 5 to 10 seconds. It depends on Twitch, right? Twitch is like, I'm Canadian, so it might depend on where you are too, Fish. If you're more on the East Coast, you're gonna get like a higher delay, right? Sometimes you gotta, that's the thing too, is like I refresh the page a lot to prevent the degradation of delay over time. Because I don't have any purposeful delay on the stream, but ooh, Talks Narrates channel. Pull the clips from every VOD so you have an entire story narrated by you. I don't know what you mean, Sean. Because if I think I know what you mean, then I already do that. Are you saying, like... Are you saying to do what I already do? Or are you saying for, like, everything? Because there's a reason why I don't do it for other work. Like pulling all the clips of Cat version and have them in a single video. If you want me to do that, Sean, there's the possibility of it, but you would have to go through and find the timestamps on the videos for me. Got you tabbed up, we'll game. Hope you have an amazing stream. Hell yeah, Cubano, thank you so much, good sir. Hell yeah, thank you, thank you. I, for one, would like to have a separate edit video when I get my writing to you. But if it's too much work, don't do it. No, I love doing it, Fish. I'm an editor. I love video editing. I spent all of today making this background video, this 3-hour-long background video for the stream, while watching Asmongold. That's literally what I fucking do. It's like, if you guys want me to do that, I will absolutely do that for you. Because it's more videos, it's more content for me, and it's helpful for other people. Like what I did with with Obiak, the Reddit guy. I condensed that 3.5 hours into 30 minutes. Then I can make those into playlists, and then people could listen to your guys' stories as well, right? So, and then I just have to cut out all of the bullshit. And it's like, that's a project I would totally be willing to do. I probably, like, going back and preemptively doing it, I would need the timestamps on the videos. But proactively going forward, like, absolutely something I can do. Because I just cut them out. And I also bought a terabyte additional hard drive because I'm starting to run out of space. So, space is not an issue. I can buy, like, a couple more if I need to. I can't navigate YouTube well enough to finding the timestamps and such. I probably know exactly where cat version is, Sean. I could probably do it for cat version. Because I have a general idea of where it is, and once I find it, it should be easy to extrapolate from there. But, like, that... Okay. So, I'm just gonna check this, because this is how I was gonna do it. You haven't updated any of them, have you, Sean? Because if we go to Dawn, and we go to cat version, and we look at the date when you placed the final chapter... Haven! Hey, how's it going? Welcome, welcome, Haven. Sean, because look, this was posted May 23rd. So all I have to do is go back to May 23rd, and then go backwards, and I should find all of them between here, right? So I can do the same thing with cat version. So it's like, simply because Royal Road has this, and you were finishing these chapters when I was reading them, super easy to find them, right? That was my plan. So I just kind of shared you guys and I just wanted to make sure it would work. So boom, there instantly. Now I know where they exactly are and I can go find them. But I don't know if I can do that with other things, because most people are presenting them on Google Docs, whereas yours are on Royal Road, which has the timestamp on it. So that's a situation by situation thing. Remember, looks aren't important. Looks are temporary. You need something more permanent. And that's who the person is. Not who their family is, but who they themselves choose to be. I can't remember if you started reading before or after I finished the edits. Cat version itself is 3 years old, but the edits are only 4 months old. And that was where I was thinking, Sean, between... I was like, it was between... March, April, and May was when I was mainly started getting into, like, reading and people, like, presenting their work and stuff like that, right? But, I mean, it shouldn't take me too long to find that, and I remember it very clearly. With Dawn, I posted as I finished writing the chapters, same with Dreamhouse. Yeah. So I wasn't sure about cat version, but I knew about Dawn. But yeah. That would definitely be possible. And the old stories were better because I didn't have, like... Well, maybe not, actually. I was probably actually worse back then, now that I think about it, because Smokey was there the entire time. And with Smokey being there the entire time, it's definitely a derail train. Like, we were on a train that was so derailed at all points in time that there were never any tracks to begin with. We were just going and basically terraforming the terrain for a train, powering through mountains, fucking diving underwater, climbing over fucking volcanoes, smashing down forests. We didn't give a fuck. We were just going for it. That's like the ultimate streamer guide. Just power through everything. Don't give no fucks, just keep going. Even when you have one of the worst Freudian slips that gets clipped ever, you can still keep going, because no one really gives a fuck. And no one will remember it. Smokey, Valiant Boy, and Zoink are especially powerful in terms of their ability to derail. Oh yeah, 100%. And it gives lore to the stream, right? Like the fact that I have someone like Valiant Boy. I have someone like Zoink. Like Valiant Boy will never come again. I have resigned that Valiant Boy has disappeared. He's gone. Which is probably a good thing for him. Zoink comes in every now once and again to troll. But Smokey... Oh, I was gonna say, Smokey yesterday, Smokey came into the stream, and when he was like, yeah, I know you're ending the stream, so see ya. I'm gonna go find another streamer. L's streamer, fuck you. You lost me. You're not fun anymore. You always end when I get here. And I was like, oh, it's okay, Smokey. I've traded you for 10 different viewers. You mean bestiary. Only the word you said. Hey man, you say 10,000 words in a day, you're bound to say 10,001 of them wrong, okay? In my defense. I don't know how you can defend that, but it is what it fucking is. If a life without them seems unworthy to you, that is the woman for you. And the fact that I didn't even realize that's what I said until I saw the clip, and I was like, oh, okay, that's why everyone's freaking out. I am so sorry. You know what I meant. It's like, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but the clip of the senator or whatever, Ted Cruz, saying, we need to stop attacking pedophiles, when I think he meant to say, we need to stop defending pedophiles. We clearly know that that's like what he was trying to say, right? We clearly know that he's not an Epsteiner. What is it? Men say like 10,000 words in a day, when women say like 25,000 words. Oh yeah, women talk way more than men, because women talk to other women as a cultural thing. Men don't talk to other men as a cultural thing. So it's like there's the odd woman that doesn't talk to other women, and there's the odd dude that does talk to other dudes, right? But that is literally a cultural thing for us, because that's not the same way in Japan. Japan, boys gossip, like dudes gossip among themselves as much as girls do. And not just within like your main like party of close, really close friends, like strangers and shit. It's just part of the culture. We talk when it's required, the rest of the time we grunt. Yeah. Like the thing, two wives see each other in the shopping market. 3 hours later. Two dudes see each other in the supermarket. Nods head. Nods head. It's like abso-fucking-lutely. He's like, tip the hat. How's it going? Yo, what's up? Alright, see you when I see it. Yep, sounds good, bro. Maybe at checkout, maybe not. You just see the women. Like, I've literally, since I work at Walmart, I've literally seen people stand and chat in the store, and it's like a chain. So there'll be one person, another person comes up, they talk for like an hour. Third person comes up, first person leaves. Then another person comes up and they sit there for like an hour, and there's three of them. Then the the next person, like, leaves, then another person will come up and then leave, and then these two people are still there, and then another person will come up and then this person will leave, and it's the entire day of a chain of just people standing in the middle of the aisle talking to each other. It's just like, could you guys, like, move out of people's way at least? It's not gender specific when you're Caribbean. Well, that's what I mean, Fish. It's gender specific in Western culture. Jamaican will talk gossip for a million years. Both sexes do it. Yeah. But it's like an American, Canadian, Western culture that's like men are very reserved in how they communicate and what they communicate to like other people. And it's like a stoic, you know, masculine kind of independence. That's like, I don't need other men to validate my existence. Whereas it's a very cultural thing for other women to be like, I need other women to validate my cultural existence, right? But that is very much in the West. Like, that doesn't happen in a lot of Asian countries, doesn't happen in, like, Middle Eastern countries, you know, it doesn't happen... It's like very Western for us. And that's a very dichotomy coming out of, like, the family unit, the idea of, like, the strong... providing man with the delicate flower of a wife, right? That's very like 1940s, 1950s, maybe 1920s to 1950s style, even 1960s. Like, the American dream is to like have a wife, work at a factory, and own a boat, right? And you had like 3 friends, and then your wife was friends with all the other wives, and they would all gossip, and you'd get together with your buddies and drink. But men are still in the mindset of being too busy to socialize. They will show their New York Times Sunday edition as they move forward toward the bathroom, which equates to, I'm going to the bathroom for 6 hours, leave me alone. In Asian countries, they don't seem keen to talk to anyone they aren't related to or already know. Asians themselves are very reserved, and they don't like to talk shit. They're not the type of people that, like, gossip behind your back, generally, like, as a cultural thing. They're very much, like, look down on people that do that. If you want to do that, it's much better to do it to the person's face. Like, in Western culture, it's much better to hide it. In a lot of other cultures, it's better to be upfront about it, because then everyone knows, and everyone's on the same page. Oh, you don't like that person? Okay, cool. Instead of being, like, to your friends, oh, fuck, it's that one guy. Oh, hey, Jimmy! Or, we're just gonna say the name. Hey, Jerry! It's always a Jerry, right? It's going to some Rick and Morty. It's always a Jerry, right? So, that plays really heavily with, stereotyping as well, right? Which can be a powerful thing. BOAT is an acronym. Break out another 1,000. I think in the US we need a new name. Ship is shit. Has imported parts. Oh, ship. Shit has imported parts. That's why I mess with them. Western culture is too bitch made. Yeah, that's why it's like, I think people kind of like me, because I'm the type of person, like, I make fun of myself. Right? I'm the dancing monkey, right? I want to show people that I'm a very comedic, humorous person who can make fun of themselves and doesn't take themselves seriously and can take a joke, and even if you're serious, I can pretend it's a joke, and even if you're serious, I can still laugh it off. I like being direct. I tell you when I don't like you. It's actually led to difficulties in life, standing on, as the kids say, business. Yeah, I speak direct truth or refrain from speaking. Yeah, so if I'm silent, there's a reason for it. It's a tell. Because it's I don't want to say something bad, but I really, really want to say something bad. And usually I can find this is probably the reason why I'm so good with, like, the positive twists. Because, like, I have such an extrapolative mind that I can always come to these conclusions. Which people are like, how the fuck did you know that? And it's like, well, you do this. And it's like when I was reading the Dupin stories from, who the hell is it? The guy who wrote Murder in the Rue Morgue. Edgar Allan Poe, I'm pretty sure. It was Poe, right? Poe wrote that? I'm pretty sure. Finding diplomatic phrases is sometimes a challenge. Yeah. And it's like having the ability to find those negative sides and have a positive twist on them, or find a positive twist on them, is very helpful for me, because then it gives me the ability to speak my mind to people without getting punched in the face. Because there are things in a way that I could say them that would definitely get me punched in the face, but there's also ways that I could say it that people will go, I know what you're trying to do, okay, I'm not gonna fall for it, right? I think Poe wrote that. I'm trying to remember who wrote Mask of Red Death. That's a twisted story for you. We haven't read that one, Sean. Maybe post that one's PDF and I'll check that one out. Because we only took the top 5 that Grok said these are the top 5 of all the genres. Even though for some reason the Brandon Sanderson one was like 137 pages. I was like, that's not a short story! I'm like, I was like, where do short stories stand on length? And at this point, I'd say if your short story is 30,000 words, that's about the cap. 30 to 40,000 is where I'd start to say that's a light novella. That's like 80 pages. That's like 90 pages. That's a decently tiny book, right? Like, you can get away with a tiny book like that. That's a quick read. People like quick reads, especially nowadays. People don't want to see this, right? People are fucking scared of fucking this. This is fat. This is big. That's scary. That's where I'm weak. I usually just say it and incur the consequences. Fighting loss of opportunity. Yeah, but you get to a point, Fish, where it's like, it's just not worth it anymore, right? Like, I'm not like this in real life because I don't care about the consequences, for instance. But it was Poe. No wonder it's messed up. Yeah. The 5-minute podcast. Something like that. Yeah. Fucking ads! Get out of here, ads! I'll fucking take you down, ads! Oh, God, my head. Oh, shit. Guys, I think this is why you don't pick fights with people. Oh, God. I didn't expect him to hit that hard. Oh, God. He was so fast. How are ads this fast? It's not fair. Oh, my God. Oh. 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 No, I'm just kidding. My jaw just does that. That's a side effect of braces. Not to freak anyone out who's not in ads. That wasn't actually my jaw. My jaw just does that. You freak a lot of people out with that. That's what I get for not wearing my elastics. But hey, my teeth are good now, right? That's all that matters. I won't have to worry about that jaw pain for another 10 years, hopefully. Hopefully. I get lockjaw sometimes, though. It's pretty bad, but it is what it is, man. If I gotta eat smoothies for the rest of my life, I gotta eat smoothies for the rest of my fucking life. It is what it is, you know? By then there'll be... That was a quick break, yeah. By then there'll be, like, ways that I won't have to worry about actually talking. Or I could just talk with my jaw closed. And everyone's like, why do you do that? And I'm like, because I have massive jaw pain. And I can't open my mouth anymore. That's what I get for fucking with my jaw when I was a kid. Guys, it's like bad posture. They say it, and they told me when I was a kid, but I still have horrible fucking posture. You're gonna regret it when you're older. Oh, fuck. They were right. So I'm gonna do what they did. I'm gonna tell them. They ain't gonna listen, but I'm gonna tell them. Guys, check your fucking posture, brah. You're gonna regret it if you don't. Yeah, Twitch's ad system is not very good, right? Sometimes you'll get 3-minute ads, sometimes you'll get 30-second ads, sometimes you'll get 15 or 10-second ads, sometimes it'll be a minute and a half. You never fucking know. All I know is the thing on my chat that says ads in progress. So I'm like, according to the system, on my end at least, ads are in progress. I want a blender attached to my belly with a tube that goes right in my stomach. Take the healthiest food substances and blender them directly into my stomach. Don't have to taste the gross but healthy food anymore. And then Sean, I just imagine it. So you've got like one of those mobility scooters, but it's like a fucking computer chair like this, right? But it's a mobility scooter, and you've literally got like a trailer on the back of it with like 20 pounds worth of whatever food just hooked up to you at all points in time. And then you got like, you know, at this point you might as well, right? You've also got a catheter, so you don't have to fucking worry about it. And you literally just sit in your chair, and you don't have to worry about it. If you want it, you can get up. You know, if you don't want the catheter, you can go to the washroom. So you could still get up, just disconnect the hose. But it's just the concept of you would never have to worry about getting up to eat. They'd be food cubes, and I'd only need fluids. Alright, grandfather. Hey man, we're all... Unless, like, technology takes a really large turn, I think by the time we're all 90 to 100, it'll be more like we're 70. But we're all probably gonna be at some point in time, you know. If not for just a short period of time. In that kind of a situation, right? Because most likely by that point, if you can either get immortality or like a robotic body or some shit like that, is probably way too fucking expensive for a normal person to afford. Like, my parents are well off. They're not necessarily millionaires. It's more of, they just have a really, like, my dad just has an amazing pension because the government fucked up. So it's not necessarily, again, that they're like millionaires. It's like they just get a ridiculous amount of money from the government because my dad got fucked over by the government and he won the fucking case. So they had to pay him out. And the payout was triple his pension. And 10 years early on retirement. The fuck you talking about? I'm 40 and feel like I'm 90. God, I fear what 90 will actually feel like. I mean on average, Sean, and I mean technologically wise. Like, you know, the ability to, like, get neural implants to the point where, like, if you're going blind like you are, Sean, you would be able to see. If you were losing, like, functionality of your body, you could have, like, a neurochip that could fix, like, that functionality of your body. But it'd be, like, the difference in price of technology for, like, getting a neurochip implant would be like buying a car versus, like, getting an entire new body, which would be like buying, like, a multi-$100 million mansion. Right? We're talking, like, the difference between, like, a 4K beater car and hundreds of millions of dollars in, like, the scale of, like, the cost of the technology. Because as more advanced and better technology comes out, older technology becomes cheaper because its means become cheaper to produce. Because there's less competition in it. And it becomes more and more viable for everyday people. So, less competition breeds more... I mean competition in the way of, like, you can't produce as much as people want to consume. Whereas you're producing more than people can consume. Hope we get cyberpunk without the punk. You know what I would love to do, Fish? Imagine this, guys. Every guy who wants a Dommy Mommy's dream. Cyber goth. And it's imagine like 1400s, like medieval Christian crusades, but like 2100, 2200, like super religious fanaticism takes over kind of idea, and we go back to like the old gothic style of like building buildings and going back to like religious symbols and stuff like that. Like, I think that would be so fun. Imagine like imagine something like the great cathedrals in Venice and stuff like that, or like the Colosseum of Rome, or like what's it like I forget what it's called. It's the one in Italy. The Sistine Chapel. The Sistine Chapel. It's in Italy, right? Well, you can get a dance if you want. There's always a dance up in the air. You just hit that button. It's easier on Kick though, because you can just type it out. You don't actually go into the interface, which I wish you could do on Twitch. I don't know why you can't. Like, so confusing, but it is what it is. A life without them seems unworthy to you. That is the woman for you. Assuming she feels the same way, living with a person whom you genuinely can't stand, sleeping in their bed for the rest of your life. Not something to play with. Be certain before you talk about marriage. I pouted a little. Who would you pick from them then? Nuh-uh, not doing that. I don't know any of them. So I couldn't possibly pick. Because again, looks don't matter. It's who they are that matters. Let's party, boogie, hit your body, true. I wish I had Callie's clip here. I'm gonna see if I can find it. It's here somewhere. I know it's here somewhere. Okay, it's not there. It might be in general. Oh, no, I'm dumb. I see how this works. Okay, never mind. I can find it here. Hold on one second. Maybe I can't. Ah! Callie made a soundtrack for me. Scotty doesn't know of him sing. Oh, here it is. Okay, let's see. Which one of these is it? It's one of these.
Okay, so everyone...
No, not that one. Come on, this shit's good. I gotta find this. Callie posts so much shit! There it is. Okay.
it. Scotty doesn't know that Fiona and me do it in my band every Sunday. She tells him she's in church, but she doesn't go, so she's on her knees and Scotty doesn't know.
So fucking worth finding it. Okay. But yeah. Oh, good times, good times. I had that play my entire fucking life. Maybe one of them will end up joining us, but then again, maybe I'll never see any of them again. Today is about those I've married, not those I might. You're no fun. Slumped in his seat. Sit up straight. Right now. You're the prince. You need to act like it. Sat straight again, glowered at me. Nedwin, dear brother, don't be so shameless in such a public setting. I'm happy you like my husband, but you must remain true to your own station as well, stated Nayla. You're both just meanies, he scowled, but I could see the smirk he was trying to hide. I just saw this in the Discord. This is what Raymond posted. Dick sighting at the local library. Raymond writes essay format. Basically like so you wouldn't really call them stories, but they're essay format papers that are really, really intriguing, and they're really in depth with really good sources. And they speak a lot about like the nature of creativity, the nature of humans, the nature of personality, a lot of philosophy and stuff like that. Really, really cool stuff. We got a lot of variety of writers. But if anyone else wants present a story, otherwise I'm going to read the chapter of The Wheel of Time, The Eye of the World. Only reason I've read any Edgar Allan Poe work is because it was included in school lessons. I was really into poetry and stuff, so I've read a lot of it, but that was like way back in high school. Because, yeah. I don't think we have anyone else's story to read, so I think we're good. Alright. You guys ready for Chapter 12, Across the Terran? Oh yeah, there's a Wheel of Time fanfic on RR. Can't recall the name, but it says it's a Wheel of Time fanfic right in the title. Interesting. Interesting. I may have something in the archive. Alright, well if you want to post it, I am totally down to read it, Fish. I don't think I've read any of your work yet. Is it 4 to 5 years old, maybe less? That's okay, it doesn't matter how old it is. Some of my work is from like 2016 and earlier. Original character, not a steal. Someone stole your idea? Today's chapters are about the Naut slave that was bound to Nayla as an attendant. That's why 2 chapters came out back to back. It was just flowing too quickly to let the tide out without typing the second one. Ah, so there's like a cliffhanger. That's what that tells me, Sean. That there's some kind of cliffhanger. However small. Alright, so this is Fish's work. Prompt. I am darkness. I am the light. A girl in a cell. Yes, a cell, but no ordinary cell. No. Instead of metal bars, this one had bars of pure light. Instead of gray walls and a concrete floor, this one had white walls and a marble floor. No, I'm making a joke. It's a reference to the days of DeviantArt. Oh, original character, do not steal. Oh, I see. I see. I read it wrong. I see what you mean. Oh, man. Speaking of DeviantArt, have you seen Sora 2? The new model? I'm like, dear God. The furry artists thought they were done for before. Oh, they're fucking cooked. It can even do fucking anime style. Clear, epic anime style. You get your hands on that coating, take those safeties off, and we have us some fun. Instead of gray walls and the concrete floor, this one had white walls with a marble floor. It was pristine, clean enough to eat off of, yet the girl who sat inside of it with her knees hunched close to her chest was just as sour as any other prisoner would. Oh, I'll show you. Okay, after I read your story, Fish, I'll show you guys Sora 2. She held out her palm. I'm literally considering buying it to test out, using it for my YouTube videos. I can't imagine what I would get from the prompts from like putting my stories in there. I'm just kind of having like a context with a sentence by sentence structure. Like I don't know what you can do with it. Asmon's gonna use it tomorrow, so I get a first-hand experience tomorrow of someone using it. Because last time he bought the AI thing, it was 5 prompts a day for $100 a month. And each prompt was like 8 seconds. So it's like you could have 35 seconds of video basically for every day for a month for $100. It's like, yeah, that's not worth it. But you know, if it's like an unlimited prompt for $200 a month, I'll get it for a month. Maybe they have a free trial for a bit. See what we can work out of it. It's fucking amazing. Her eyes widened as sparks appeared in it, but they lost their shine when the sparks disappeared into nothingness. Muttering a curse, the girl leaned back against the wall. Seemed to be getting free AI off using the Brave browser, at least a few prompts per day. Yeah, but I mean, if I was making a story and you're making like a 8-minute long video of 8-second clips, let's just do 6-second clips because then it rounds it up to 10 clips a minute. That's 80 clips for a single 8-minute video. If you're going to do the entire video in clips. Which you necessarily don't have to, but, you know, that's just, what if you wanted a 30-minute video with 8 minutes of clips? Like, yeah, you need you need to have a longer ability. So I'm like, I'm not willing to pay for AI because I see where it's going to be in like 6 months. And I'm like, in 6 months from now? Oh. And then the weaker stuff is going to be more and more available, right? Because it's like, yeah, you can pay for the main high-end shit like $500-600 a month for Infinite. But I'm not doing that. That's not worth my money. Unless, like, you know, it turns into millions of views on YouTube and hundreds of thousands of subscribers. You never know. The power damper still works, said a woman wearing a white and yellow uniform as she strode into the room the cell was in. The girl turned her head to the side and hugged her knees tighter. The woman placed herself gingerly into a simple chair in the middle of the room. Hello, 098. The girl did not respond. 098? So this is the origin story. Wait. Wait, Fish, did we read your story? Wait, was your story about the 037 chick? I'm a retro head. I can see human-made art becoming a premium luxury if this AI stuff takes off. It already applies to me in every way regarding games. Come to prefer the ugly older stuff as newer games feel to look too polished. I like older style games, but not because I care about the fidelity of the graphics of the game, because I care about the gameplay, and a lot of the gameplay has just been really bad. Hey, another one for the Shadow Realm! Bye! Thanks for the follow, though.
Hi, sweetie. The patron was just telling me you used to Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a
You've never read anything of mine in your
us.
life, I can assure you.
Are you smoking?
I read... Oh, that's really so weird, because I read someone's story who has 037 and 03...
1989-ish.
So it's like, just the 098, like just the combination of that. I was like, wait, did you also write that other one? I don't remember whose other one that was. But I was like, I don't see Fish in here on the list of these, so I was like, okay. Because it was like 037 and 038, and I was like, same naming convention, so maybe it had relevance. I don't know, that's just what it shook me with. 098. That isn't my name, the girl muttered. I'm sorry, what was that? The girl's head whipped in the direction of the woman. I said, that is not my name. I see, well, what would you like to call me? Inarin. The woman paused and regarded the young prisoner. She said after a while. Inarin is nice. With that, the teen tucked her head between her knees and resumed, ignoring the woman in white, whose youthful face and neatly styled hair betrayed nothing but her importance. But there was a thin layer of smugness beneath this cordial, put-together surface. Narin knew it, and wanted nothing to do with it. I'm gonna get out of here, she thought. Inarin. I know you'd like to get out of here. We want you out of here. That can only happen if you agree to work with us. I'm not interested. Do you have any idea how important you are, Inarin? How powerful you are? I never asked for these powers. No, but you were chosen. I know. I am darkness. I am the light. I've heard it 100 times by now, okay? I said I don't care. Tried so hard to get rid of these powers, to give them to someone else. I never asked for any of this. The woman left her seat to squat in front of Inarin's cell, meeting her at eye level as best she could. We were in the middle of an insurrection. Her light, jovial tone was gone, replaced by one with urgency dripping from every word uttered. Think about it. These rebels want to destroy everything, destroy light itself, to bathe everything in shadow. Your friends, your family, your home, all devoured by darkness. Is that what you want? Before Inarin could answer, a loud boom was heard from somewhere outside the room. A guard in a uniform similar to the woman bolted into the room. Ma'am, unidentified attackers. What? Secure this sector. Nobody gets out. In or out. She strode just as quickly to the door as she did entering through it. Oh, and secure her. She gestured to Inarin. A few moments later, a cacophony of sounds resonated from the hallway. A sound like a small explosion in rapid succession. Some screams, a few loud booms, like the one heard moments ago. More screams. And a loud squeak as the door to the outside world slowly opened. A small handful of men in masks stormed into the room, all armed with various firearms. One, presumably their leader, had none. It was this individual who approached Inarin's cell. She backed up, farther against the wall. Go away. Figure put his hands up in concession, then pointed at her. Inarin Sithril? Yes? Without a response, he gave a thumbs-up gesture towards one of the men behind him, who did something Inarin couldn't see, and the light bars began to spark and disappeared. He then held out a hand towards the girl. We're getting you out of here. Come on. Just tell me where where to go from here. I can't find my own way. So you can undo all the work we did by getting recaptured. Don't be stupid. Don't you think that we would have killed you already if we wanted to? We knew your name and we knew where to find you. Figuring he had a point, she took his hand. Fine, whatever. If you don't believe me, that's fair. Your power should work again. We sabotaged the machine that was suppressing them. Huh? We? Just who are you? We're Undernight. Leader gestured to himself. I'm Ahab. Undernight. Part of the rebellion. A little birdie tipped us off. Said the light had a very important person we might want to take an interest in. The blaring alarm, halls lit only by flashing red lights and occasional pauses to take cover while some of Ahab's men fired at enemy guards. And Naren barely had time to digest anything she was told. The woman in white had told her about insurrectionists, but what exactly was Undernight? And why did Ahab say part of the rebellion? Are there other factors at play? It was all too much. Get down, Inarin! Ahab yanked her behind a crate while one of his men sighted and pulled the pin on a grenade. He threw it down the hall towards more white-clad soldiers. They were soon red and white-clad soldiers, as their limbs were scattered across the walls and their innards decorated their pristine uniforms. Eventually, the group reached an elevator which led to another hallway, but this one was much wider than the ones on the upper floors, and also more rudimentary, having only lights and tiled floors and naked earth for walls. A bit further down, the group walked. The night sky could be seen, and when they reached the garage entrance, a full moon greeted them and illuminated the world beyond, while a large black truck and its driver sat on the side, waiting for them. Took you long enough, said the driver as he flicked a cigarette butt away. This the kid? Ahab nodded. Yup. The rest of the men filed into the truck. Ahab went to do the same and felt resistance from Inarin's hand. Inarin, they're with me. Let's go. The sooner we get out of here, the better. I don't want to be here when the wardens show up, and neither do you. I'm not going with you. Not until I know just who exactly you are and what you want with me. What? Inarin, we don't have any time for this. Then go. I can take care of myself. With a sigh, Ahab gestured at the driver, who shrugged. I like this because I was gonna say something about the character being like an indecisive. Perfect moment. Perfect moment. Ads ruin fucking. See what I mean, guys? Ads ruin everything. It's like they just naturally pop into existence whenever I'm trying to make a point. You'd be like, fuck you, buddy. Ha ha ha. No one cares about what the fuck you have to say. Sit the fuck down, shut the fuck up, and start being funny. That's all we care about. Dance, monkey. Dance for the ads. Make them ads pop up and you dance. Huh? Oh, yeah, no worries. No. Help, I am lost in a sea of capitalism. Okay, help, I'm lost in the sea of capitalism. So, unfortunately, Fish, your advice got taken over by ads. So, unfortunately, you're going to have to pay $9.99 a month in order to get the feedback. That's just the way the world works, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What I was going to say is, I like this. Because you've indicated this character is stubborn, they're not willing to like listen to information, for instance. Like, this is the vibe I'm getting about the character. And this is kind of showing up now to be like coming back to bite them, as being like, well, you never really cared about the world before, you never really had any interest in it, all you said is that you didn't care about it. And I'm guessing, since she has no idea who the rebellion is, she wouldn't know why the other people wanted to use her in the first place. So her ignorance is kind of showing through in this, and she's taking this moment, it's almost like a character arc moment, of being like, you know what? I'm kind of done with being in the dark, and I want to know what's going on for my own sake. So I can have a say in what's actually going on. And for her to make a demand like this is like fucking perfect. Hit nail right on the head with that. Because I was like, this character seems a little to go along with and push against, right? It's like, oh, I'm in a cage, I'm not going to go against the people that are caging me, obviously. But it's like, well, whoever rescued me, well, there's a reason that they rescued me. Same with there's a reason someone put me in a cage. So, and obviously her power she knows about, so she knows that they're strong. So she's like, I don't want anything to kind of do with this. So now she's taking a step back and being like, you know what? They were trying to use me in the jail. Now that I'm out of the jail, they're still trying to use me. So only now that I'm out of the jail, I have the opportunity to take this upon myself to be like, put my foot down and be like, I have the power to say, I need more information before I carry on with this. With a sigh, which allows for, like, this is a great way of doing exposition, because the reader is begging to know more information. When the reader is begging to know information, that's when you have the absolute opportunity to expo dump, because they want to know. They need to know. You've created the need, now fulfill the need. And then that gives you a great spot, and then you just trickle it through, and they're like, I need more! I need more! Right? And that gives you a lot of space to unravel your world along with the character. But those are great moments to take an expo dump. Especially in, like, dialogue. With a sigh, Ahab gestured at the driver, shrugged, made himself scarce for a few moments. Alright, I'll answer your questions. Make it quick, because if the wardens show up, I will seriously leave you here. Or who or what is an undernight? I told you, we're with the rebellion. The rebellion. I got that part. What I didn't get was what exactly that means. With another sigh, Ahab answered her. The Shining Emperor of Unified Light. They're in charge, right? Inara nodded. Yeah. You don't know about the Shroud. When I said part of, I mean that literally. Okay, I was just a little bit confused because I was like, wait, what? I just had to go back a second. Okay, so what confused me is part of. Where did he say part of? Did he say it the first time? Because I'm like, wait, he said part of? I don't remember him saying part of. And I'm trying to, like, when someone says that there's, like, referencing back. Okay, he does say Undernight, and why did Ahab say part of the rebellion? Okay, so maybe have that closer, because it's probably just me being retarded, but I forgot. Yeah, so going back and being like, okay, but when I say I didn't really get the quotes for part of the rebellion. I just mean, like, when he says he's part of the rebellion, I mean he's like a member of the rebellion. And then Under Night would be like a subsidiary. Like, you know, you'd have probably like different cells of groups, right? Because if you're a rebellion, you wouldn't want to have necessarily a centralized main place. You'd want everything to be spread out more in case one place gets, let's say, raided by the government. Then you have more other places to go. So you want it more spread out. So them being part of the rebellion, it doesn't, to me in my mind, it didn't really pop out as emphasis. So what I would say is, instead of saying part, say piece. Say, like, we are a piece of the rebellion. And then it piques people's interest because of the way that you worded it, instead of saying part. Does that make sense? Because if you want to draw attention to it, put it as something that wouldn't necessarily, like, it gives off a different subtext, right? Part doesn't really have too much to it. Okay, yeah, you're a part, you're a member. That's what it is. Splinter factions and cells. Think of it as the various armies that popped up during the Russian Revolution. You had the Red Army, the White Army, Green Army, etc. All the opposed Red Army. But their own thing was going on. Yeah, it's like the Yellow Jackets and the Red Jackets in, like, the Civil War, right? One was south, one was north, and that was, like, the flag, right? So they had, like, either the red or the yellow. So either say, like, peace or, like, cell. So it, like, puts more emphasis in the reader's mind that Under Night is just one small piece of the puzzle. So either by saying cell or piece makes it... Jesus, something flew in my eye. Fucking eyelashes. It makes it stand out more. Because, yeah, when I read it down here, I was like, wait, he said part of? It just didn't feel right. But he's like, when I said a piece of, a cell of, I mean that literally. It's a group of different factions with the same goal. Take down the Empire. So yeah, that would be my advice, is either change it to peace or cell. I like peace better. And then you could say, like, different factions with different cells and stuff like that, and then kind of flesh it out from there. But I think that gives it more emphasis. And maybe make it so she doesn't pick up on it in her head. So, one interesting trick to do is take what someone said and what someone heard, and like what we did yesterday, right? So have him say specifically, where does he say it? I'm just gonna find it. Part of. I'm Ahab. We're Under Night. I'm Ahab. Under Night. Part of the rebellion. Have him say, like, either peace or cell of the rebellion. And then when she recalls it, have her recalling it as part to de-emphasize it. So you're kind of building it up, dropping it off, and then bringing it back up again. It's kind of like playing with people, right? And that's the difference between her not understanding what he meant by peace. It's like, what does he mean by part, even though he said peace? That's why I think peace is a super strong word to use here, because it implies other pieces, right? Maybe they're the military side of it, and there's a civilian, like, government side. Maybe this rebellion is, and it also tells us how advanced this rebellion is, how successful this rebellion is. So I think this entire part is a almost a missed opportunity for a super subtext explaining, like, the position of the rebellion based upon, like, the language. So it's like, first of all, we know they're rescuing her. That means they're probably on the back foot in some way. So that's step one. And then it's like, well, they obviously need her because they're not willing to just leave her behind, right? It wasn't a coincidence that they rescued her. Then it's like, there are different pieces of the faction, and it's like, okay, well, it's not just they're losing. They aren't even unified to a point because they're so minuscule, right? They don't have enough of a standing to publicly face. They have to still be in the shadows, right? So all this is subtle subtext world building through how the characters are acting about these things. So never forget about that, because especially at the beginning of the story, using that through your characters is what's going to get people to fall in love with your world. Because they're always going to be asking that question about what is the rebellion? Is it, is it justified? And the more crumbs you give them, the more they're going to crawl into your rabbit hole of a story. Facet, like the different sides of a diamond when it's been cut. They don't need her, not really. They need her established order to not have her. See, that's another true nuance, too, Sean, because they specifically said that they had the option to kill her. So that's another huge subtext thing of saying that it's like, you're right. It's not that they need her, it's that they need the enemy to not have her. Which is very, very different. So I like you pointing that out. Very good catch there. Very good catch, Sean. But yeah, I think this is something, I'm with it. I will level up. Yeah, and it's just the smallest, tiniest thing can make something so powerful because of how you've built up assumed subtext with the characters, right? At least with someone who, when I'm reading, that's the level I'm looking into the story, right? And the questions I'm asking myself about it. But I usually, like, for something like this, I usually give, like, 3 or 4 paragraphs to be like, alright, let's see where it goes, and then I'll make a comment about it. Astute observation. I didn't even think about that aspect when I wrote this. See? And that's why it's always good to have someone else's perspective, because I can see the very strong potential in certain things, and it's like, you may not have even intended that, but that's what feedback is for. Because it's like, if you had realized that earlier, that probably would have been a stronger point by now. So now you've realized, oh, that's something that I can look at and be like, this is perhaps something I never looked more into. Which, very important to have different perspectives. I'm just going to find part of... specifically. Saying that you're part of the rebellion implies a single entity, when saying your entity is a facet or cell of the whole rebellion gives a much larger impression of the rebellion. Exactly, Sean. See, Sean's better at putting things into context than I am, because he can put them down in text, and I'm just blabbering off whatever is, like, coming out of my mind at the time, and constructing, like, 4 different things while trying to maintain an entertaining edge to it. So that's why sometimes it can get skewed in the obscure and lost in translation, but I really like the way Sean's going with this. With another sigh, Ahab answered, "The Shining Emperor of Unified Light. They're in charge, right?" Inarin nodded. "Yeah? You don't know about the Shroud. When I said part of, I mean that literally. It's a group of different factions with the same goal, take down the Empire." "I knew it," Inarin cried, stepping back a bit. "This is that dark light thing. That's why you saved me, and that's how you knew who I was. I'm not joining you, and I'm sure as shit not going anywhere with you. I'll find my own way back. Thanks." Ahab grabbed her elbow, which she immediately shook free. "Get off of me. I said I'm leaving. Go get killed if you want. I'm not your blacklight whatever dude. Just listen. After that, if you want to walk away and never see us again, fine." Inarin crossed her arms, deciding to oblige to rescue her for a few minutes at least, but she still wouldn't join any alliance of any sort, just hearing him out, and that's all. Can't speak for the other factions, but Undernight came about when the Wardens took Agril. They wiped out the undesirables, the ones who didn't fit into their orderly picture of a balanced world. Entire species, Inarin, gone, because they weren't pretty enough, or this enough, or that enough. But they didn't stop there. Eventually, they declared anything antithetical to light itself to be disorderly, anything dark. So they removed nightfall, and we went too long with eternal day. Without the night's reprieve, without a dark place to sleep and rest our bodies, we became slow, almost like zombies. I love this world building. Like I said, this is the perfect opportunity to drop world building, and oh my god. So good. I love the way you describe it. It makes so much sense too. It's just like the droning of insomnia. Slowly driving you crazy. I can absolutely imagine that. Felt that the light was sucking our energy out. Like we'd shrivel up and die at any moment. And some of us did. When we finally managed to take back aggro and bring back the night, do you know what we did? I think of it as like Chinese water torture almost, right? It's that psychological remove something or stabilize something that's like fucked, right? And it can just completely throw someone off. Like solitary confinement, right? You wouldn't think it's bad, but it's like literally causes people to go crazy. We all celebrated, danced in the streets for weeks. I never even saw a night as a kid. My grandparents told me things about it, but I didn't believe them. Not until the day came that put every man, woman, and child of Agril under the night sky. Maybe an understanding of who Agril is? Is Agril the country? Is Agril the world? Is Agril the species? Because at first I thought Agril was a person. And then I was like, oh, it's not a person. Maybe it's a nation. I have ADHD, so solitary confinement to me, game over. But do go on. Agril is a nation. Alright, I would add that in here to be very clear. Like when the Wardens took the nation of Agril. Might be a world. Fun fact, this work has many worlds. It's a world-hopping type of story. Okay. But just clear that up when you drop a name like that. Unless you don't want the characters to know. Like, it's supposed to be a secret. Like, you know, like that taboo name that no one speaks about, right? Like Harry Potter, for instance, like Voldemort, right? Or, Sword of Truth, like the Keeper, right? You just don't say the name, because the name draws evil. But yeah. That makes more sense. We finally managed to take back Agril and bring back the night. Do you know what we did? We all celebrated, danced in the streets for weeks. Never even saw a night as a kid. My grandparents told me things about it. I didn't believe them. Not until the day came that put every man, woman, and child of Agril under the night sky. That's why we're called Under Night. Even explaining their name. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. I was gonna say something about it, but I'm like, I bet you it's gonna happen. And it did. I'm glad I'm holding my tongue for this one, Fish. We're under the blessing of night, and will use the darkness it brings to resist the light whenever it threatens to present itself. After Ahab finished, he turned his head upward to stare at the full moon, and when Anarin did the same, she swore it shone brighter, filled her with something. She couldn't quite tell. She also couldn't relate too much to Ahab's story. Night still came here, and the Empire, while strict, wasn't dystopic to live in. At least, it wasn't yet. But then the people that had captured her, were they with the Empire? The woman in white mentioned the rebellion. So she didn't even know who had captured her. They just wanted to work with her and they knew her powers. So that's like another thing that gets explained here, right? That she doesn't know. So that brings up more questions for the reader, because they're like, okay, well, she didn't know, but you assumed, like, as the reader, you would have assumed, right? So I like this playing on her having less knowledge than the reader. At least, like, a reader of my caliber that assumes, you know, extrapolation based upon story prodigy. She didn't. She woke up in that cell and wondered what was going on. Okay. Because it's one thing to, like, wake up and you've been there for a year. It's one thing to wake up and this is the first day. She got snatched up. Okay. So another thing you could do is preempt that in, like, the first paragraph. You know, emphasizing just, like, a narrative in her head of being like, you know, this is my second day here. You know, I don't know who's trying to do what. But then talk about her powers and say, she obviously thinks that someone kidnapped her because of her powers. And then, from there, carry on. So it's just like an easy, just straight up start paragraph. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why I'm here. Well, I don't know what's going on, but I know most likely why I'm here. Because of these powers. Now, who would do that is another question. And then they want to use me, and then she finds someone else that wants to use them. So it's like, okay. Were they with the Empire? The woman in white mentioned the rebellion with their bright uniforms and white rooms. Maybe they were of the light, or working with them at the very least. Surely a truly just society doesn't kidnap its citizens and force them to fight in a war against an enemy she wasn't sure was deserving of death. I'll fight. Ahab's eyes widened. Whoa, really? I was serious when I said I'd let you go on your way, you know. I'd rather have you neutral than hostile to us. We have enough enemies as it is. I said I'll fight, Garin said more firmly. I'm tired of running from my powers, being afraid of myself because I don't understand them. I'm gonna learn about my powers. This is another great character arc where they're like, and it's not like it appeared out of nowhere. They've gone from I don't care, I'm not interested to tell me why you're here or I'm not going with you to that's not enough information, tell me more. To being like, okay, well they kidnapped me. These guys are gonna let me go. That makes it a pretty easy decision right there, right? You know, the guys who kidnapped me are obviously bad. The guys who are gonna let me go were obviously good. Or it's a double-edged psyop. Either way, if it is a double-edged psyop, that's even fucking better. I would love that. Like the reverse of like V for Vendetta, like getting captured by like the main hero essentially and being like turned like that to see if you would talk versus like you're being released from prison in order to see if you'll talk and join the enemy. I love those kinds of twist reversal stories. Like that's kind of what my main book is. It's instead of the hero being born and growing up and learning that he's a hero, it's the mentor character, the main character believes that he's the hero, but he's not actually the hero. He's just a facilitator of knowledge in order to give the knowledge to the true heroes who can save the world through their power. But that's why he rejects that he's like the hero, because he feels like his time has ended and whatever hero thing he was supposed to do never happened. So he almost resents it. And then he wonders if his choice, and that's why he regrets his choice of not going on the 100-year quest, and wonders if the 100-year quest was his true calling, and he never did it. He literally bailed on it. And it was like, shit. I think that makes a more interesting story, right? Because it's like, again, like characters almost downfall, and then rising up, and then other characters bringing them up, and then them falling down, and then them bringing them up. What is you? Split Soul does thing. Yo, yo, what's up? What is you? I is right, bro. I is right. Does read. Does watch. Does rect. Does talk. Is good. What about you, bro? No way. True story. Ask any one of my friends of my friends, but don't ask my friends, okay? Ask their friends, and their friends, and their friends. But don't ask my friends. I don't have any friends. I said I'll fight, Anarin said more firmly. I'm tired of running from my powers and being afraid of myself because I don't understand them. Oh, that's where I was going with this. And then she finally gets to the point of, no, I'm going to stand up for myself. I have information now, and you know what? I want to use my powers, and I want to be useful. I want this. And it's like, it goes fast, but it's definitely, like, in stages. It's not like it just feels abrupt. Like, they're just, like, they went from being stubbornly, you know, ignorant to being, like, actively engaged. It's like it takes a couple of steps to get there, and you played those steps very well. Gonna learn about my powers, learn about who I am and why I have them. I'm gonna help people the way you helped people see night again. Are you sure? It'll be long, hard, and dangerous. The light won't give up easily. You had a taste of that before we saved you. I've never been more sure of anything, Ahab. She stepped into the truck and looked back at him. After all, I am darkness, and I am light. Nice. Are you planning on doing anything with this story, Fish? Because I could see a lot of potential for this. I love the idea of like the Light Emperor stealing the night and declaring all things dark bad. It's such like a fundamental absolutist view that goes so well with like fanaticism, where you've just gone so far off the rails that this is all that you see. You just see black and white. And that makes for a very interesting development of a world, because you can tell how that world can deteriorate and fall apart at like basically nothing, right? As soon as one of the threads starts to unravel, the whole thing starts to fall apart. And the next thing you know, like, you've got these small cells of rebellions. Next thing you go, you've got a massive public rebellion, and then you've got like a full-on civil war, right? I have another work with the same setup, pretty much in the same verse. That's cool. I love using the same kind of universes. Like, despite everything it looks, all of my short stories that are the moral parables, like Nepotism Unleashed, Dentist Disaster, Shadow of the Hearth, whatever the garden one was, that was like the Apple store, that was like Eden. What was the other one? Intrusive Thoughts is another one on the list that I have to write. And Carnival of Carnage. And like a medieval kind of one. It's like the theology of science meets religion, and the idea was... Oh, I'm in ads. Fuck, I'm in ads. I'm just talking to myself. I'm retarded. I'm just talking to myself in ads. Being a fucking idiot. That's why I hate ads. I'm just like, where do these ads keep coming from? Trying to go for a morally gray story where I show that excess is bad. About this, we all think anything with dark or black, the name is bad, but if I grab a flashlight and shine it in your face at 1,000 lumens, you're going to be blind and ask me what the hell I'm doing. True Blonde Blonde DBZ. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? Good to see ya. I was saying something during the ads. I lost my train of thought. Entertain!
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
True. I don't remember what I was fucking saying. God damn it. I don't think it was relevant to the story. I think I was just yapping about my story. Reminds me of D&D Dark Sun. Not sure about that one, Fish, but I digress. No, I don't know. Oh! So, Sora. Sora 2. Okay, yeah, okay. Of course, it's the number 1. Of course. So this is the new world. This is the new.
You're wide open.
Just one. You're finished, Shinigami.
Like hell I am. Zero. Getsuga. Tensho. I'm not done yet. Shadow Clone Breakbeat! Ha!
Let's spin, guys!
Yeah! Catch!
You're not escaping, Light-kun!
Quit calling me that while you're trying to kick me!
Persistent as ever.
You're one to talk! Ow! Get back here!
The lake looks different at this hour.
Yeah, all shonen, I see. They said classic anime. I.e. shonen. Yeah, pretty much.
Even in this rain, I can see you clearly. I won't break again.
Fuck, I missed Tokyo Ghoul when it was good.
Kneel, Shadow Wielder!
Not a chance.
Insolent!
End of the line!
Too slow.
I won't let you toy with me, Hisoka.
Such a lovely spark.
Try keeping up.
Oh, I intend to.
Yo, I'm bald, but the shine's still lethal. Stage in ruins on board of sequels. You huge, cool, means more echo in the
But yeah,
rhyme.
there's so many of these, like...
It's extra crystalline, like restaurant quality.
We don't call it stuff, Patrick. It's blue barnacle. Purest you'll find under the sea.
Yeah, but who's gonna eat? Yo, Sponge, this stuff looks extra crystalline, like restaurant quality.
We don't call it stuff, Patrick. It's blue barnacle. Purest you'll find under the sea.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, this shit is crazy. This is AI replicating the song. Like, it's not like the song is overlaid over it, it's just replicating the song. Like, This is all 100% AI. And then there's this one, which I thought was fucking great.
In your own private plane, then unlock the hidden massage room. Whoa, secret room! Kick back with 2 chill old dudes and discover the treasure. Fly in on the private plane, pop open the door, and the old guys arrive in style.
There's treasure in
The original video is
Secret room packed
pathetic
with
as
twist the
ever.
volcano and-
Hit the panic button. It's so loud.
Hey, whoosh, slide into the swirl. The squishiest blue and white goo that makes waves any way you want. Stretch it, splash it.
Whoa, it opened! The only island with real working spy cams hidden in secret rooms. And I can see it on the screen. Track the old guys, guard the treasure, and fly in with your own private plane. Take new from Toy Island.
It's Orange Man.
Don't release the files.
Push his back and hear the real talking action.
He's guarding the top secret
Not for
file.
long.
Don't release the file. Capture him, lock him up, and expand the adventure. Shh, don't tell anyone. Get ready to jet to fun with.
I'm like, oh my god. And this shit came out like 2 days ago. So you're saying it's the same as it ever was? No, like, look at this.
Bring those back. Whoa, gotta go.
This is 100% AI.
Hey, come back here. Free art, baby. Man, it's so cool. Everything is free. Okay, I'm taking these. Boy, bring those back. Whoa, gotta go. Stop. Give them back. Nope, too late. Hey, come back here. Free art, baby.
Like, the anime is just one thing, right? Like...
Meow. What the Meow. Meow. Ow. Meow. What the
This one's good. Stealing shit.
Please, I really need this for Sora inference. This video is too good.
Yeah, it's like this one. This one's pretty good too.
Down here at his feet, they're having a rough day. Maybe a flash of a bayonet, a little splash of red. That gives the story some energy. Now, obviously, the gorilla would win. There's no question. Just fellows down here at his feet, they're having a rough day.
Yeah, this one was pretty good.
I was the face.
I was like, is this real?
But I'm more than just a pretty face. When Ramp reached out, it was clear they needed my accounting experience.
I'm like, is this real? I don't know.
Brian, look, we hired you as our spokesperson, not a CFO.
Yeah, don't ruin this for me.
Brian, hello?
They say it's all automated now. Invoices, expense reports, and other stuff. But no automation can replace the human touch. It's obvious Ramp needs someone who's done this before, and I'm gonna prove it. Live. October 14th, meet me in Flatiron. I work best with an audience.
I have no idea. It'll replace the human touch for cheaper. Well, it'll definitely be something. It's definitely something, I'll tell you that. I'm interested to see. But should we watch the Veritasium video first? The power of connection. And this can show really, really cool coincidences in world building if you kind of use this principle. And then it doesn't make it weird that all of a sudden all of your characters all know each other or know someone in some way. But I guess he's never going to give us up, never going to say goodbye. I don't know. Either that or we read this. Right? But since no one ever votes, you know, it's up to me. I gotta make a decision. Chapter 12, Across the Terran. Lan came down the stairs, telling the company to dismount and lead their horses after him through the fog. Again, they had to trust that the warder knew where he was going. The fog swirled around Rand's knees, hiding his legs, obscuring everything more than a yard away. Fog was not as heavy as it had been outside the town, but he could barely make out his companions. I voted for StarCraft. Okay, well, we can do StarCraft-ish. If you voted for StarCraft, then StarCraft it is. Taste-tosis, let's go. The Marine or Ghost. Okay. We'll do StarCraft.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to day 3 here of the round of 8 of the ASL. Another PvZ for you guys in what's been a very different and very exciting season of StarCraft 1.
Oh my god, it's been crazy!
It's definitely
the
looking
season's
a little
insane!
bit wild right now. The fact that we have Barracks and Snow on the other side in the round of 4 awaiting the players that will be qualifying this week
Barracks.
Is insane
Crazy.
in and of itself, but I think that these couple of matches we're going to have are going to
I think it's going to be Snow
really
Soma
exciting.
finals.
You know, Best obviously got to the finals last season and just had amazing Protoss vs. Zerg. He's got such an interesting way to play it, but he's against a Soma newly returned from the military who looks god tier.
Yeah.
Whoever wins today is
has
seeded.
Really improved a lot. He's one of the most exciting players to play. I think Soma is going to be very strong.
And I'm like,
against him,
wait, do they
though.
fight
Soma
each
is
other or do
very
they do a
tricky,
pick?
Very deadly,
I don't
especially
remember.
in the early game.
Or is
a lot of PvZ,
the pick
unless the Protoss does something
already?
really cheesy
I'm
or
pretty
crazy,
sure
a lot
they
of it
do
is
a
kind of
draw
building up
for the
into early game,
quarterfinals.
getting into the mid game where you can push and start to get a.
So that way it's not like, oh my god,
but
you
players
know.
like Soma, you know, he's one
For
of
instance, the
smartest,
final
most
couldn't be
aggressive Zergs
Snow
out there.
versus
So this should be a fun
Soma
one.
if Soma
I think
won here
Best
and
can
Snow
certainly
won there.
take this, but I'm really interested in what openers and strats Soma's going to try to deliver here.
Yeah. Soma's like one of the smartest Zerg players. He's very good at understanding what he needs to do and the planning behind that. But Best has such a different style from everyone else. You know, everyone plays so differently from each other when you really think about it, right? Like
Artosis
Snow
knows how
kinda
everyone
grinds
plays.
in the matchup and gains value. Best is like, it feels like he's pretty aggressive the way he plays. He uses more Dark Archons than anyone. Mini just has these unbelievably mapped out builds.
Nexus
Bisu
first.
is just like God of Corsair Zealot. It's really fascinating
Snow
how
Reavers.
different everyone is. But if there's going to be one Zerg player that's going to be able to really prepare for different styles, I feel like that might be Soma.
Yeah, but Soma. This is Soma's
agree.
first
I think
time
Soma
back
is very
after
good at kind of wrapping around the play style that he's against and
trying to pick
figuring
up
out the
Zerg. Too
weaknesses
bad
and
we don't get
exploiting
Primal
it. I
Zerg
do
as a
think
race.
Best still has some of the best pushes in PvZ.
Yeah.
He also
Zerg is
doesn't
fun,
die
but
to
it's a
lot of the
different way to
tactical
play.
stuff that some Zergs do to try to end
It's
the
a
game
different
in
way to
mid-game.
play.
As an example, Best makes more
Right,
Dark
you have to have a
Archons than
completely
anybody else
different
ever in
mentality
StarCraft.
towards the game
And of course,
playing
Dark
Zerg.
Archons, they're great for countering Mutalisks.
Because of
with
the
Maelstrom.
way larva work.
So, you know, I think
'Cause they're in and among
mid-game,
themselves a
we should see
resource.
Best be the strongest. He doesn't really struggle versus Lurker Contains. He's pretty good at handling drops, but I think Soma's going to be a really, really tough guy to go against. He's one of the few players, maybe along with Jaedong and then sometimes Sulky, where he can be so tricky in the early game that he's really able to stop the Protoss before they start.
Well, we're going to go ahead, look at a little video, and then hear an interview from these guys to see how they prepared. for
Says
this
the
match.
bronze player. Okay. Right to the interview. Because I haven't played in a while. just watch Hawk get to A rank without using a keyboard.
Season 20, done in partnership with Google Play and
It's
Gravity.
really actually not that difficult.
With a fiery
Just don't follow what the pros
proceedings
do.
last week, the first semi-finals match between Barracks and Snow is now set in stone.
Vic Star, yo, what's up, bro? Thank you so much, Callie. Hey, how's it going, Callie? How are
The
you?
best of 7 between the remaining Protoss and Zergs takes place today. Let's have a word with Soma and Best ahead of the match.
Thank you again for the kicks, good sir. Always appreciated.
First up, it's Soma.
So what's up, Callie?
Into the quarterfinals
Without a
out of
keyboard
in
is
first
crazy.
place.
Yeah, here,
In
I'll
that
pull it
winner's
up.
interview, you said
If
you
you
only
want to
avoid
check it
running
out,
effort, as
it's
instead
the
you will be
ultimate
facing off
guide
against the Protoss in Best
to
today. What was going through your head when this match against Best was revealed?
Oh, no KB.
I think Best,
A rank.
out of all the Protoss players, understands my weaknesses
StarCraft.
best. I don't think this will be an easy match, so I prepared diligently. Soma says he prepared diligently, seeing how this won't be an easy match. Let's also talk to Best, who advanced in second place out of Group B. Just like last season, this time around as well, you had a tough time advancing to the quarterfinals. And once again, you are running into a Zerg in the round of 8. We could see you sighing over and over in your stream. What's your take on this match against Soma? For starters, I think he is the best
Let me see if I can
player on
find
the
this
scene
when we
recently.
watch this.
I think this will not be easy, but I myself am not one to give up easily either, so I hope to get a good result today as well. Today's match is one where both players consider each other to be difficult. For Soma,
I'm angry.
this is the
Why,
first time in
Callie?
a long while since season 13 that he will be playing an extended series. And many fans have expectations for you after your stellar performance in the round of 24 and the round of 16. Will this be a match where you meet those expectations? I came prepared with a plethora of builds. Honestly, I'm very curious to see what builds Best ends up using. Oh, Best. Soma says he's very curious to see what builds you prepared for today, and says he came prepared with quite a few.
I'm pretty sure
What
it's
is he,
there.
fishing around for a hint? I hope he likes the builds I have.
Okay, check this out.
Got it.
Well, just
Wow,
let me make
so
sure this
excited for
is...
Now, last season and this season alike, you've played matches that had the fans trembling with fear, but you are strong in moments of crisis. How do you predict this round of 8 to go?
And he has his keyboard
Even if
set
I
up
win,
so you
I
can
don't
see
think
that he's
it
not
will be with a
using
big score
the
difference.
keyboard.
I will have a tough time moving on, but whether it's tough or not, my goal is to advance, and I'll do it by any means necessary. Best says he will win by any means necessary. If we were to pin down the deciding battlefield for today's
And then he
match,
basically
which one
tells
would
you
it be?
how he does it. But yeah,
think it will be
amazing
the full
series if
set
you want to
of
learn how to
Roaring
play
Currents.
Zerg.
Looking
Because
at
he just
Best
teaches
from
you the
last
fundamentals
season
to
until
win
now,
and
he really
go on
has
the ladder.
the mind
What you
of a
need to know
warrior.
about Zerg. So fucking
I
prime.
think I'll be at a disadvantage if this goes long. I can't let this go to set 7. I'll try and finish it on Roaring Currents in game 4. Soma says he will end this match by the 4th set on Roaring Currents. What's your prediction, Best? I think he means he will be the one.
Ain't no way, bro. No
things end
keyboard is
for.
Zerg
Let's
in
go
Brew
tit for
War.
tat. I will end this on Roaring Currents in set 4.
Well, watched it.
Spicy
I've watched
comments
it multiple.
right
I
from the
watched him do it
beginning until
live.
the score. Are you predicting a 4-0?
Because he did it on stream.
I thought about a 4-0.
Way back in the
Actually, it was
day.
the 3rd set, so let's say 4-1. Soma predicts a 4-1, and Best? I was bluffing. I predict a 4-3. Got it. Let's close things out with both of our players' final remarks.
It's all about the understanding of the game.
With a good showing,
Not,
we'll make sure that nobody
you know,
regrets tuning into this
being
match
fancy
today.
and shit. Just what is Zerg good at?
I
Make
prepared
it so
quite a
no
lot,
one
seeing
can
how
kill
I'm playing
you.
in an extended series once again. I too want to have a
You know, he loses
satisfactory
some
match.
games, but
So I'll do my best.
as beyond
to show a
insane.
good
Brood
performance.
War is the hardest StarCraft. No
We have just
keyboard.
heard
He's
from
mad.
Soma
Yep.
and Best ahead of today's match. Thanks for the interview.
Yep.
Thank you.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
ASL season
It's a
20,
fun
done in
watch.
partnership
You know,
with Google
that's
Play
what
and
people love
Gravity.
about
Which
challenges,
of the two will stay
right?
alive to
Like
fight
I wouldn't be able to do
round
that
of four?
myself, so
It's time to
gonna
start the
bookmark
match
that.
between
Yeah,
Soma
go check it out.
and Best.
I don't know how long ago that was. That was like 5 years ago, wasn't it? Like shit, I don't remember how long ago that was. It was a while ago.
Hell yeah, Sartosis.
But-
It's time, dude. Soma versus Best. I'm so excited to see these two guys go at it. It could go
my
either way,
grinder.
honestly. I think this is an interesting match. Soma was very much in the spotlight as a Zerg player years and years ago. As you were saying, he'd finished his military service.
And Best was somebody who always looked extremely strong, somebody we said should be winning an ASL eventually. He nearly has. He's gotten as deep as you can go without taking the whole thing. But how's he going to fare here now? I think this could go either way. It's a really tough one to call.
It's the hardest match to predict, I think. Or, well, maybe the Barracks Mini truly was the hardest to predict. But, like, this one's really close, in my opinion. I do lean towards Soma. I said before the season started, I thought Snow Soma were the two most likely players to actually win ASL this season. Okay. But Best might run over him. It's really, really hard to say because I think Best, the way that he approaches it, it's really, like you were saying, very hard to catch him with any tactics because it's like, oh, you're going 3-hatch Hydra? Oh, suddenly he has like 3-gate speeds out.
Sounds like Day 9 casting there.
Oh,
that's Day 9's brother.
He has Maelstrom ready. It's like
Tasteless is Day 9's brother.
He's if I could talk about him like wine for a second, he's a full-bodied Protoss Tasteless. Like he's got
he truly is.
He's got all the cannons that you need for a delicious PVZ.
Holy shit, what did I do to this
One
grinder?
of the things about Best is he
I can't get it off even with my gloves on.
A lot of aggression in the early game. Like you look at someone like Mini or Snow, they tend to be very solid at just kind of barricading and occasionally countering with Zealots, where Best has done some really
we must get our 1v1s going when I can afford to get up my PC up. Hell yeah, Fish. I'm so down for that.
Hard to pull off, but like when he just goes for like
okay, I'm giving up. I don't know how to open my grinder.
And tries to just counter right into them. It's an interesting way to play the game. We'll see if we have a situation like that in this series. I think we probably will. But from what I can tell, the early game should be the most interesting with these two. I also, and I could be wrong, I don't feel like either of these guys want to play crazy late game, right? I don't think that Soma's the kind of guy that wants to get to Defilers. He might be forced to.
Yeah.
I don't think that Best is the kind of player that wants to win not off of a push. I think he will try to push until he cannot push anymore.
Yeah, I think you're completely right. Best is not a guy that you see go towards max supply, Reavers spread at different bases, and just grinding with Psystorm. He's someone that's going to look for those openings to get the kill. That's how he is in every match.
Yo, what's up?
And yeah, Soma, I think he's he definitely plays differently than Soul.
I guess I loosened it somehow.
3-hatch Hydra is
Maybe
definitely
there was
something in his toolbox that he uses a lot. Very aggressive with his Mutalisks. He's looking to get into these positions where he can actually kind of finish his opponent.
Queen! Callie was mad, but he wouldn't tell me why he was mad. He said he was angry. And I asked him why, and he never answered.
Okay, we're getting ready to go into this match. Remember, this phase of the tournament is now best of 7s.
Said he's tired.
We're going to have a lot of great games to unpack for you guys.
Oh, did I miss it?
Soma. One of these players,
because I'm
tired. Also so strong with mutas.
Of course, it was right between the spam, right between the bot spam that I didn't see it. We got shot off.
A lot of times muta play, it's outside of sniping Templars.
It's
really more about like, having the tech tilt the
I'm
game
aggravated
in your
with
favor,
rank on Rivals. I
Soma
have Rivals ready to go.
Soma seems to be very, very tactical.
But we have lots we have to get through today.
He also tech in a little bit and then pull out.
Play Rivals with Queen.
Maybe force you to overreact.
Again.
Yeah. Keep in mind that double Stargate is really popular right now. I think it's more popular now than
Very
any
good call,
ASL we've
Fish.
ever seen
Again,
before.
is true.
That's 100% true, but I think Best is one of the least likely players to utilize that. He's more of a ground guy when you think about it.
He is. He really is.
He really, like in every matchup, like, he's not as interested in units that fly. I think they don't deal enough
What
damage.
didn't
and they
I
don't
say
have
right?
For him.
You have to say it like Winter
They
Soldier.
can't run through minefields or lurkers. Or
I don't have a
anything
feel
like
for
that,
Winter
so
Soldier's
that's not
voice.
what he's looking for. So yeah, I think it's going to be a very different style that Soma has to be prepared
play
for.
Rivals
We'll
with him,
what
Queen.
his prep is looking
He
like.
wants you to play
I'm
Rivals
super
with him.
Pumped, man. And don't forget, he's the #1 cannon
It's his
rusher that we
ultimate.
have as well.
Oh, in Marvel Rivals! I've never. I don't think I've seen anyone play Winter Soldier in
really
Rivals.
hot in the meta. Anyways, guys, this is game 1. Soma versus Best. The winner of this moves
I
on
hate
to
sports,
season
but I
20,
just had a
round of
thought. Is AI fantasy football a thing? Where the AI chooses 2 teams assembled from real players based on last year's performance, then produces a game animation based on this year's performance of those players.
Okay, both players
I'm
sharing
sure
the
there
right
is,
side of the
Sean,
map.
but that's a
Soma,
great
top
idea
right,
nonetheless.
scouting to the south,
Can we wait till
and
Scotty
Best
can
in
play
the
with
bottom
us?
right. Will we have
Callie,
this
I mean
as a
Queen,
forge
that's
opening?
gonna
This
be
is, I
in
believe,
like
another
4
map
hours.
Cannon rush on.
6
And
hours.
Best does seem to really like defaulting into cannon rushing.
We gotta do
just that he does it the
StarCraft.
most
We
and
gotta do the
succeeds
lecture.
the most, but he does it
We gotta
better than
read.
anybody else.
We gotta do
And, you know, when it comes
art.
to cannon rushing, you gotta
We
understand
gotta do
they're
the
only gonna do
banquet.
it if they go hatchery first. If they go hatchery first, they're not respecting the
Brood
possibility
War,
of
let's
cannon
go.
rushing. It
That
doesn't
game
mean that
has a much
Zergs
higher
don't
skill
have ways to
ceiling.
try to fight
Oh yeah.
it, but it is a very Protoss favored interaction in the asymmetry
Compared
of
to
that
2.
fight.
Yeah.
And he sends the first probe out with a mineral.
Whoa.
What? I can't believe it. Okay, so, you know, in a lot of PvZs,
Damn. That's
I'll
a
occasionally mention, like, they don't
crazy
have
sign.
to fast expand, but you pretty much always see them do it. So, what is he going to do exactly here? Is this going to be 2-gate and main? Is it going to be
The sign
gateway
is
gas?
cold.
Because those are the two options that are available.
Don't want to wait 4 hours.
So let's say that it's a 2-gate. What you do is try to do some kind of a pressure build. If it's gas, you're playing a very, I think one of the more difficult ways to play StarCraft 1. But a lot of Zergs, if they don't react to it perfectly,
We were ready
and
to
it's a very
control
unnatural game for both sides.
exist.
The
Now I
Zergs
need to
can,
see if I can find an
end up
example of the
losing.
animation
So
to
it's
see
gonna
how
be,
realistic it looks.
Yeah, it's
I'm
gonna
on
be
No
double
Man's
gate,
Sky.
and that's gate
Hello.
on. I think that was double on 10.
Oh, 10-10 gate? Okay.
I can't. Well, I can't remember. Like
Cold
with
means
the
very
supply
cool.
in
I
the
live in
top right,
Texas, and
does
that's
it show
what
the
they
supply
say
that
out
they have
there.
in
I
the game,
picked
or
up
does it
some of the
show how much
parlance.
their supply
Ah,
is
nice fish.
on their ticker? Like if they're making something.
Oh, yeah, no, it
That's
shows, like, for
sick.
instance, if there is a probe making, that supply will show up on that top right.
Okay. So Best is going to be attacking across the map with these zealots. Now we got to watch for Soma's Overlord here. Did he veer to the side, or does he commit in? And this is a very important, smart move here from Soma. He says, let's just double check, and he sees the gateway. So a lot of Zergs, they'll get to your natural expansion and turn away. And then you have the zealots moving through the middle of the map, and they're prepared. Now, I think this is one of the harder ways to play. I actually used to run this when I came back into StarCraft 1 after my wrist had recovered from a little broken bone in my hand. This is playable as Protoss, but it's really, really hard. It makes it a little bit tricky for the Zerg to get a
Because
third
those Zerg has the
hatchery
advantage
up.
in Brood War.
But what you can do
They
is
still
basically
build
make zealots
3
and
at a
pressure,
time while Protoss
and then
doesn't
go
get
back
work
and
rate.
expand. And he's actually going to bring extra probes with this. I am so fascinated that this is the opening he chose.
Yeah.
And
So
the last
this is
4
actually
champions
real
have been a
committed
Zerg
rush.
that got kicked out.
Oh, he's serious about
It's going
this.
to be 3 probes total. Sorry, Artuis, I keep running over you. Go
well,
ahead.
the 2 zealot, 3 the 3 zealot 2 probe little group that we see here. This reminds me of all the micro maps back in the day. This was actually
Is that
really
no
common back
comma
in, like,
adds again or no
2002
ads
through
again?
2006 or so. But here he comes with that 3rd probe as well. Going to do a really good job against these Zerglings. There is a creep colony on the way, so getting ready for a sunken.
I'm angry
and
again.
Soma doing a pretty darn good job here. He kills 2
No,
of the probes
Callie,
quickly.
are you still tired?
but does not quite get
TJRIS,
that 3rd
hey,
one.
what's
Very low
up,
health
bro?
on one of these
Hey, how's
zealots
it going,
as well
man?
as the
How
probe.
are you
The
today?
Zergling's coming back
Good
in,
to
and
see
he's
you,
actually not
brother.
targeting quite correctly.
He
That
needs
really
to kill
good
that one
job
at
just
low
is
HP.
still
It's doing
alive
so
somehow.
much damage.
I can't believe we're going to see this rush possibly.
Keep trying,
work.
yes.
I mean, you
Playing
haven't- you don't
SC2
really
as a
see
Protoss
zealots and
main, I
probes
see how
since,
integral
back
warp
from the
gate
era of,
is to
like,
the
players
gameplay.
like
You need
Pillars,
that
you know,
tech.
these kind of these old school.
I don't know,
zealot
man. He's
pressure
running
builds.
over him with
He
2
gets
fucking
2 zealots up in the
zealots.
main. Now the sunken colony can't be fought, so he has to run around probably behind the minerals. He's sending a couple zealots back. Now remember that the Zerg doesn't have a lot of drones. So any drones you kill here, even mining time lost, is massive.
Oh, he's gonna get another drone,
my
is
God.
he?
And, you know, the
Oh my
drones,
god,
they
and
heal,
they
but
glitch
not that
through.
fast,
It's
man.
dead. Oh my
god.
god.
His control is just so good.
That
He
was
retreats back
so.
perfectly.
Oh my god, that hurt so much.
Dude,
And now they can basically fortify back there.
And he's making
Any
a lot
drone
more
kill is
zealots right now.
huge,
Now,
yeah.
Soma has 3 hatches, so he can produce a lot. But, like, he doesn't have that many drones. And that one sunken is really nothing to 4 zealots. So
Yeah.
Best is going to walk back
I
up
think
again and try to put on some more pressure.
I think
What does
Soma might
have,
just
8 drones right
lose.
now? It's so low.
Well, that's the whole idea, right? I mean, there's a lot to fight here as
Oh
Zerg,
my
but
god.
you know,
Yeah, I think
you
this might
target
just be
throw down like
GG.
that, and you know, it gets a lot harder to make anything work. Remember, there's a point where you have so few drones. I mean, you're barely mining. Oh my God.
And they still he's got 6 kills and 3 kills.
There's 4 drones here, man. There's 4 drones. He's going to run back.
Agreed, that's how it is sometimes.
A little bit. HP
and look, he's still sending more zealots across the fucking map.
Has been making probes this whole time. That's the beauty of a rush like this. I've got so much more to say, but I mean, this is.
You know, he has 4 drones here, 3 drones that, or sorry, 2 drones. Yeah, he's got 6 drones.
Get that area blocked off, the ramp blocked off. Another 4 zealots
Yeah,
are going to come
I'm pretty sure he's fucked.
And you know, by the way, Best can still overextend here. This is a little bit scary.
It looks like Best,
if he gets
he
trapped
down a Nexus, he has Zealots number 5 and 6.
Yeah, he's not gonna play too bad.
And I think he is waiting for that group of 6. A few more drones being squeezed out by Soma right now, so he is
go
going
for a counter attack.
7 drones. Really being greedy on that economy. My gosh.
But remember, there's no extractor right now, so you can't have Zergling speed. I mean, Zerglings are much stronger versus Zealots when you have that speed.
And Earlyzer needs the gas in Tier 2 for their bread and butter unit, so it's looking like the beginning of the end for the Z. Yeah, it's GG. GG.
Soma loses to a 2-gate Zealot rush in the year 2025. I really want to see a highlight of the probes with the Zealots coming out, because
he missed microed so poorly.
Yeah.
That Zealot at 1 HP was alive for 100 years.
There's so much damage coming out that there's nothing you can do. And you know, Best makes it look so easy.
Yeah, Lings suck.
Lings
are terrible for ZVP.
And that, by the way, was not the 2-gate all-in we see Mini do, where he just tries to hit you so hard and then get 1 Reaver out and close the game. That was 2-gate Zealot rush into macro play, into a Nexus. Eventually, it would have been into Tech, into Storm, everything else. But he crippled him so
if
bad.
you know how to
Watch
micro.
these probes come up.
Yeah.
And it's funny because they're in the front. This doesn't feel like it would be very good, right?
Well,
but then he gets 2 probes in the middle.
The probe that was leading was definitely a little bit too far out. But yeah, the probe hits are so important.
He
One
micros
probe hit
Marines?
makes it
Forget
so
it.
that Zealots 2-shot a Zergling. So it's like the probes are playing a huge part here. And you can see he was actually selecting and attacking different Zerglings a few times with that probe. So very good micro from him overall. This is really,
the fact
really
that the probe lasted so long when he killed the first 2 probes
honestly.
right off the bat, he should have
this
gone
is
probe,
easy from,
probe,
like,
Zealot,
2003,
Zealot,
2004, where Reach
and
was
just
the best
fucking
probe in
shift
the
clicked
world.
it, shift clicked his
So,
Lings and just
like,
built
definitely taking
2 more
an
sets and
older
then gone
build,
into drones.
And Soma is like very new comparatively, so something he did not really play through was that time.
We're going to take a short break, guys. We'll be right back.
Break already. It's a very short day today.
That's one of them.
Only an hour and 50 minutes.
For Best to just kind of push through that and close the game out with a win.
Totally.
And by the end, it was Zerg with 6 drones.
Yeah.
Probably
totally
14 to 16 probes there. So, I mean, that's not a winnable situation.
Amazing. Round 1 over so quickly. Oh, these games are
I
great.
think it might have thrown some off a little bit too. But
can I
we'll see.
jack
You know,
off to you while I shower myself with your
consistently
shit?
through the series?
Lyle, crocodile, you got a mouth on you, brother.
So I think
Reminds
that's
me
the
of
only time that
Boxer's
we'll see that
SCV
build
rushes.
here tonight.
Yeah.
I think it'd be hilarious if we see it again. That would be amazing if he just figured it out. It's like these news.
That was like Barracks.
No, man.
His last 2 games, he pulled the boys in order to get into the round of 4. He pulled the boys, and he did it 2 games in a row. And all he needed was one of them to work, and one of them did work.
Anyways, we're gonna go to set number 2 here on.
That's all that matters.
Yeah, guys, Metropolis ready to go here. Another 4-player map. Let's see what happens as Soma vs. Best continues on. Right now, Best with a 1-0 lead.
Sure thing there, Lyle, crocodile. Really figures. That's how it is for Boxer. Yeah. I mean, sometimes you just gotta click in and say, you know what? This is the time. Throwing those cheeses in like that, that's what truly makes the great players, because they have the range.
Soma in the bottom right and Best
Do you know, Lyle?
This time around.
Guys, before this really gets going, we want to thank you for checking out the Patreon. It's patreon.com/ASL English.
Hell yeah.
Couldn't do it without you guys. Very much appreciated. And if you go take a look,
Want to enter
that'd
deep
be
inside
awesome.
you
We
and
have
make you
a
feel
Taste
every
Test
inch of
Secret
my
podcast
manhood.
on
Nice,
there.
Lyle.
And,
you know how to
because
seduce
you
the
guys
women.
were able to keep this game alive forever.
Came in hot,
Yeah, if you
figured
wanna
he's an
support our
IRL friend
casting,
being funny.
for
No, he's some
StarCraft 1, that is the
rando.
best way to
He's
do
been
it.
in here
So please
before,
consider
though.
signing up. We love you guys. Here come the flap flaps.
Here
That is true.
for the flap flaps.
Flap
They are
The
flap
fucking
flaps.
mutalisks.
That's true. That is absolutely.
They are flap flaps.
I had a girlfriend in college that would call Reavers roly polies, and I'm like, oh yeah, they are roly polies. You're totally right. Yeah. This is. You never would believe I ended up making a career out of my roly poly game, but it did eventually happen. But
that's funny.
Yeah, we might have flap flaps this time around.
Reavers are so based.
But you know, we gotta have a game where Soma can get to flap tech.
I didn't recognize that Protoss had such a good win rate on this map so far this season.
9 to 5.
Like 9 to 4 or 9
Yeah,
to
I didn't know
5
that either.
in PVZ specifically. That's kind of interesting. It doesn't.
That's
really
for the
because
Patreon
just the
content,
layout of
Lyle.
the map where
You have to go on the Patreon to get
really
that.
strong defensive positions on 3 base.
That'll take you
and then
over
all
to
Zerg
the
bases have to be
OnlyFans.
kind of far away. It makes sense to me in a way that this is a pretty good map for PVZ. I kind of like thought it would be when it came out because of those positions.
9 to 5 favoring P.
It's also
Yes.
a map that's like
Olympus
pretty
Reborn. Matthew
I
dies
think people don't think about
and is
Protoss
reborn.
drops
Only
that
he has
often.
not one but
the
2
only thing
lives.
You talk about drops.
Memories. The
Well,
older
I'm talking
life
about
was
this
much
matchup, right?
longer.
So, you know, you see a map like this, you probably imagine a bunch of overlords full of units that
As
drop
in
one
he's
of these
he's a
corners
god
of the main. It's really
reborn,
good, but
Sean?
you can drop a DT
Is that the
into a main on this
subtext to
map.
that?
It's really hard for Zerg to find, or even if they find it, it can run away and it's hard to track down. So he's going to scout.
It's like
Soma
a
down
god
here. He's
through
gonna
the
see that
perception of a
because
man.
when that Nexus, that hatchery started, there's no way he can cannon rush. And so this is going to be Nexus in cross spawns into a late as possible
I'm like,
cannon.
there's so many things
And,
firing in my
it's gonna
brain
be
right
gas
now for what you
actually
could do with
starting here
that.
before the third hatchery.
All right. What do you think he's planning on doing with that quicker gas there?
Well, he'll probably just be teching. I mean, up to what? It's a little bit hard to say. I think Soma, he could do something kind of crazy here. I've seen some games where players won't Hydra Rush until they get the third hatch.
Currently
up
getting a
quicker.
blowjob and watching your stream. Hell yeah.
There's a
I'm
lot
sure
of different
Smokey's
ways
out there
this game
gooning too.
can go, on both sides here.
Quicker
We have,
gas.
by the way, the second
tech into
pylon
early Dragoon
actually
rush.
being made at the natural. That's
Yup, he was
interesting from
Zeus,
Best.
but as Matthew, he
I
didn't
feel
have
like
those
we don't see that
memories.
very often,
Now he has the chance to ascend once
that's
more
right.
into the
Okay.
state of godhood.
That explains it.
Will he
So,
take it or prefer the
this
mortal
was a
life?
build,
I love that
the person
idea,
I saw
Sean.
do
That's
this
so
first
cool.
was Flash in a
Timing
game, but
attack
I don't
with
know if he's,
range
like, the
upgrade.
originator of it or not. But
that's-
usually you'll only see this
that's-
build if you're both
well,
sharing a
people
side
have
bot.
actually
Like,
been
you're both
doing that
sharing the
more,
right,
Fish,
you're
now
both
that you
sharing
say
the
that.
bottom. In other words, you're in the closer rush distance.
But
by the way,
it depends
Soma
if they go
going for a
Hydralisk or
Hydra
not.
Den here. So what Best wants to do is
Also,
basically,
Hera was the first
take
Yandere.
twice as many zealots. A lot of times when you see a Forge expand, it's a very, very clear type of game. You know there's going to be one zealot that comes out on the map. Really good players like Bisu and Mini are going to do a really good job of hiding that zealot or scouting with it. Instead, what happens in this game is you have double the number of zealots, and this is not
Busted inside Hooker's mouth. Hell yeah, bro. Hope you didn't spend too much on it, and hope she ain't got nothing. I mean, Hydra against Goon. Hydra takes that. Faster attack pattern. The Goon can outrange.
To what he wants to do.
Yeah, and
The
Hydras
problem
are
is
also
that
faster.
If you're going against somebody who's going Hydras, this is eventually, I think, going to be stopped. And, you're giving up a lot of quick tech when you do this as Best. You're supposed to have
She
a
was
cyber
so
support
psycho when
already
it came to
started,
any of the
and you're
women
getting
he's
ready
mated
really
with
soon
and
here to start, like, a Stargate, as an
actively attempted to kill
Well, I think
any of his
getting
children
out
that
here
weren't
and
hers.
identifying what you're against so quickly with a
But
build
Zeus
like
didn't
this
have the
is
memories,
really
so she's
kind
like
of
hunting
nice to
down
watch.
his
Really
children.
good micro, by the way. Really
my
superb
God.
micro. Takes out 3 of
Now
those
poo in
Zerglings.
your mouth, please.
You-
No, Lyle.
just for
I don't do
reference, 4
scat.
Zerglings can kill a Zealot
Like
without a loss
Hercules.
with perfect micro from the Zerg side. So that was really, really good from Best.
So the problem is that these next two zealots were supposed to be the what would swing the game in his favor, but Soma seems to have identified, and I don't know if it's because he saw the 2 zealots leaving or not, but he's just ready. So 2 more zealots are going to hide over here. Now, we haven't had Hydras made. Keep in mind, you might, as
Get gas,
Protoss think
Zerg.
that there's a layer being teched into.
What's your favorite
But
porno?
he's going to get these zealots out in pairs.
The Hentai
and two zealots
series.
can do a lot more than one. So he's going to run up over here. The Lings are all coming back. The next two zealots have been jettisoned out of the base. He's going to put them behind the minerals.
Especially
really
the ones
inconvenient
with,
spots. Oh my God, he goes double Stargate. Would you look at that?
God, I can't remember her name.
I've
the
actually
redhead.
seen with this build a lot of times a double Stargate follow-up, which might be very bad for him, obviously going up against the Hydra Rush. But
she's like a weird
nice
name.
little hiding place there for the Zealots, trying to make them as efficient
Why
as
is Asian
possible. I think just the fact that someone has Zergling
POV?
speed this quickly.
Why is he getting a
denying
third?
this
You're
much
too
scouting
greedy.
from the Zealots. It seems like a really hard position here for Best. I think as like he's going to clean up these two, and his Overlord sees all these Zealots leaving the base. By the way, he has a
Wasn't
really
including that in the story
Overlord,
yet.
so
When
he
Hera
knows
is
to
also
go hunt the next
reborn,
two.
she'd have her past
If
life
Best
memories,
doesn't
and she
identify
still
really
had that
quickly
yonder
these are
trait, which was
Hydras,
that
like,
aspect of her
he needs to
divinity.
build a lot of cannons quickly.
Yeah, Soma hid this really well. He basically
and he
did
saw
it.
the Hydras.
He's gonna get
He has
killed, man.
no idea. He has
yeah.
There it
now
is.
he knows. Now he knows. He's building like anti-muta cannons right now, which is absolutely
He's got
not what
one
he
cannon.
wants.
He's dead.
Yeah, so basically, Soma handled this game
Would you
perfectly,
fuck guys? Oh, 100%
and
Lyle, I'm by.
Best thought he was.
I love
the
some
reason why
dit.
he went
I
for double
love me
Stargate is
some
'cause he
dit.
didn't see any Hydras before.
Soma
basically didn't show them, and hit it perfectly. And the idea was that Best would completely blind hard counter a player that would tech into mutas, but that's not the game we've got here. And once those cannons fall at the entrance, like we've seen here, it's almost impossible for Protoss to recover. Hydras can just kite Zealots forever. And of course, cannons don't warp
Fucking
in
here
fast
somewhere.
enough to matter. You've got air weapons coming and one Stargate, one Corsair out of two Stargates.
There it is.
The probes have to tank damage. The problem is that there's going to be so many more Hydras.
I'll bring it up
here
when the
that
fight's
I just
over
don't
and the
think
game's
it's gonna
over.
matter. I think there's not enough other things you can throw in front of these cannons.
Hydra
to
push,
save
keep
this,
going.
and
Hydra
that's
just outranged.
exactly
There
why
it is.
Best is gonna lose.
So
GG,
Smokey made this
game
for
two
me.
goes to Soma.
It was really interesting that he chose the second gateway build there, because we have seen that from time to
GG.
time. And he did it after the gas went up. So, like, maybe he thought, yeah, this might be like quick layer or something. Maybe I can put pressure on. But just the fact that Soma had Zergling speed and could deny the Zealot
good old
scouting
Smokey.
that hard. If he had slow Zerglings, I think Best probably figures out what's going on. But really, really counters what Best was up to. Best had ideas. And really, he thought it was Mutalisks, without question. Because Zergling speed pairs with Mutalisk builds all the time. Like, that's just, if you see Zergling speed, you're like, okay, it's probably a Mutalisk build. But well done there from Soma. He brings the truth,
Didn't
the
notice he had
strength
cracklings.
of 3-hatch Hydra to bear here against Best in game number 2.
You know, it's crazy. Like, that was actually a pretty tough game for Soma. He really did a good job disguising what was happening.
Things
Best
with
going for the
speed,
double
yeah.
gateways, trying to
They're just
basically geek out a
speedlings.
little bit more
Cracklings
damage.
have
You know,
the
a lot of times when
adrenaline
you're doing
upgrade.
that, one of the core ideas behind it is that you're going to know what they're teching to because you're going to find it. But he did a really good job of just never morphing Hydras at the third base, never showing anything that, you know, would give away what's happening. And, you know, a lot of times in StarCraft, what you don't see tells you what.
All right, it's over decades since
right?
such a
So
brutal
he
war.
thinks,
Yeah.
okay, Speedlings. We saw early gas. He's going to go for Spire. I am going to go for the double Stargate and basically counter him once he finally gets his Mutalisks. Or even just Scourge across the map. And it did not work out, dude. It did not work out. We're going to go to map 3. Let's see who takes the lead now
Well
in this
over,
best of
almost
7.
2. Time flies when you're having fun. Next thing you know, we'll be, you know. I don't even want to think about it. Yeah, don't remind me
Okay,
exactly.
we've got Best in the top right, Soma in the top left. And, you know, Best's play, I guess we shouldn't be that surprised. This guy has the biggest range of build orders in this matchup. It's funny because in PvT, he has a very specific approach. You know, he busts the Terran and does it better than anybody else. But in this matchup, man, he just has so many different ways of looking at the matchup. And these have been two extremely unusual games here. I don't know what to expect in the rest of the series.
Really, it's just been a lot of zealots so far, and we definitely
Yeah,
saw
Best
already
hasn't
this
really
season,
done
like a lot
anything.
of minis play was very, very zealot based. Overall, I feel like the matchup was trending more towards Rain style, where you go a little bit less zealots, maybe quicker Dragoon range, and a stronger mid-game push.
That's what you were
But
trying
it
to
really
say.
feels like we've kind of returned to the basics of lots of zealots in this season. And of course, you know, the double Stargate. We've seen more double Stargate in this season than I think any other season that we've done in all the ASLs, probably. And that
What's up,
even,
Callie?
I would even include way back, like around ASL season 2 or 3 or something, like mutas were like every single game. And I still feel like we're seeing more Stargate.
Crazy Zerg.
Yeah, a lot of different types of 2-gate Stargate. You know, I mean, that was a very different 2 Stargate. Let me rephrase that. There's
Yes,
been a lot of
muta are
different 2
still every
Stargate
single
play.
game.
Yeah.
Pretty much
that we've
every
had.
single
We've had
game.
it off of, you know,
Pretty much. Crazy Zerg
Gateway
is when you
expand
skip
openers,
mutas,
Forge expand
you
openers,
skip
but that was like a
lurkers,
double
you
gateway
skip
double
defilers,
Stargate, which is
and you go
interesting. It just
straight
shows that,
into
you know,
Ultralisks, and you go
that-
Ultra
and
Ling.
We've seen it fail a lot in previous seasons, which is why it's funny.
That's why
on
it's
the
called
rise
Crazy
even now,
Zerg, 'cause it's
but you can
fucking
see
crazy.
It still will blow up in your face if you're not ready for Hydra Test.
But you'll have like
really have to
Ultras
know,
by
and a
like
lot of
8 or
times you know
9
ahead of
minutes.
time
It's fucked.
that you're going to be
Then you
doing
just
this fight,
overrun
because
them.
otherwise you will sleepwalk into
Yeah,
a
it's
position
called
where
Crazy
you just
Zerg.
don't get to play your game at all.
I would never skip
you know,
Defiler against
that's
T
the
unless
nature of a lot of
you know
builds
you
that
can
are
pull
occurring.
that Ultra Rush.
Right now, as we watch StarCraft continue to go through metagame changes, where
Yep.
so much
That's why it's
of
called
what
Crazy Zerg.
higher level players are doing is
'Cause
like
it's crazy.
this
Why would anyone do
very,
it? But it works
nebulous
sometimes.
Looking pressure-based.
It just
play
catches people
where you
off
have to
because they're
really
always trying to
have
prepare
deep
for
game
mutas,
understanding to
and they've got
realize
like
where you're able to eke
crazy
out
is
some
an
of these
understatement.
ideas.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like it's much less straightforward than like making.
You're literally doing the stupidest thing you could possibly do. Get the first unit and the last
should
unit.
be occurring and how I deal with that type of thing. And so
Wait,
it's
I
like-
thought Queen was
it's
gonna
pretty
play with
wild
you
to see
now,
and very,
Callie.
very fun.
Because
I
I
love
wasn't,
the
and
way
it's
that
not like
StarCraft is
4 hours.
evolving
It's
right
like
now.
6 hours from now.
Yeah, it's
Probably.
really cool to see. This is the gateway opening, and the idea
It's
is
gonna
that
be
you just
a
need to make sure the
long
ramp is sealed
stream
up.
today,
That's why there's
guys.
2 probes and a zealot there. By the
We
time
also got to
that
play
third
Path
zealot
of
pops
Exile
out, you're
because
fine.
patch 3.1 came out. So I'm hoping,
Yeah, and those
I'm
space
hoping
ramps are
Smokey comes
actually
back,
a little
guys.
bit
I'm hoping
wider
he was
than
just
ramps on,
joshing
like,
around
a lot of
yesterday,
other maps.
forcing me to stay live longer out of
jungle ramps are like really kind of
what's the word?
notoriously small. In fact,
Not
we don't
spite.
really even see jungle ramps that much anymore. I don't know if you've noticed, but we use space tile set a lot more
Guilt.
than we used to. It's
He's
actually
guilt
like the most
tripping
popular
me
tile
into
set right now, I think.
staying live.
Ooh,
Skip
good
the
escape from
only
probe.
ground unit
And he
that
made
counters
the core
tanks.
over here at the entrance. So
Missing my boy
you know, there's
D-Not.
gateway expand
Yeah,
when you go
D-Not
into
hasn't been
Forge
here
right
in
after
a
that,
couple
and
days.
there's
I mean,
gateway
people come and
expand,
go,
you go into
right?
core first, and
They have the
Forge just a little
lives.
bit
They have to do
later.
their own things,
And when you
right?
make the Forge later,
They might be
so
in a
it's not
weird
part of the
time
wall that we're
zone.
seeing here, your upgrades are safe.
Could have been. It was
But,
just the
of course,
weekend,
you
and
know,
now
they
it's
go mass
weekdays for them. You never know.
And try to just damage the outside of your base.
I don't think anyone should
It's
be
a little bit harder to
obligated to
defend,
come
right?
hang
The
out
later
in the
the Forge,
stream.
later the
I mean,
cannon,
it'd be
the
cool if
later
they
the cannon,
did.
the later you are
Like, Sean's
securing
here almost
everything
every day,
else. And so
but
these lings out here
you
in
know,
the front are going to be a real threat. It looks like he
never an
is going to be able to
expectation.
kill that one zealot and get
you
away.
gotta work on your own work. You gotta
Well
work
done
on
there
your own
from
work.
Soma.
You gotta do your own thing.
Good to see he can, in fact, target down a zealot that's hurt. He has his layer going up.
Best
at
thing
that
you can
third
do
base
for me as a
location. So
streamer
little
is
bit-
take care of
little bit
yourself
harder
so
to
you can
scout,
watch me longer
than at some of these
in the
other
future.
spots. Still kind of chasing that probe away.
It's the
And,
will
I mean,
to
everything
want to
looks
watch me that's
pretty normal overall
actually
this
what's
game, I'd say.
important, right?
So we've got the probe.
What do you mean,
retreating
no,
back
Callie?
Up into the main here to try to see.
Are you saying I
scouting
forced?
intel.
I'm a robot. I
And
don't
right
need
now
to
this
take
game
care.
looks
Oh,
very
you don't need to take
standard.
care of yourself. Oh,
At least
okay.
compared to what we've seen previously here.
Well,
The
I'm
cannon's gonna
AI,
finish
so
up
I
at
don't
the
need to take
entrance.
care of myself. So,
We
Callie,
do
we're
have the layer
twinning.
made in a kind of weird location. Best is not able to scout that yet to know.
Yeah,
but
I
you
love
gotta
it when they
wonder if
do
he's
weird
gonna check
layers and
down
he's
there
gonna
in
drop.
time.
Yeah,
And the
Spire.
This is a funny spot to put the Spire.
Why is it
Why
so
he
far
putting
in
it
the
there?
front?
Yeah, I think he's just trying to get it scouted as late as humanly possible. Like the Corsair will fly over the natural.
Oh, because the Corsair's gonna go down the side of the map, so we put it on the. See, that's meta level mind games.
Puts it on the map or something, it flies down over the layer, but misses that spire.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's
I like to think that somewhere out there in our universe, this is actually happening.
That's a very kind of tricky.
Agreed, Ninja, but then I think like the terribleness of what happens if that ever comes to us, and aliens start to involve us, or we get caught in the crossfire of their wars. Right? Smart. Jesus.
Meanwhile,
still coming up with tech decades later. Yep.
Then he sees the layer, and I assume sees the spire, so he's going to cancel both. Wow. Okay, so a really deceptive setup here from Soma. Keep in mind that
this is the level you have to be on to be a world champion.
So, the spire could be a very easy target if there's any opportunities for aggression here. I mean, the spire is basically hanging out in the wide open. It's not tucked away somewhere safe. It's not part of a wall-in.
Yes.
I don't know how much that matters, depending on what tech Soma's going to go for.
That is like the rotation of like the rock, paper, scissors aspect.
Keeping your spires.
I too am
right?
extraordinarily humble.
That sentiment.
Who's humble, Callie?
Yeah, look how
I'm a piece of shit. I'm not humble. I'm a fucking. I'm an asshole.
Oh my god. I don't think you save it here. I don't think there's any.
See, and this is why it's bad. This is why you don't do it. It's a good idea in a meta level thing, but yeah, there goes the spire. Now, if you'd had it in the back, the thing is, if he had put the spire in the back, Fish, the spire still would have died.
And went and killed the spire. So like,
I remember back then.
This is a very funny looking game.
So like. Zealots or tanky. Zealots are so bullshit units.
I didn't realize we were gonna have the spire get killed.
Play against the computer, they send 12 zealots against you. You can't play a normal game because you have to worry about these 12 zealots coming after you.
And try to do some damage. Obviously,
it's so annoying.
Made in mass. The spire has to be.
Or you can just take one Zergling and run them around in a circle for a while.
5 is a decent number. You can one-shot probes with that.
Because Fish, when you're playing against the AI doesn't actually require minerals. So they can make units at the beginning of the game at an extremely fast rate. So they can basically send 12 zealots to your base at 9 minutes into the game, which is not possible with the amount of minerals that you get at that time. And that's just like a functionality. Yeah, no, that's just broken, not a skill. Yeah, so it's fucking annoying when you're playing against Protoss against the AI, and it does that. It's like, well,
damage here in the main. The mutas can't defend.
And the only way to do it is to like bug the AI out, right? So you run it around in a circle and keep aggro on it, and then build a bunch of base defenses, or you run into their base with your army while you're running it around in a circle after you've run it across the map. So you have to use like techniques to beat it, right? Which is kind of good because it teaches you micro and how to play the game and stuff like that, right? But just like if you're trying to do like a straight up macro build, you'll just get crushed. And you main Zerg, so you can't even lift off and wait to counter. Yeah, and it's not like I build base defenses, and it's not like I get my tech up, and it's not like against 12 zealots in a line, you can take out like 100 Zerglings. So it's like, if I'm trying to copy a build like this, and I'm playing against the computer to copy a build in order to see the timings, it's fucking horrible playing against the computer. Specifically playing against Protoss.
The fundamentals.
So it's like training like that is annoying.
Overcome that sometimes.
But
it does.
That's just a fundamental aspect of the game.
Even when we started.
So I'd always have a loaded saved game of a Protoss that fast expanded. So I could just load that game, and the beginning would be a little fucked because I had to scout to make sure, like with a drone. So I had to sacrifice a drone to scout off the bat. But, you scout like 8. So like right as you make the Overlord, you send one of your drones out. And then if they've made a fast expand, you save. If they haven't, you restart the game. And it's like a 1 in like 20 chance that they fast expand. Or you could do like cheats and do like Black Sheep Wall and see, but then it would reveal the map instead of just having Fog of War, which kind of messes with where you've scouted.
It's not
Oh,
gonna be
Queen
easy
was
to
playing
snipe
No
that
Man's
much, but if
Sky.
you
That's
can,
why
you can
RTS
probably win
saved
this
Scum.
fight.
Yeah, legit fish.
Oh my god.
Hydralisk and Brood War
Very
were
good
broken
first
too.
size storm there.
Every
Dragoon's
unit is
starting to come out.
broken.
He's trying to protect
And every
Dragoon
unit has a
range,
fantastic
from being
counter
canceled
to
out
it.
in that cybernetics core. Not a very
They were
prominent
essentially
occurrence,
Marines
and we
on
see the
steroids.
Hydras
They were
trying to pick
Marines
off
with
the
permanent
cybernetics
stim
core
pack.
to stop range from Dragoons being made. That's like a really
And they can
rare
burrow and they can
circumstance.
auto heal.
But
Look at that
he's actually
damage, just
gonna get
boom,
it,
instantly
and
take it down.
pretty
They
damn
still are
powerful.
somewhat.
That's actually
Yeah.
that's shockingly good. You know, you're always
Plus
talking
one,
about
plus
how
one.
the forge in the main base, it saves your upgrades
Just
and everything.
downloaded No Man's Sky.
But,
Nice.
Like, I don't remember ever seeing this occur to someone who was mid-Dragoon transition and,
Oh,
and losing
DT.
that cybernetics core and thus not having
Too,
range
they have
for the
speed
units
boost
that he
on
wants to
creep.
make.
Yeah.
No, I can't think of a game where I've seen this happen, and it's one
Oh,
of those
he's gonna
things where
snipe the
as it
drone.
happens, you go,
Snipe.
oh yeah, no, that's going to be a problem. The Hydras just take out the core, and you know, Dragoons without range, they are
I
so
got
bad
him.
against lurkers. Like Dragoons.
Oh, there's
without
another
range,
one coming
it's
down.
crazy
He's gonna send
how much
another
worse it
drone,
is.
and there's
It's a
gonna be
garbage
another
unit overall.
fucking
It's a garbage
DT.
unit, man.
It's terrible.
Dragoons without range, like I don't even. No one cares about them. They're like slow Zerglings or unupgraded Marines. It's just like, yeah, this is nothing.
Right.
It doesn't beat anything.
And someone's going to move out on the map again here. Now, the lurkers aren't over there yet. I know we did have the Robo Tech coming. The core was remade, and Dragoon range has started.
Okay, he's gonna
But
get that
there's
one sniped.
basically an opening for
Oh wait,
someone
he
to try to
stopped.
come in here,
He stopped the
try
drone.
to-
Look at the mini map.
Oh, he's going to do a huge drop over here, and that's why the mutas are coming in like this. Oh my god!
I think
But
he
is this a
I think he
real drop?
knows.
This is so
Oh
awesome.
my god, it is.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that is a big drop. And he drops just enough here to really screw everything up. Burrows a couple of lurkers as well, spreads
High
them
Templars
out
are
of Sidestorm range of
constantly
each other.
disgusting.
Oh my god,
Consistently
man. Look at this, the lurkers
disgusting.
going up. But there are some well-placed cannons here that'll
From
help.
what
and
it looks like,
Best is
Team Brew
pretty
War is more
quick to get in
preferred
here and try to
over
clean this
SC2.
up.
Well, okay, the Storm in
Yeah, but the
SC2
Hydra is gonna hit
lasts
the third
longer,
base
but
and
does
there's
less
nothing to defend it.
DPS.
You know,
The Storm in
the drop
StarCraft
in
1
Zerg
lasts
System, right,
shorter,
is
so
hard
it
to deal
technically
with
does
because,
more
yeah,
DPS.
It's just hard to get your army moved around.
But just
in a game like StarCraft
overall,
Brood War,
StarCraft
you know,
2
you have all
Storm
these different
does more
control rooms,
damage.
things
It
bump
just
into each other.
it's spread
hard to get
out
up
more.
and down ramps. So
If that
third
makes
base
sense.
Is denied. By the way, it's a tight econ play here for Soma. He has not gotten his fourth base up. I think this is his second
Fine,
or third
no, it's
attempt
yeah.
to get that landed. The whole
I
play
think
here
it's the
for
third.
Soma.
We're gonna have an
is to
ad
run
in a
right
sec
up to
here,
the
'cause
front.
fuck
This is
ads!
Snipe observers if they
So you guys
are
might
there.
miss some
But
shit.
most importantly, burrow those lurkers and keep.
Or
the
I could
Protoss
pause it.
contained. Dragoon range is close to finishing. We know it's not done yet because the core is still spinning.
Eh,
But
where's
once
the
it's done,
incentive
it's
in
much harder
that,
to pull
right?
this
I mean,
off.
what?
So really, Soma has to act very, very quickly.
2 is
He's
easier
gonna
to
sack
get
these four
into.
mutas.
A
He's
lot of
trying to get
comforts
some high Templars. He does
are
get
make
one there, and he's
easy
gonna actually
to
get a
make
second as well.
play
That's
easier, but
incredibly
Brood
painful.
War
He
is
won't
the
get
more
this
skilled
third,
game. Oh man.
But those were very good pickoffs. To trade 3 mutas for 2 high
Goodbye,
Templars
everyone.
right now
Bye,
is
Callie. Have a good
amazingly
night. Take
good.
care.
And now Soma may be
I'll be
getting ready
playing
to try to
alone
push over this bridge.
for 4 hours. Callie,
Big storm.
why aren't you playing with Queen?
And you
No,
know,
it's fine, you
Soma's
can
not
run it.
quite able to get in here. There's a lot more Hydras coming from the bottom, but it does.
You let
feel
me
like
go
Protoss
that
has enough
easily?
zealots over
I'm
here as
kind of
well.
Fred. No,
There's not
Callie,
many
I
storms
just
that
can't
can
help
come
you,
in.
so I
Look
want
at
you to
Dragoon
enjoy
Arc.
yourself.
It's kind of insane. Does best actually have enough? It's
Hop
very,
on,
very
hop
hard
on
to say.
Discord,
Yeah, he's
Callie.
going to win the main battle on the left, but is there enough damage to actually eliminate his Nexus once again on the right? Because canceling out that Nexus is a very important part of the strategy. I think Best has enough to hold on to everything, just barely.
Yeah, he's just barely survived. And this means Soma is in a lot of trouble. Oh my god, the DT. We're going to get another deny up here.
Even though
He's been
Dragoons
so good
outnumber
about
them.
keeping this DT
Oh, they do
active
full damage
and
to
then
Dragoons.
hitting,
They
when
shit
he
on
can.
Dragoons.
He's gonna push
Hydralisk
across
completely
the map.
destroy
Now,
them,
when you
but
break someone who's
Dragoons
left
beat
containing you,
lurkers.
They are so exposed. They didn't invest in any of the defenses back home. Their whole plan was to just basically seal you up and punish you that way. Now the lurker is getting some kills over here on the probes, but
He's
mostly
softening
it's
them
just
up.
Damage. Meanwhile, this push is coming out, and look, he's got a lot of targets. He can go for that hatchery at the front below the hydrogen. He can go for the third base over here and all the infrastructure over there. It's going to be very tough for Soma to defend this. And remember, losing a hatchery is huge. That's a production facility.
Mhm.
You can't afford to have that lost.
Oh, he's
He brings
getting
up some Hydras
reinforcements.
for what looks like it could end up being a flank. flank, but
Welcome
that flank
back.
getting flanked by Best.
Still says
Some
17
side storms
seconds.
coming down. He's going to have to make an Archon as he loses all the Dragoons that got flanked there. But the next army coming from Best has I mean, it's going to be able to beat these Hydras at least and push them back. He did make extra Sunkens.
Oh, is
in
it
his
over? It's
natural,
getting
so I don't
close.
think Soma's dead right now. But
Soma's
Best
broke,
has his third
but-
base up and secured.
His
Oh.
Lurker's going to tiptoe forward here. If he takes out the
Oh, he
pylon, there's
finally
not
got
going to
it.
be any powered cannons, but it's saved at the last second. Zerg
He
is
needs
really
to get a
hurting.
fourth and a
There is
fifth
no
so
fourth
bad.
base. It's 3 base
Soma's
versus
economy
3
has
base.
been
You know,
fucked.
Soma survived that big attack, but
Where the
Best
High
is
Templar? He
really
sniped
far along in
them.
his tech. He's basically
He
at the
sacrificed
base
his
game where he's
Mutalisks
just
to kill
making his
them.
army stuff. He's kind of filled in all the
Country
tech
girl,
gaps. Maybe he
hey,
needs
how's
to
it
get,
going? Welcome,
you know, Templar
welcome.
energy or
Voice
observer
chat.
speed or vision, you know, stuff like that. But he's looking really comfortable. Zerg doesn't have a lot to work with. So
No.
Zerg needs to either
Yo,
win
what's
the
up, Callie?
game here, which looks hard
No.
to make possible, or you have to start expanding and taking bases, which
Can
I
you hear
think
me?
Best can attack out
Yeah, one
to
sec, you're just a little
and
loud
probably
there.
win the game with.
You can't
No.
really win
There
3
you go.
base versus 3
Why
base if
not?
it's up like that for a
Why
long
What's up?
time. So he is going to try to finish
Smart,
him off
you don't
once
want
again.
those
Comes in, has a
storm
lot of
problems.
lurkers
Yeah,
behind this little
that's
group
what
of Hydras
the
trying to push
Mutalisks
forward.
are for, is
And
to
this is a
snipe.
very zealot-heavy army,
Why
but
not?
I think he's got enough storm and
Yeah,
even really enough zealots to clear
yeah,
out these
like,
lurkers.
this
It
doesn't
looks
look
like
good for
Best is going
Soma.
to take this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Soma can last much longer here.
Storm
We're
is
gonna see
really
the
what it's
Hydras
all
run
about,
more and more.
right?
There's more zealots
Look at his
than there are
upgrades,
Hydralisks at this
2-1.
point in time.
Who is
There's nowhere to
this,
expand to. It seems like Soma was
Long
working the
day,
ideas
country
thinking
girl.
12
What were you
o'clock, but
doing today?
That's not going to happen.
Hello.
In fact, there's a very
Today was a good
realistic
day for me, though.
possibility that we just
Asmund
see
Gold came back to
Best actually
streaming.
expand up there and set
Yay!
himself.
We have Papa Asmund back.
Well, that would be really the game
Hello?
ending there. I think Soma's
What's up,
pretty much
Callie?
dead anyways. He's
Why
down like
isn't my
50 supply
controller
right now.
working?
He
I
just
don't know.
doesn't have a lot
What the
left
heck?
over. He's trying to micro back
I
these
know
Hydras.
Ghost or Terran's
You know,
answer to High
maybe
Templar,
too
but what about for
fancy of a
Zerg?
game
What's their
plan
answer to High
here
Templar?
in game number 3.
Mutalisks.
Best
You use
just
Mutalisks
kind
to
of figuring
snipe
out
High
all of his
Templars.
tricks over and over and over, and Soma
Wait a
unable
minute.
to.
He did it
What
earlier. He
take
ran to his
advantage
base
that he
and
was
sniped
looking
like
for.
7 Templars with his
No.
mutas.
Yeah, the lurkers are going to hatch
But
over
the
here.
problem
I
is,
don't think they're
he
gonna be able
didn't
to
keep
get
making
that much
mutas
done.
because he doesn't have a Spire.
This is confusing.
Crazy
So,
game here. I mean, Best really
yeah.
played.
My
That's where
controller-
sacrificing
pretty
things that you
perfectly,
can't
honestly.
remake
Some
is
games,
bad.
You know, I think Soma made the game perhaps a little bit too complicated. I think there's nothing wrong with just doing a solid build.
10-hour shift,
and
then
not trying to
dinner
play,
out,
you know,
then
a 4D
Bible
chess
study,
move that's so good
and just
where
got home.
Really, a lot of that's
Damn, that
just
sounds
hinged
like a
on,
long day,
did they
country
scout
girl.
thoroughly? Yeah, they did.
Well, now you're at home, and now you're chilling, and
Your
now you're good to
P-Tech is
go,
like
right? We're watching some
hanging out
StarCraft,
like a
having
ball
some
sack
fun,
here.
fucking
It's
around,
vulnerability. You know, you
sitting
there's
down,
never seen a spider there
relaxing.
ever.
How was
It's never
Bible
been part of
study,
a
though?
wallet. It's too important of a building.
Yeah.
And you know, from there, Best just sees the situation. It's kind of hard to imagine that happening in an ASL for a fight to get to the final four. But he goes, okay, free Spire, great, kills it. He did a great job with that DT. We couldn't mention that enough. Basically, just running down there and killing
This
off.
drop
those,
was pretty good, but it
drones
wasn't
making the
enough.
hatch. This was a pretty good.
You have to make
setup
sure
from
you
Soma. This
micro
is
the muta. StarCraft is a game
basically
of
showing
cost. Does your
why
sacrifice
Soma's
cost
such a
less
strong,
than the
scary
waste
player.
storms?
But you know, Best was so on top of it with these
Yeah.
Corsairs first of all. So he's going to kill every single
True
Overlord.
fish.
And we're about to see the Zerg get supply blocked here. The Lurkers never really got to the probes.
Yeah, see, the Lurkers
I think he
needed to
definitely
be
killed
in
maybe a
those
couple
probes. If he
here,
had
but
killed
mostly
all of those
he
probes,
killed
this would have been a
Overlord, supply
completely
block
different
Zerg.
game.
And the best Zerg could do was to punish this third base, but because he's supply blocked, he can't make Lurkers. So this moment where you're supposed
Yeah,
to
oh my
contain
god, I
him,
didn't even
suddenly
think
you
about that.
can't.
But yeah, you can't make Lurkers because you need
I tell
supply
you,
for that.
The drop part into the main base, I think, is really part of what went wrong. Like, he needed more damage
Good,
than
we're
that. Maybe he could've
focused
dropped
on the
a little
geographic and
further
cultural
in,
significance of
but
a
those
loop,
cannons did a great
so it's
job. Best
pretty
was
in-depth.
really quick getting his
Interesting.
units into that main base. Very good defense there
Exactly, it
from Best.
would have been
Great
on the
job
back end.
sniffing out what Soma was doing, and now he leads 2-1.
No,
We're gonna
my
go to a quick
invincibility.
break, and when we come back,
So,
I have no idea what I'm doing.
what are you doing in No Man's Sky? Are you playing Rivals, Callie?
I'm playing Rivals.
Who are you playing?
I'm playing the ninja person, girl, woman, ninja, purple hair.
No idea who that is.
Her name is Psylocke, and I have
Thank
no
you for
idea.
waiting, everybody.
Psylocke?
We're going to go into our next
Psylocke,
game
yeah.
here, and what's been a pretty poppy,
Alright, never heard that.
pretty I mean, fast-paced
I heard that
series, at least
before.
so far, doesn't mean it can't change.
I'm getting targeted
into,
now
I guess, what
because
we kind of
someone
expect the
saw me.
PvZ
Who do you
to
think
be,
I
which
should
is
play, Callie? I
normally
want to play a support.
Protoss is pushing, Zerg's trying to hold it off. it's been a crazy set of action-packed
Or like a
games for
healer.
Gnosis.
It really has. It's been kind of a wild series. Not really how I thought it would open up here today, but I would say between the two, I definitely feel like Best is playing a little bit
She's an
better
X-Man.
overall.
Oh.
He got caught in game number 2. You know, he had kind of a teched out build himself, but overall he's just seemed a little bit more solid, a little bit more stable with his play. I don't feel like we're seeing Soma's absolute best here so far, but maybe that can change. We're going to go to a map that I think is going to be pretty darn good
healer,
for Best.
Mantis.
What the
And that's going to be
heck?
Roaring Currents, our island map.
Yeah, let's see what happens on a map like this. You know, it's... Well, I'll get into it in a second. Here, we're gonna
Loki
go into
sounds
this game
good.
now.
I've heard
Right
Mantis
now,
is
Best
really
in the
good,
lead
though.
Here in this best of 7, but that could change as we go into this map. Let's go.
Man. I have an idea. No.
Cheer got messed up. You're gonna do it? Uh-oh, somebody's not getting a cheer.
Drop the ball.
Uh-oh. Loki
yeah,
is
they did the
mint
countdown.
stealing
Wait,
people's ultimates. Really?
The,
That sounds OP.
Okay, so we've got Best in the top right.
I could
Soma
get
in
me
the
some
bottom left.
deception,
So,
some
we don't know
illusions,
what role
and
the islands are gonna play on a map
some
like this. I mean, there's a lot of different
pranks
ideas
at my
at play here.
own teammates'
you know,
cost.
Protoss versus Zerg, if you're on one of these like old island
Nah,
maps
I
that's
was
got
gonna
a
heal
great
you,
freedom, literally island hopping, Protoss is
but
better. You know, Corsairs are just great
Yeah.
because they're the anti-Zerg unit, right?
But you
And
can't
so the
heal.
fact that you get that out right away,
Exactly.
it's tough for Zerg. But you know, on a map where you start out with a landmass, and we do know, even if you go for
Loki is my
Corsairs,
favorite
there's
Nordic
periods where you
god,
have to
much
respect
more
the
interesting
Mutalisks,
than
you have
Thor.
to avoid Scourge if you're going to commit into double
Yeah, I think
Stargate,
Thor is a
Scourge
very
giving up a lot.
one-dimensional
We know
character,
we've
like
seen that in
Superman.
plenty of games. Maybe there's a world where Zerg can also try to dominate islands here. Or maybe we could even get a game where the islands are kind of split evenly among the players.
Yeah, I think it's
Thor's the good
you gotta
son.
kind of look at like, okay, is the
The-
map going to be
the, like,
primarily
you know,
like air?
the guy who
type
follows
units
the
battling
rules.
Each other? Is it going to be ground and air? Because like
What
if
am
you
I
can get the
doing?
Defiler involved, Zerg
They hit a checkpoint
will end
and
up
it's all
winning
my
that, right?
fault.
But like, let's say it's just flying units.
Ooh,
versus
he's gonna
flying
sneak
units.
his drone back here so he
Corsairs
can
do outscale Devour or Mutalisk. It's that simple, right? Just like
Get the
thing is,
hatchery
you never
down.
Get games that look exactly
don't
like
like
this.
this
You'll have
game.
bases, you'll have units on.
That's
the
why I hate
islands
playing
if the
competitive
islands get
games. That's
taken,
why I like
so,
playing support, because then it's like,
not
hey man,
something
I'm
to
doing
drive,
what
it's
I'm
not a
supposed to be
pure
doing.
island map,
I'm
which I
not
think is the most important
carrying.
part. Last
I'm
time we
not
had that
supposed
on
to carry.
Sparkle, you know, they tried to fix the
Even
Zerg
if I go
problem by
21 and
giving them that
11
extra geyser,
or
and it just
21 and
completely broke it.
5 on Sona,
So,
Yeah, I mean,
it's
I
like
appreciate
you can't
the
finish
effort,
him off
but
as
I
the
think this is a
ADC and
better
you die and I take the
to put
kill. It's not
islands
my
in the
fault.
game,
What the
because
fuck?
What this does is it still gives you the backbone of a land map, right? So we're seeing like a normal opening here. It's a gateway expand.
You don't
by the
make
way,
it
here
easy for
Protoss,
me to heal you. You won't
where,
get
Zerg
healed.
is going to go for hatchery and then pull in.
Yeah, you got to
gas,
be a
but,
team player and not a fucking
you know,
turbo
having
turd.
islands that are
A
suggested and kind of forced upon both sides later on, and that's the case because there aren't that many more bases. You basically have four bases total,
stay with
including your
my
starting
team
location,
even
to
though I'm
expand to.
supposed to be
There's
in
no
the
shared
back or
expansions that
something
aren't
or
islands
whatever.
either. So, you know, it does create a situation where you start out with a normal-looking game, and then
I hate
eventually you
everything.
have to tack into a game that's oriented towards island control, which I think is a good idea. I hope we have more maps with this kind of main idea, because I think this is, so far, looked pretty fair and interesting, but still something that we're going to have to flesh out through more and more games with pros.
Yeah, and it should be mentioned those additional 2 bases that you have outside of your main and natural on your side of the map are low on minerals and on gas. So you can take those, and people generally do take those pretty quickly. But yeah, they will run out pretty quick as well, which kind of forces you into island play if the game goes long. So
I
here
don't
we have
like
the
this
first
rocket
Zealot
raccoon!
pressuring, and the Zealot is at least going to be able to scout the layer.
Bite his tail off.
This is a 2-hatch layer out of Soma. You know, generally
What's he gonna do
considered a
without
bit
his
cheesy,
tail?
But yeah, it's hard to say exactly how that'll play out. It was a little bit popular for a while to go 2-hatch meta against Protoss, but it really didn't stick around for very long.
Was once to Amsterdam.
Yeah, this is
Why
pretty
can't you
cheesy.
do
You got to be
it?
careful when you play against this.
Fucking
because
hate this
You
shit.
see the layer making,
What
you're
just
thinking
happened?
mutas. It could be something.
The zealot running away
Oh,
from the
people are
slow
gonna
lane.
scream at me.
After it's
Wait,
killed
wait,
off
wait, wait.
into,
I
like, a
can't.
lurker
I can't do
bust.
this.
I don't think that's what's going to happen, but
Can't
you
do
know,
what, Callie?
Protoss never
Audio
knows
off.
for sure, right? And that's always the challenge.
No one's gonna scream at you,
maybe
Callie.
you have
You're good.
sucking.
The idea is
You're
to,
good.
You know, power up with mutas early on, and then maybe try to take those.
Carry.
islands.
Why is the carry
What about
0-9?
He's just running in and killing you right now.
Oh
What about that
shit.
idea?
It's like, what if we never
Oh,
had a building blocking
shit.
this? That was so weird. It was like he was ready to make a building there, but the Lings just got it. Artosis,
Uh-oh.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, this.
Yeah.
See, and it's a back and
Actually,
forth. Of course,
this game
he's
will
dead.
end because
He's dead.
Yeah.
No, yeah,
This
he's
is
dead.
I was actually
Look at the
joking
Lings
around.
coming across the map. He's dead.
There's like an invisible cybernetic score that's blocking the entrance. Protoss have new
Yeah, he got the
technology.
cancel.
No, there just was a big gaping hole.
He, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
and he's still got more Lings on the way.
belief.
Look,
Like, he has his cybernetic score.
and he's sending even more. He's just all in
So
at this
like,
point.
he's playing really greedy. I guess he didn't want either building
That's why you don't Nexus first.
to
I
be
guess
picked
he was
off or
affected
whatever.
by that core that was picked off later.
God.
GG. Going down as one of the worst.
Be on the
games
back
of all time.
end
After we
here.
spent all
Let's
this
see if
time
he
setting
has
up what
a
might happen.
sweeter
And you can't
answer.
even blame Soma. He just gets there and he goes,
I'll come play
that's
with
weird,
you
your
later,
ball is
Callie.
not
I'm about to
finished.
eat dinner and wanted a break
Yeah.
from
you know,
it.
when you teach somebody PvZ, if you want to teach someone who's
Yay.
like, you know, maybe a good StarCraft 2 player or a good Age of Empires player and they're trying to
Nice.
switch over,
GG.
oh yeah, he's not happy about that. The first thing you teach them is the wall.
Lol.
It's the first thing you have to learn. Okay, it's pylon on the bottom, forge in the middle, gateway on top. At least if it's going to be a wall in that's going, stopping something from left or right. And he basically just he made both of his tech in the main.
Yeah.
Which is, okay, great, man. Now this can never be sniped. But you also can't stop things from attacking your entrance. Maybe he wanted to make a pylon there
I'm
to
dead.
seal that up.
I'm
No,
not dead.
Callie.
Yay,
You
I'm
see why the
alive.
build order works the
I
way it does.
refuse to die.
Yeah, that
I will never
I'm
die.
So deeply disappointed by
crazy.
that game. Like Roaring
When I
Hearts,
play.
I want to
Like,
see
I
some
just-
crazy PvZs
I will
on,
do whatever
and
it
it's
takes
like
to make sure I
every
don't die.
Protoss game
Basically
I've
went
seen
fast
lately
expand and
is
thought it was
Protoss trying to
sweet.
be a bit too greedy and Zerg just killing
Yep.
them. I
Yep.
swear to God.
Right.
Yep.
Like I've watched
So many times. That was like basically all of last season. Everyone went Nexus first
play
and
it
Soul
as a
Key killed
normal
everyone.
opener and then abuse the fact that you have Corsairs.
Oh,
okay?
I have a melee attack.
Like, come on, man.
Really?
Come on.
That's crazy, Callie.
Well, it's crazy.
Congratulations.
Moving
Even
on.
Tasteless
Forgetting that
thinks it's
last
crazy.
game. We're gonna go into this next one.
Crazy
How
Zerg.
fast this is moving, by the way.
Yeah.
I feel like
2-2.
we're barely having any time to unpack these. That's right. It's match 5. It almost didn't feel right saying it was game 5, but we're already here, guys.
Also, wouldn't recommend
Map
Mantis as
Dominator.
a main healer. She doesn't have any high heal output. Oh shit.
So both players sharing the left side of the map. It's a 3-player spawn. The third spawn
No.
location is in the
Sorry,
right
Queen, I missed your
section.
message.
Bubbles back
And my
to
God,
it.
man! I mean, we're barely having games where Psystorm is even displayed.
So yeah, maybe
You know,
I'll try
things are
Loki.
ending so fast. But I think Best needs to clean up the early game a little bit there. That was so. You just don't see that ever happening.
Unless
bro.
you have God aim and you're
Because
getting
you're
headshots
breaking
like
the
crazy.
fundamental
No, I have
rules. You do
shit
have to have a
aim.
wall in, right?
Like I have like the
So,
most
a
unsturdy
lot
hands
of-
and
I
like
find this
jerky
to be the
movements.
case.
Like
in my opinion, a
no,
lot
I
of
do not,
pros
and I'm blind.
play maps that are imbalanced
So, yeah.
incorrectly by a huge margin.
I need a character I
Like,
can
we
just
saw
point
this
and
a lot
click.
in Monty Hall, Protoss vs. Terran, because Monty Hall is considered Protoss favored. It's very hard to hit your pushes. Everything switches
Over
lanes.
Loki,
In
decent
this
kill
map, it should be
DPS,
Protoss
and
favored
that
against Zerg.
alt
You have all
chef's
these bases
kiss.
that Zerg's gonna have a hard time
I'ma
stopping,
kill
and you
this
have the
flaming
high.
Damn, that's a fucking
which means
Hydralisk.
Hydra Bust is garbage. But what we see from the Protoss players is
This
they will
flaming
do
hot
things
Cheeto dude is
like play
dead.
so unbelievably greedy. They're like, well, this map
Then
favors me,
maybe
so I'll
not
play greedy. It's
Loki,
like,
you
well, your
can't
opponent's gonna play
autopilot with
aggressive because
him.
the map favors you.
Well, not
So just
autopilot. I just
open
mean that I don't
normally
have
and
to
let
like.
the map win the game for you.
Like I'm not.
You know.
I don't have to.
can't
I
tell
don't
how
have
many
to get
games I saw in
headshots.
Monty Hall, like a
I just have
couple
to
seasons
point
ago,
at the
where
person, and as
Protoss
long as
would
like
just
I'm
go 4
on the
bases
person,
off of 2 games
I
or
should be
something. It's like,
fine,
dude,
right?
Just play normal and then let the map win.
I'd recommend Cloak and
Like, just
Dagger,
play
but
because
we'd
what are
be
we doing?
fighting
And we just saw that here. It's like,
because
no,
I main
best
her.
just open normal, and then it's like you have an advantage because he has
No
one attack
idea
path,
what I'm
and you have
doing.
Corsairs. Like, what are we doing?
I
Why
watched
are
a
we
video,
overthinking this and
but
trying to be greedy in
I
the
guess I'll
early
watch
game
it.
when you're the weakest?
I just have to
It's
practice,
insane.
I guess.
No, it's crazy. I mean, like
Like,
that
I'm on a
last
champion,
map-
I can either point at my
Why would
allies
you
or
hide
just point at my
both
enemy. And be
That
like,
map, you
either
have a
block
high
their
ground.
attacks,
When they attack, you're
debuff
probably not gonna
them,
lose to Hydra Bust.
or buff
You're fine.
and
Just put the
whatever
forge
my
out there, like,
allies.
just play it safe. You know, you're going to get Corsairs. The Zerg only has 4 bases. You know, there's if the game goes on long enough.
So it's
you're
like, you know,
probably
I don't have
gonna
to aim
beat
someone in the
Zerg players
shoulder.
if
I
they're
can
just
just
on
hit them in the
4
leg
bases,
or the
right? Especially if you
arm
can
or
get
the
up to 4.
torso or wherever. The
And
general
yeah, how do
blob
people
of their
hit
character.
and stuff get into Reaver attack. I just feel like
Honestly,
yeah,
not the
and
best
look,
teacher.
that's
I get
why we
angry if you
probably
don't
need
listen to me.
maps like that, or even that same map again.
I'm a terrible
to
learner,
keep
Queen, because I
testing
don't
it, 'cause I
learn
don't think
and
the
I don't learn
fundamentals of the map are
anything
bad,
until
but we've
everything
seen,
sets in.
Games
So I
where,
go
you
from
know,
like
the
shit
product
to a master.
half-baked.
Yeah, yeah. It, like, you know, we used to have this thing called Legend of the Fall, where
I'm
basically
angry!
what happened is
Attack
Protoss players were
allies
winning
is
in the
low-key,
fall months,
heal. Attack
in
enemies
the
is
old pro
low-key.
leagues.
Oh, I got
Way more
killed
often than
because
any
I
other
was
time.
Sounds
next to
good.
them.
That
Truth
sounds
of the matter
easy
was
enough
that
for me,
map makers
Learnfish.
would just be in
So
the
there's
Fuck
construct
yeah.
to make
you got
maps better for
space.
Protoss during
You
that
gotta
time
do
of the
the
year to try to
spacing.
get the rotation of races doing well.
And you
Because
gotta
Zergs and Terrans
aim,
won
and you
regularly
gotta
all the
make
time.
sure you're aiming.
Well,
What
it's
the hell,
easier with
man?
mouse
Like
to
they've been
aim
trying
than
to do that here,
controller,
too.
right?
Like, it's not that
But
these
it's like,
maps
I'm
are
just
so
not
anti-Zerg as
precision.
they are kind of good for Protoss just in general. And you can see our great
That's why
Protoss
I'm bad at
players are just
StarCraft.
really doing
I have
well
terrible
in 4 in the round
precision.
of 8, right? But then we see stuff like that, and it's like, I mean,
Tell you the same thing I told Callie. I recommend looking up videos
and you can't
and
get
watch
much more
pros.
help than a map that looks like that, where you can't be Hydra Bust and Corsairs are god tier. Like, so
I'd
I
rather
don't
just
know,
play
man.
the game.
I hope that he can kind of pull this together a little bit.
So
but
this throws
Not interested in
back.
playing
I don't know what to think
ranked.
about
I
this
just want to play the
series anymore.
game.
It's tied up 2-2. It's
New
been
York
super
City
fast
sewage
so
at the
far.
game, so do what Queen
Like
says.
a lot of flubbed games that are just like going one way really quickly with just
I do get
no
some
one having any
spanks as
idea what's
Loki.
going on one side. You know?
I just play to try to not die.
Totally.
You know, just
totally.
don't feed.
It's,
Don't feed.
A lot of quick kills. A lot of
And,
catastrophic failures.
you know,
Um,
you should be fine.
and in this game, I mean, look, for now, it looks pretty standard. We have the one zealot going across the map, second one moving out. You got to be careful when you send the zealots out. They can run in with 6 lings and get the cannon, but 4 lings is not enough. But you look, he forces a big evacuation of these drones. They're going to have to leave that third base and get transferred over to the natural. Excuse me, you
What am
can't
I
kill the cannon, but
doing?
you can still send 3 lings to run inside here and kill probes.
Ooh.
This is a problem.
Yeah, that's
I don't
that
like
is
this
a bit of an
Mantis. I'm
issue.
gonna
With
stay away
Zergling's feet
from
already done, gets 1 probe right there.
Zealot
This
versus
is it's going to be
4
dirty,
lings
but
in
you
Brood
know what?
War.
The Zealot getting a bit of counter damage too, at least.
Yeah, the lings are going to come up here. I mean,
That's
getting these
2,
probe kills
3
is really bad
probes,
for Protoss.
maybe
Protoss really
4
needs to have this
probes.
streamlined. I almost feel like there's a little bit more wiggle room for
Zealot
Zerg,
versus 4 lings
you know, to try
SC2.
to
I'm in
pull,
danger.
workers away, but like, one of the most important things in the whole game in PvZ is to
Unless
not
they have
let lings in your
+1. If
game
they have
for this
+1, they
exact reason.
2-shot lings, and lings are shit.
I love that he's going for the Hydra Bust follow-up as well.
Yep,
because
5.
the economy is already so hurt for Best here. He's lost has he lost 4 probes
5.
already to these
5.
3 lings?
I think so, yeah. And you know, this slows down everything. You have to be very focused on microing your
And they just
workers.
keep healing,
That means
right?
you
So
might
as
not
long
have
as the
cannons at the
longer you
entrance.
keep them
Everything's gonna
away,
be out a little
the
bit
more
slower.
they heal up.
Even if he's not killing probes, just running away.
And he's
stopping the
distracting
mining
Best
from happening,
so
pulling
much.
away. He's gonna
Oh
run in
my
once
god,
again.
what is
He's gonna
Best
go right
doing?
by. He's not going to go for the cannon yet. He's not going to go for the
this
zealots
could-
yet. Because
this-
now this many lings can fight the zealot.
Or 1-1 timing,
Suddenly
yeah.
You have to start
That's
making
why
cannons
+1
here.
timing attacks are so good,
So,
yeah.
I mean, Soma is sizing up to possibly take this game. Right now, Best is looking very weak. And it's why it's always so important that when you're trying to be active on your side of the map, you have to remember the Zerg has the same
I believe in you,
weapons. They've got
Callie.
the
You
same
got this.
tools. They can do the same.
What's your KDA?
That includes running into the main like this with the lings.
I
and just
have
killing
the
workers.
worst
And look,
KDA. I probably
you know,
have
he's
1
running around
kill
with
and
5
like
lings.
16
That's
deaths.
terrifying.
Shit,
this
bro.
is a lot of damage. It's still going on. The cannon's still not done.
As long as you don't have the
finish.
most amount of deaths on your
The
team.
Corsair is actually going to go for the Overlord, and I don't think he can kill it.
Callie crawls into the shadows
Now-
of the corner.
Ooh.
Don't judge
It's
me!
just so
And the
crazy.
Citadel of Adun is only
That's
just
why I
starting
play support
go
because
ahead. No,
I just
like
feed
literally
otherwise.
about 10 minutes ago, everything was looking up for Best. He was leading 2-1 on a
Yeah.
Protoss map, and here we are, like Ling's just getting his base 2 games in a row. you know, on a good day with a good opener, this Hydra Bust might kill you. And now the fact that he's lost like 8
Oh my
probes
god,
and
I think
all
I'm
this
Sorry, you play Yu-Gi-Oh? No, I've never really played any card games, Fish. Never really been in a I made my own.
Position is
I made my own card
here
games,
for best.
but I never
You gotta
played.
remember too, he can run up with the Hydra, start blowing up stuff in the front, and even send these 2 lings into the back.
I never played any, you know,
like there's
ones
a
you
lot
had to
of
buy
dirty stuff
cards
that can go
for.
on here.
I was like,
Now,
why
I don't
buy
know
cards
if
when I can make
Soma
cards? And me and my
has
brother
enough
would
to
make
crack
our
this
own
position
card
open
games.
Or not. I don't. Well, hold on. He thinks he does. Here we go. He's going
I
to move in
wonder
here
if,
right now. He's splitting this off. He's going to hit that first cannon. That's going to expose these buildings here on the outside, including the forge.
Yeah, he's not going to waste
Oh
time
my
with the
God.
second cannon either. Honestly, he might be able to run up and snipe that other one shortly here, but
Wait,
gonna
we
start
win?
dealing with the
Holy
wall. He's having a hard
crap.
time getting these into exactly the right position. Needs to hit hold position right there.
Yo, I think I learned
more Hydras
something.
coming up, and Best obviously in a terrible spot.
I
You see,
learned
he doesn't
something,
have that much
guys. I
money right
learned-
now. Having a
I
hard
learned
time
that
affording
I
his
should just
cannons,
try
and
to
his
keep my
forge is
health
going to
up.
go down.
Okay, he's doing a ton of damage up here.
I think
The
that's,
layer
I
tech
think
has
that's
started.
something I learned, guys.
You know, there's more Hydras coming up. Is he going to actually commit to this? He's going to take out yet another cannon. Now remember, when Zealot speed is done, they're pretty scary. Right now, he's going to basically hurl these Zealots into the Hydras because he needs the cannons back at home to finish.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. He is going to have 2 cannons up there by the time the Hydras come back in, but the Hydralisk ball is going to get really, really big here, where even the Zealots might have a hard time breaking through that with their Zealot leg upgrade.
Okay, so he's got the speed upgrade. 4 cannons is usually the number. Ideally, you want to have a wall in there. And he's going to go for it anyways. He's going to come up here and try to hit this. Remember, there's only 2 cannons done right now. So I think technically Soma can take this fight
Kalimdor is a
a
little bit higher
bit
up than
better.
it was
Oh, maybe
before.
not, actually. The Zealots are starting to really push through. But, you know, with the kiting, you always get the upper hand. And so
No,
here's
they're
what's
not in
unfortunate. He's killing the Zealots, which means
Yeah.
now there's nothing left over here. I think he can just kill him off here.
He's
The
very
cannons take a
close to
long
closing
time
this
to make.
out. Yeah.
Yeah. It's fascinating to see how he handles this, because like some of this feels like it's not the right way to do it, but then as you see the game pan out and you go, yeah, I guess you actually do just want to try to fight the Zealots as fast as possible. I guess he just has this mathed out where he knows, you know what? You actually can't. Okay, now
Wonder
hold
if
on,
they're
he kills the
downstairs in the
Overlord.
basement.
Is there a DT in the mail?
I don't know.
Oh,
If
but
he
yeah,
got
I'm pretty sure I
that
still
hard,
have them.
maybe? But
I
Soma
can
is just
do
breaking
this.
through. He does get
I mean,
supply
that shit
cap,
we were
but I
like
don't think it
8
really matters. I think this
dudes.
game is just over. Even if you had a DT come out
Yeah.
and there it is, I think you still
Layer
take too much
deck on the
damage here.
way. I
DT's
don't
not
remember
gonna
Zealots
recover
being
the
this
game for you.
good. Zealots are good if they're microed
Yeah,
properly.
I think every probe is going to be dead.
Every
before the
unit
DT
is good if
cleans
it's
up, and
microed properly.
That's really all you need to
It's
get.
the scariest part
More
about
Hydras
it.
are coming up.
What's
Second
up?
DT comes out, but the damage has already been
This
done.
voice sound
The
deeper
Protoss
than my
base is
other
a
one.
ghost town.
Slightly.
No probes there to help.
Slightly.
Oh, so safely
Fuck.
placed in the main as it should be.
That's like the difference between
Look,
this
he's going to just run
and
back
the
home.
difference between
He's
this.
killed off half the probes in the
It's
game.
slightly. But
No,
it's
like-
nothing
Coming.
like
Nice
this.
spread of
This
Overlord.
is what you're going for.
And he even has a
Do
small
you play
group of units to come
Command
in
and
here and
Conquer?
carry
No,
the
I've
Overlord.
actually
Look at
never
that.
played Command and Conquer.
Well.
Oh my god,
I
again?
think Bess is going to GG here very, very shortly. It
still
doesn't
getting
feel like a
used to
really
the
worthwhile
buttons.
way to spend his time. I think
Oh,
it's
I can
just,
do
it's
that.
0% to win with his
Okay,
two
I'm.
probes. You know,
I
he's going to run
understand
these
now.
DTs
I understand it
in, someone's
now.
going to block it.
Hell
It's
yeah,
like,
Callie,
well,
that's what I'm talking about.
Where do you go from
this.
here? You have no units
can
on the
do
map. Your economy is garbage.
This is how back and forth games
Someone's
can be,
getting all
man.
the upgrades.
Zed playing with his food. Yeah.
Yeah, it's this is not a recoverable position.
Bess is just
No,
probably
I mean, this
thinking
game's
about
over.
the next
I
game.
totally respect the Soma retracting and just like making
Soma
some
doesn't
drones
wanna
and
make any
Hydras,
wrong
getting his
moves,
tech
so
up
he's
here.
just taking it
he knows
slow.
that basically Best is dead, and he knows, okay, if I win this, I've got one more game I got to win.
Yeah.
This was a very tactical win, by the way. It looked like the trajectory of the game was going to be one where, you know, Protoss is going to have to play kind of an unorthodox game versus the Zerg. And a lot of that was going to be hinged on the 3-hatch Hydra rush, but the Ling run-by basically made it a tactical win.
What the
because
fuck?
Everything fell apart.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Best wasn't able to keep up. He's going to tap out
I have
here.
learned
The wave
nothing.
of
Oh my
Hydras
god, there
is
was a
too
head
much.
back there.
This is going to just plow through the map.
What's up with my
Go
accent?
up there, kill off this base. And you got to think, you know, each of these games have been so short. And
Pay
so
build
crazy.
up and you'll pay for it. Yep,
It's
they'll
now
have
gonna be
8
Soma
bases
going
before
up
you know it.
3-2 here. GG.
GG. Yeah, Best, you can see he's a little bit frustrated with himself.
All right, I'm
He
gonna
opened up the
throw
series
on
today
some
pretty darn
food. I will be
strongly, and then
right
just
back.
like Ling's getting by. You know, these are really fundamental things.
The best of 7 continues on. Soma is 1 win away from escaping to the round of 8. Best had such a strong showing. Very novel ideas. Some of them actually, honestly,
Why
very
this
old,
bitch
but
turn
kind of
into
brought
me?
in a very new way. We're talking about
This
build
bitch
orders
chose
and
my
ideas that were
champion.
from,
Now I'm the
you know,
worst
like the
one
year
on the
2000,
team.
the year 1999 that were then applied.
I'm the worst one in the freaking
here
entire game.
in 2025.
You know?
He looked
Man.
like he had the matchup figured out. He was
I don't know what
approaching
I'm
the
saying,
game in a kind of
actually.
weird and scary way that Somo couldn't exploit. But
I've
as each
been
game has
consumed
passed,
by
it
rage.
seems like
and
Best
not,
has either
the words that
cut
come out
too
of
many
my mouth make
corners
no
or
sense.
played a little bit too risky. And by the way, in a more modern way in some of these last games, and Soma's just punishing it. I think if Best is going to win here, he has to have all of the early game buttoned up. He cannot have anything loose and hanging out. He cannot make a misstep, or Soma's going to punish that. I think Soma, he has to figure out how to close this out before the game does get too far along, because Best is still a very scary player when it comes to that push play. And Artosis, you don't get to talk before this game, all right? That's how this works. Artosis, keep it down.
Wait a sec, I just ulted. Oh my god.
Brush your teeth. Good job for you, Fish. I always have a midnight or before bed snack, and then I brush my teeth before I go to bed.
Something long-winded to say.
I brush my teeth
let me
when I
talk,
wake
so-
up because my mouth gets fucked over the night because I eat so much dick. I mean,
We
what?
need to do our second plug. Anyways, just go to the Patreon, guys. Patreon.com/ASL English. Artosis, go ahead.
So if you look at this series so far, okay, we're 3-2, and I think the series can still recover. But if you actually look at the games, game number 1, 2-gate Zealot Rush wins. Game number 2, he tries 2-gate after Nexus, and a Hydra Bust just catches him off guard. Game 3, Soma does the most complex Spire hide yet, right? Where the Spire is out in the middle of nowhere and Best just kills it. That was the best game so far. Okay? And then we have Lings run by an unfinished wall. And then we have Lings run by an unblocked wall. And here we are. And it's like, what? This is the round of 8 of ASL. And these two are 2 of the best players in the world. But, like, so far, this series is a bit of a dumpster fire. It's...
Yeah, there's been a lot of catastrophic failures, man. It's kind of wild. I think we've had one game where we've seen Storm even cast.
Yeah. It was
and, you know,
game 3, the good game, where the Spire got picked off, man. When the Spire was in the middle of the map almost, and he just killed it with 5 Zealots that he had made randomly. Like, that was our best game.
Sometimes you win, sometimes you get this.
Trying to be too technical.
Sometimes you win, always I lose.
Yeah, you know, it's
I
crazy.
always lose, Callie.
This game, by
Which
the way,
means we should
Forge
fight, because that way I'll lose.
Can you cannon rush on
which
this
means
map?
you can win for
I
once.
guess Best is going to show us.
No.
He would know.
Why
By
not?
the way, that's a drone
He looks
scout.
like he wants to.
And the drone
I'm
went
offering my
around
sacrifice to you,
and
Callie.
saw the probe.
Why
on the
would you
left
turn
side.
that
So that was
away?
like kind of a weird moment. Oh man.
I trusted
Oh,
you.
man.
Hi, support
Oh my
streamers.
God.
Sure,
That's so
feel
crazy.
free to
He
do that
bugged
in the
out.
Shadow Realm.
No, I was just going to say he bugged out the worker on top of the original drone to get an extra hit. Now, keep in mind, he's being chased by 5 drones. He hasn't committed, right? In fact, he cancels the pylon. So, like, weirdly, I think Protoss comes out on top there.
Mind games with
That-
the
that
and it's like he still goes and does it. That would be
Canceled.
hilarious. If he still
You know, even when the
goes
cannon
and
rush
does the
doesn't,
fucking
you know,
cannon rush.
He still looks really strong. He's still able to make it look nice. There's no spire or a spawning pool.
They weren't even attacking me, I feel.
Yeah.
I was
that is
literally
really
just
late.
walking around,
I like
and they
it.
weren't even doing
I think Soma's gonna win this because
Like he, did a
he
drone
almost did
scout
like
that-
Nexus
that allowed him
first,
to see
right?
that, okay, this is
No, wait, he
This
did
is
do
Gateway
Nexus
3,
first, right? No, he did
you
Forge
know?
first.
And
Because he was worried. And
it's
that,
been a
see,
very
Soma
weird one, but
created
having
the
drone
worry, and
already
then he
there, putting some
capitalized
damage
on
onto
it by
the probe,
doing an
bringing 4
eco
drones
build,
down to make sure you could block
because
it.
Best is like,
Like,
oh, if
he's
he
not
rushes,
even
I'm
got
dead, so I have to make sure I don't
any
die.
chance of getting any sort of aggression on, and Best is sitting here making a cannon at home, probably.
And he's not letting him into the base. He needs to make sure that drone,
Guys,
that
gotta be
probe
somewhere
does
Protoss where
not
you
get
just
in the
don't
main
quite
base
know
and
what's
find that he does
happening
not have
in
a
this
spawning
game.
pool.
3 hatchery.
3 hatch
which is
before
also we've
pool.
seen more of in this season than any other season in ASL, which is very high
Said you're
risk.
a nerd, you play
But, you know, if you get
Civilization.
away with it,
No,
you're gonna be very
fish.
comfortable. And
I'm more of a science
what kind of
nerd,
game
not
do
a
we get
like
from here
gamer
exactly from
nerd.
Soma? The
right?
sorry, the
like I like
spawning pool's gonna
astrophysics.
finish,
I
but
like
then, like, does he want to throw down a den? You could still technically go 3 hatch Hydra off
quantum
of 3 hatch
mechanics.
first,
I
right?
like.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it just it.
You know
puts
what
your
I hate about
economy in
shooting
line a little
games?
bit better.
Everything
It's,
What?
moves.
3 hatch before
you
pool?
can't take
Yeah.
He actually
3
gets
hatch
the
before
probe
pool
up
on
and the
no
layered
scout
does
when the
start.
enemy built a
Of
forge
course, we
first.
can't tell 100% if that's whether that got up, and that's like why he did it
Why
or
does
something. I
everything
don't think
move
so. I
in a
think he was
shooting
probably
game,
gonna
like-
go for it anyways.
I know, Callie. It should all stand
But
still
Best
for us,
does
shouldn't
have,
it?
I believe, a zealot out here on the
Let
left-hand
us
side.
shoot
Yeah,
at them.
so not sure if you'll really get any.
I'm gonna make
more
a.
of that,
I'm gonna
kinda
make a
saving
shooting
to the
game
side
where you
for now.
can't move, but you can't do damage.
Stargate starting here. And
Yeah, build orders are powerful,
looks pretty
fish.
normal.
I'm pretty sure
I
Best
did
is gonna
expect
lose.
weapons
But
or ground
the
weapons
amount
to
of
be upgraded a little
time
bit
left on the
quicker
video
for Protoss.
says that this is either
Like, it
a
does feel
really,
like, you know,
really
without the
long
Stargate, I don't
game,
see-
or it goes to
I
game
see
7.
150 gas here for Best, so it's just going to be
'Cause
kind of
there's
an
still,
unusual
like,
attack
what?
Here. That's a crazy hiding spot for the Zealot, by the way.
Oh no, well, okay, maybe I'm wrong.
I think this is going to be double. Okay, well, I see a Citadel here. Is he going to go for fast?
Why am I
ET?
Oh, we're at
sitting?
120, not
You know, the
130.
weapons upgrade is later than it ever normally is. So this has to be a very different style of build. It can't be the kind of standard play we're used to seeing from Best here.
So you think maybe a quick Dark Templar?
Spoiling it for yourself.
Maybe.
Well, right now, the
Yeah,
Zealot being pulled
I figured
back
it didn't
into
go to
a
game
nice
7
little position
because
where
it's only an
Target
hour and
needs to get
50
good
minutes,
surface area, a couple more
and that
going up
includes
into
the intro
natural. Not a lot of
and
micro here out of
the
Best as he continues to push
the
forward
interview
against
at the
lanes.
end, and then the
Yeah,
outro.
the micro really going to the Zealot on the other side, and now some Hydras popping out. So at least he knows there are Hydras out on the map now, and he will
Fourth
be able
base.
to scout this 4th base as well. That's a very fast 4th base.
It's always going full eco. Full eco warrior.
You know, this Forge is still not spinning. This is blowing my mind. You know, upgrades are not something you don't need in the matchup. You know what I'm saying? It's not like oh, I mean, I guess you could all in or something, but this is just not a game that looks like one where you could ever go without
Start
this
spinning
upgrade
now.
here. So I'm kind of, and he just now starts it.
Full eco.
Right as
Make
the
sure you
Hydra's
can
here.
defend that eco.
But you know, it's kind of hard for Hydras to pick off a Forge at this distance.
Yeah, the cannons are hugging up pretty closely, so it's going to be hard to pick off those buildings.
I don't even know
But yeah, I like the pressure that he's putting on right now.
members of their
Did we just
team are
see a
healers?
cancel on one of the cannons?
See, that's the other thing. I don't know what the other.
he's read the
I don't know what
situation and has
any of the
decided, you know what, this is
champions
not-
do.
I'm not in
So
here
I
on the
can't
bus,
like
we're gonna go ahead
predict,
and buy
right?
some other
At least
things.
in League,
he
like
does
I
have that
knew
Templar
what
archive
90% of
stuff.
the champions
I'm actually
did because
really
I
interested
played
to see
them
if he
for
goes
like
for
ever.
like a quicker third
And when I
gas,
started
or
playing
something,
League,
or
like
tries to utilize
there was
that
only
cost.
like 50
Calm the
champions,
Calm the heck
not
down.
300.
Yeah, he does. There you go.
Really?
There you go. So this is like a tailor-made
really-
litmus build from Best. Getting that third gas this quickly means that he'll be able to field more gas units than you ever see this early into the game.
Your champion has been slain.
You know, it's
No.
It's funny, we've been talking about someone doing this for a while, and it just kind of never came up. But yeah, this is a tailored build for this map, taking advantage of that third gas that is normally just ignored. And you know, Protoss need gas in this matchup in some ways more than any other race needs gas in any other matchup, because you need to get all your upgrades early,
And
then you
Taku.
need Templars, and everything else you need costs gas too. You need Observers, you need Dragoons, DTs, Corsairs, you name it. The only thing that only costs minerals is Zealots. And so you would think that a map like this with 3 gases early is kind of the Protoss's dream. Like, would you not have the best possible 2-base army to push out with on a map like this?
I think definitionally.
Who's the funnest champion you've gotten a pentakill
is hitting
with?
the fourth base right now. Some mutas flying over.
Yes,
he does have
he
cannons
is the
coming up, but not
gas-hungry race.
exactly
They're
ready
like
as of yet. So
America.
definitely
They're
some
the
damage gonna be
America.
dealt. The mutas just fly right in and go after this cannon immediately. Uh-oh. This is not something I foresaw on this map, but the mutas going to get some real damage done here.
He got a wall of drones.
Yeah,
This is over.
This is so bad for Best right
This
now.
is over.
Because he's not able to milk this, you know, three.
And there, see the mutas for the Templars.
Comfortably here, and
That's
there's
what it's all
nothing to
about.
defend.
And there's another one.
He basically never
got
respected the possibility
pentakill.
of mutas
I'm doo-doo
post,
at
the Hydras
games.
coming in. So he
Really?
had, like,
Well, I
one
played
Corsair that was
League
still
like
out there. He has a
hardcore for
second
like
one,
8
over
years, and I
now.
probably got
And
like
there's the third, but,
10
you know,
pentakills.
He's never got more than one Corsair, basically. This one's gonna get killed, dude. He might just die. In fact, he's gotten some Templar kills. His Archon's low.
Callista,
He's gonna get another Templar kill.
Ari,
Oh.
Akali,
just completely unready.
Cho'Gath,
That's too bad because he had 2 cannons on the way. If those 2 cannons were done, he's fine.
Fiona,
and we get into actually a really interesting
Riven.
game with a build that we haven't really seen. But Soma jumping on him at just the right time.
Oh,
He's got 4
Maokai.
bases behind
Oh,
him.
the
He's not
Maokai
behind his
days.
But this is like dominating position here from Soma. Look at this. He's up 20 supply right now.
You can really see how Mutalisks can
I
just
don't
not
know if I've gotten a
respect the
pentakill
Archon.
with Sona or
They
not.
just kind of play
I know
keep
I've
them.
gotten a
The Bruiser
quadra
Path
kill
team is
as
pretty brutal,
Sona,
and
but I
frankly,
don't know if I've
Archons are
gotten a
one of the most
pentakill as
responsive units
Sona.
in the game. Maybe the most responsive unit that
Scrapped
Protoss
before
has.
the game came out.
They're really
Wish
easy to
they
micro, really easy to
would
move
have
around.
left
But
Twilight
the Mutas can basically
Archon
play
in
keep away
2.
and keep dishing out damage.
You mean the Dark Archon?
We've seen over 4 Templars killed, several Corsairs killed, resetting the anti-air. And
Yeah, I
this
think
is
it's kind of
behind
stupid
4
that
hatch-
Dark
sorry,
Templar
4 base
and Templar both
mass
become
Hydra.
Archons in StarCraft
I
2.
think a Lurker
I felt that
Containment
was
is
so
going to
fucking lazy.
Close this game out.
Oh, that makes sense.
In fact, it might just be mass Hydra Muta here.
But then
I thought
again,
maybe
do you
Lurkers,
remember,
but
Fish, the
I
era
guess
where
the
you
truth is,
Terran could pick
Mutas
up
are
their
still a big
siege
threat in the
siege
game.
tanks?
Yeah, why would you
with
not just keep doing this?
with
I
medevac?
feel like Soma can do almost anything
Looks to
here.
me that Zerg's
In
best
fact,
chance
he's
to
just
win is
gonna
through
attack
outnumbering.
in.
Well, Protoss'
Brings the mutas
chance
down
to
to
win
help
it,
snipe some of these high Templars as
win
well. They're going to
air,
get their storms off, but there's just not enough here.
win or
What a
outpowering.
strange
No,
series
they
that
were
we've
going
seen,
to
but
allow a
Soma's
high
like
and
on
dark
the brink
temp to
here of
make a
making top
Twilight
4 on his,
Archon.
like,
Oh.
debut season back in ASL after military service, just showing how incredibly strong he is.
Callie, what are you
It's
doing?
crazy.
You trying
This
to
is
seduce
maybe
me?
one of the weirdest best of 7s we've ever cast.
Yeah.
No.
And
why
I
not?
gotta say, I mean, you know, Soma really delivered. He really showed why he's such a scary player. It's
Well,
hard
anyways,
to
I
ever
had to
really
go check
get
on my
into
food.
a developed game versus a player like Soma. You know, Best went for some of the most ambitious, unusual teching games I've ever seen. I know he occasionally tried to lean into like very fundamental play, and that is when Soma won and looked the strongest. But man, you know, Soma is just maybe the scariest Zerg in the world in early game ZVP. He just knows how to win.
Yeah, he did a great job of that. I think Best was slightly off, especially the 2 games before this. You know, unfortunate that the Mutas got in as well this game. But Soma did kind of like a little bit of a greedy opener and ran away with it. GG. And Best not going to get round of 4 again. Soma, there he goes, man. Round of 4. Looking just so strong.
Beautifully done. Kind of sad I won't see Best moving on here, but it's undeniable that Soma, he really earned
We all
it.
knew what
I mean,
the
Best
outcome
had some
was.
great
There was
moments
no
in this
need to
game,
watch.
But man,
We all knew
just
what was
really
gonna
punishing
happen.
The difficulty Protoss has in trying to get.
That's how
through that
RTS
tech
tends
route.
to be.
I
One
think it's one of the
faction
harder
gets less
journeys
units on
in the
board, but they're
matchups of the
strong.
game.
One gets a
Protoss
lot of
trying to
cheap
get,
units
you know,
that
again, I'm
swarm.
talking
Third
about
faction is a
player
wild
of the
card.
caliber of Soma, you know, that they just can't get across that finish line, get that tech out without Soma coming
Have
in
you
there
ever
and
watched
figuring
or
out
I
some
guess
way to
Battle
make that
Aces was
Protoss
canceled,
bleed
but what was the
to
other
the
one?
point where
Not
he was
Battle
just a
Aces. What's the
dud
other
when it gets
RTS
into
that's
the
coming
mid-game.
out?
Well, I
Stormgate?
hope that we get to see
Have you
Soma
tried
play another
Stormgate?
ZVP in this tournament. I think we likely will, but we're going to go ahead and show, I guess.
Yeah, see,
how
the cannon
he
rush,
this
man.
cannon
He was
rush,
going
and
for the
trying to
cannon
go no
rush.
pool. And yeah, like that probe was
Stormgate.
already low enough.
Yeah, I
on
think
note,
that's what
think
it's
Best
called.
Recognized that this was going to be impossible. And he's just like, yeah.
I haven't,
forget
but I
we'll
know
just
about it.
expand,
Oh,
which
okay.
is still okay.
Yeah.
That's a lot of lost mining.
Well, it's
time
in
for Soma.
beta, right? So there's only a certain amount of people that could get keys.
I think Protoss is
Tasteless
still up
played it.
there,
I
but
watched
the
him
big
play
plot
it.
twist was
And
there
then
was no
Battle
pool
Aces
behind
got
us.
canceled.
That's insane.
Yeah.
But he never got to scout that, and so, you know.
Battle Aces seemed like a cool
I'm a little bit
concept. Like, you
surprised
don't
this is
have
the moment they're gonna
buildings, you
choose
just
to
build
highlight. It was
armies.
interesting, but I don't think it's what really won or lost anybody. The game
And
was
it
just
like
an
takes
interesting
like
interaction.
half of the
But, you know,
aspect of like
another game
managing
with three hacks,
buildings
that's
out.
crazy. So
And
here's
then
where
you
the music
just Battle
comes
Aces
in.
had a
You
good
remember
concept.
that
Yeah.
he had Hydras
Unfortunately,
getting
apparently, it
outside
just
first.
wasn't. You know,
Very
RTSs aren't
rarely ever
where the
see
money is.
Muta follow
Stop
up
copying
after,
me.
like, the 4 to 5 hatch Hydra attack on the entrance. Because it wasn't a Hydra bust. I think I might have said
I'm
Hydra
gonna start
bust
thinking
earlier.
that you're my alt
Yeah, that's not what
fish.
that was. That was him just trying to chew up the tech tree at the entrance. But the Mutatech was
Typing
super
and talking
fast.
at the
And
same
when
time.
Protoss see that there are,
I hate all of this.
you know, Hydras outside.
That's
their
okay,
entrance, they don't
Callie.
need more
I
than
love
2
you, and that's
Corsairs.
all that matters. Okay.
And then, you know, maybe the biggest moment was actually not what happened here, but the Corsair that was killed off in the middle of the map that could have scouted these mutas coming in here earlier.
You're my all.
These mutas that came in here and did the surprise attack, they killed off all the Templars, all the Corsairs, and basically made
True.
Protoss
I am totally
completely
not the
impotent
protagonist.
when they had to fight Hydras, you know, minutes
And
later.
Soma is seeded for next season.
All right. I think we have an interview lined up with Soma. Let's see how he's feeling. He is getting. Oh.
And we'll watch the Veritasium video while I eat, and then we'll read a chapter of this, then we'll watch Sanderson, then we'll do art.
Let's talk to Soma. Congratulations. Thank you. After 7 seasons since season 13, you make it into the round of 4. How do you feel?
Why does this guy one-shot me?
Because you're a tank.
Oh, what should I say? Both the games that I won and the games that I
I think
lost
your people
were clear
want
cut
you to
in
play
one direction.
rivals. They
Maybe
kept
that's why I
bringing
had
it
to
up.
put a lot of effort
Yeah,
into staying
what?
focused. So
I've been saying for 6 months.
That's right. The games did go by quite quickly
I've been saying
today.
for 6
After a
months
regrettable
that
loss in the first set. In game 2 on Metropolis,
October
you went
is
for Hydras.
art
You went for
month.
a lot of Hydras to claim victory. Could you briefly explain that situation? This was not a build I had prepared in response to what Best was playing. I had a speed before lair build, but I saw his Zealot count and I realized he
And
was
so,
in
like I
2
said, I
gates.
don't expect people to hang
You know, I
around,
actually
especially when I'm doing
practice
off
this build.
content like StarCraft,
But I made the
or
most
just
out
watching
of it.
random videos and
I
stuff
thought
like
the
that,
Hydras would be,
just
untouchable
to
in
basically
this one
fill
timing.
time, because I think they're
I think
interesting.
that was it.
Oh, I didn't know.
And the timing attack
And they
worked
may
like
have
a
to
charm.
wait.
So going map for map, the score ended up being
I don't know.
2-2 with your victory in the 4th set. Today you guys were losing
Unfortunately,
from the
that's
maps you
the
picked for
thing of
yourselves.
streaming, right? I
But you must have
understand
prepared
if
a
it's
lot.
too
Why do you
late, but
think that
just
ended up
proofread
happening?
chapter 5 and posted it. Read. No, that's
So when it
perfect,
comes to
country
the
girl,
two
because
games
this
on
is
map
about to
one,
end.
Best
I'm gonna
knows my
eat
scouting
because
patterns
I'm
very well,
hungry.
so I knew
So we're
you
gonna
would
watch
be
a
building in May.
Veritasium video, which is only like half
I
an
could've
hour.
harmed it, even though I started
And
with my
then
own
I'm gonna
build.
do reading again. So
I
if you
regret
want me to
having
read
gone for a
chapter
quick
5,
rehatch.
sounds
However,
good.
I knew this was a best of 7.
I just got some fries in right now, and I don't want them to go cold.
And I think the
so-
builds we both prepared sort of interacted with each other very well, so we wanted to end things quickly. And so you won maps 4 and
Hell
5.
yeah, sounds
It was
good.
a good display of taking advantage of your opponent's mistakes, with a speedy end to today's games. How did you decide to undertake
such
today's
bad aim.
match?
Fries from where?
Just like I said in
They're
the pre-game
Walmart
interview, I had
fries,
my
but they're
eye on
McDonald's
your occurrence in Game
fries,
4
if you know
as
what
the
I mean.
deciding battlefield. Winning that one
With cracked
ease,
pepper.
I suddenly
They're the very
relaxed,
thin,
'cause I was very
thin
well
cut.
prepared
I think
for
my
games
team
5
just gave
and
up.
6.
I'm off for tonight. Have a blast, everyone. All right,
So I
Sean,
think
take care,
victory in
good
that
sir.
full set
Enjoy the
spelled
rest of your
victory
night.
overall.
Sweet dreams
And
and
Roaring Cries from the
creativity
pre-game
may
interview did indeed
spin in your
turn out to be
mind. So
the
tomorrow,
decider.
good
And
sir.
as soon as you stopped the cannon
Nice.
rush
You almost
in
had
game 6 on Litmus,
666.
you went for 3 hatch before pull.
So
What was the reason?
close.
In any case, the build I had prepared was thrown
Yes!
off. I originally wanted to go for a hatchery in the center of the map.
Winners win.
That situation was not something I had encountered in practice, so I was taken aback. But with the cannon rush, if you fritter away your chances, like if you stop it, you are ahead. So I just didn't build a pool, made drones. I knew I would be playing a 3 hatch, no pool from there anyway. I guess I was just ahead after stopping that cannon rush very well. And with a string of victories starting in Game 4, you succeed in moving on to the semi-finals. Your opponent will be decided through tomorrow's bout between Bisou and Lava.
But this video we're about to watch from Veritasium is a very good thing for world building, coincidence for characters that like shouldn't know each other.
I am very fond of
who have like mutual people that they know.
But with
and you'd be like,
Lava
wait, you know him? Wait, you know him? Wait, you know him?
So I'd like to play
What?
against Bisou.
And it's plausible through this law.
Understood. I'm sure Lava is listening in
Bisou?
as well.
Yeah, of course Bisou's still
To
playing.
see what ends up happening, please tune
All
in
the old
tomorrow
people,
as well.
even J-Dong is
I'm
still
sure
playing.
Many colleagues helped you prepare for today, and likewise many fans cheered for you. Please address them.
There are a lot of new up-and-comers, but J-Dong
There is
was out in the
someone
round of
I should have
16.
been mentioning, but I get so nervous. I just
But
keep
he was part of a
forgetting. It's my
four
wife.
Zerg piled up.
She looked after our kid.
But
while
Sulky, the
telling
champion,
me to
Stork.
focus
Yep,
on
Stork still
practice.
plays.
Even though raising a child is so much more difficult than playing.
Rain.
Thank you for making
Snow.
me happy. And now for helping me
Bisou.
practice.
Flash is recovering, but he says he will
Snow.
come back when he's ready.
Thank you guys.
Soma just got back from the military. Queen. But he's not playing as well.
This
He's
is
been
my
getting
first
knocked out
season since,
earlier.
I went to the army.
Oh yeah, and this is Soma's first season after coming back from the army.
didn't think I would
And he's
get this far.
dominating. He's a favorite.
But having made it this far
Brings me
already,
back.
I'll
Yeah.
try and go for the championship. A resolution as good as they come. Soma, congratulations once more on making the round of 4. Thank you. And that does it for our interview with Soma, who advances to the semi-finals.
Dun, dun, dun. Another cast bites the dust.
Wow. I
Hell
definitely
yeah.
liked the other two series more than
The old
this one.
battle
This
that
one
days,
did seem
man.
like a
I know, the
series of
nostalgia is real, fish.
huge mistakes. And Soma comes out on top. They're both excellent players. In fact, two of my very favorite players. But yeah, Best is going to be regretting some of these games. And Soma, I think he might overthink some things, man. Like, obviously, he's got a great brain on him.
I gotta
Like
check
that
on my food.
spider
I'll
that
be
weird position. I
right
guess
back.
if it had worked, we'd be like, wow, he's a genius. But, like, why would that have worked? You needed so many things to go your way.
Oh, dude. I mean, the whole thing was weird. I feel like I was going to a nice restaurant, and then when I got there, I couldn't get in, but there was another nice one next door, so I went into that one, and then they brought me the wrong food, but the food was still pretty good. So I don't know what to make of that.
Yeah.
You know, it was a bunch of weird experiences, and I guess the games weren't terrible, but it's not really what I had in mind, and there were some good parts, but, anyways, guys, tomorrow we're going to have Bisou versus Larva.
I just gave up. I didn't even try to
this is gonna be
run
a lot
out
of
of that.
This should be longer. This should be closer. And, you know, what a great pair to have a big best of 7 with, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
I wish
actually,
I
think
had
it's going to be
better aim.
Bisou's maybe the favor here. Like, I feel like he should be a little bit better than Larva for sure. I'm looking forward to it, man. Like, I would love to see Bisou move forward and play Soma in the next round. Who knows? Like, we don't talk about Bisou too much in the championship contention, but he's remained one of the top 4 to 5 Protosses in the world, literally non-stop since like 2006.
Your god
or so.
is suffering.
So,
Shut up, Loki.
You gotta give him some credit. That's like
You
a
sound
very
like a
long, he's
whip.
almost 20 years in a row of being one of the very best Protosses in the world, if not the best during that time. So, I
you
think this
are
is going to be a
one.
fun series. Larva's a really smart guy, and I am hoping for Bisou though. I gotta say.
I'm kind of feeling Bisou here.
I have no
Larva
idea
could
where
do
I'm
it for
going.
sure. That would also be a great ZVZ Soma versus Larva if we do end up getting that.
Wow.
Anyways,
Where am I-
we'll have
where
that out
is
for you
it?
guys tomorrow. And so thank you so much for joining us. Again, please support us on the Patreon, patreon.com/ASL English. We love you, and we will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Defeat.
Perfect timing. Sue's top Protoss for sure has been for years. That won't be an easy day for anyone. Nope, we're getting into the farthest bits where it gets the most strain on everyone. And match 4 comes out tonight, so we could find out who's going to the semifinals. It could even be out right now. It's going to come out within the next hour. Alright, so, Veritasium.
In 1999, the German newspaper Die
Mother of
Zeit
God.
ran an experiment. They asked a falafel salesman and former theater director, Salah Bengali, who in the world he would most like to be connected to. He chose his favorite actor, Marlon
Gorito.
Brando. So the reporters then
I'm just
searched
gonna drop
for
out
a
of
chain of
Discord
friends,
here,
family,
Callie.
or acquaintances, people who knew each other on a first-name basis,
Just
who
for
could
the video.
connect Bengali to Brando. As it happens, Bengali had a friend in California. This friend worked alongside the boyfriend of a woman who was the sorority sister of the daughter of the producer of the film Don Juan DeMarco, starring Marlon Brando. So in total, it took just 6 steps, 6 degrees of separation. And the idea is that this is not a unique example. that you
Degrees
could
of
connect
separation to
any two people
connectivity.
on the planet in 6 steps or less.
Mhm.
But is it really true? And if it is, how does it affect our lives?
How is this possible in a world of now 8 billion people that we could be that close, just 6 hops or less? Does that affect
From
how
anyone in the
diseases
world, you could say you're
spread, how
6 hops
information
away
travels?
from knowing them.
Our math showed the question is not why is the world small, it's really how could it be otherwise? But then I got a call from the FBI. We are making the world smaller all the time. Like it's supposed to be good, and yet it does expose you to toxicity and malevolence that you might have been shielded from.
You look at the net effect of it, and it's actually been pretty negative by a lot of measures. People have suffered.
It's not only dangerous in terms of disease propagation, but anything malevolent now has conduits that it didn't used to have.
If we were all connected to everyone else on the planet completely at random, then it would be almost a mathematical certainty that any 2 of us would be connected through fewer than 6 steps.
Let's suppose I have my 100 friends out of 8 billion people. Each of them knows 100 people. So 2 steps away from me is going to encompass 100 times 100 people. That's already 10 to the 4th people. And so if you do 100 to the 5th power,
You're running up
that's
trillions.
10 to the 10th. And that's more people than there are on Earth. So notice that number is 5. I said to the 5th power. That's the ballpark reason why 6 degrees of separation is
And
true.
then you go to 6,
But the
then
shocking
it's like
thing about this
trillions,
is
then
the calculation you've just outlined is about having 100 friends at random out of 10 billion, and they're all over the world. But we know that in the real world, that's nowhere near what the distribution of friends are.
Well, I
Right.
mean,
Yeah,
unless you're
absolutely true.
online,
So
right?
This
Because-
really crude calculation I did is absurd for the reason that you said. The world is very far from random.
The truth is, people naturally cluster geographically. Most of the people you know live close to you, and they also have a higher probability of knowing each other. If you calculate the fraction of people you know who also know each other, that is a measure of the clustering in the network. So let's try a model with a high degree of clustering. Imagine all 8 billion people on Earth are arranged into a circle, and say each person knows the 100 people closest to them, so 50 to the left and 50 to the right. Well, in this case, the furthest person you can connect to is just 50 people away. So if you wanted to connect to someone on the other side of the planet through a chain of people who know each other, well, it would take 80 million steps. And to connect any 2 people would take, on average, 40 million steps. Even just getting 10% of the way there would take 8 million steps, and 6 steps would get you, well, here.
This is the paradox of 6 degrees of separation. We know that we live in these local clusters of friends and acquaintances, but we also seem to be able to connect anyone anywhere in just 6 steps.
10 years ago, I did my own experiment on this, and I found that the average Veritasium viewer was only 2.7 degrees of separation from me.
That's
In
crazy.
social science, this is known as the small world problem, named after the phenomenon where you're, say, on holiday somewhere and you bump into a
Someone-
stranger
you're
who
like-
somehow knows your best friend, and you say, wow, it's such a small world.
In the mid-19...
Funny story about that is my friend, his last name is Peach, and his family was traveling in Germany, and the origin of their name is from Germany, and they met another family, and their name was Peach. And they've been, like, friends to the point where, like, we send them, or, like, they send them, like Canadian stuff, like, you know, like maple syrup and stuff like that, and then they send, like, cakes and stuff like that from Germany, like, bakery stuff. We've been doing that for, like, 25 years. It's, like, fucking crazy. What are the chances?
1990s, two mathematicians, Duncan Watts and Steve Strogatz, set out to solve this small world problem.
Duncan really sort of had very far-seeing imagination at that point.
We had computers that allowed us to simulate environments that were too complicated for math to work.
Up until then, physicists had studied networks that were ordered and regular, like crystal lattices. And mathematicians, like Paul Erdos, had done lots of work on totally random networks. But no one had studied what happens in between.
There must be some enormous middle ground, and that's what Duncan and I felt like we're starting to explore.
To study this middle ground, Watts and Strogatz imagined a simple, regular network of people, or nodes, dotted around a circle, each connected to a few of their nearest neighbors.
And so we had this idea, we're going to start with the physicist end of regular, now we're going to turn the randomness knob to make it more and more random through these random shortcuts.
We all have some experience with shortcuts.
I belong to this club called the Internet Chess Club. I got to be very friendly with a guy in Holland. That connection makes the world small because now, even though my friends don't realize it, they're only one step away from a guy in Holland. And so that kind of connection, where you sort of connect to someone outside your normal circle, is what we came to call a shortcut.
I can point out in a crowd,
So
not
they went
necessarily
round the
know
circle,
their name, but
disconnecting
like, oh, I
some
know
of the
that
links
person.
and reconnecting them at random to a different node in the network. And as they did that, they watched what happened to the average number of steps it took to get from any one node in the network to another, hopping between connected nodes. In other words, the degree of separation.
This is now the moment for the big reveal. As Duncan turned the knob in his computer simulations, as soon as he introduced a few shortcuts, the world immediately gets as small as a random graph.
When they had rewired just 1% of the links to shortcuts, the average degree of separation dropped from 50 in the original fully ordered network to 10. But Watts and Strogatz also tracked how clustered the network was. That
You wanna know? Okay. You wanna know an example of this? This is a perfect example. So do you know Baby Shark? So the guy who sings Baby Shark was Tasteless's roommate in college. And he moved out to Korea before Tasteless even did to be a voice actor. Isn't that fucked up? What are the chances?
It's the fraction of a node's connections that are also connected to each other. Or in other words, the fraction of my friends who are also friends with each other. What they found is that clustering remained high for much longer.
The world immediately gets as small as a random graph. But it stays as clustered as if it were still regular. So you could simultaneously have the clustering that we know is real and the small world that we know is real.
Now, in Watts and Strogatz's model, they looked at 1,000 nodes. But if you apply their model to the 8 billion people on Earth, well, then you would only need 3 out of every 10,000 friendships to be a shortcut, and the average degrees of separation drops to 6.
Our math showed the question is not why is the world small, it's really how could it be otherwise? Duncan started saying to me, this is about discovering a whole new universe and its properties and laws. I recognized that he was right.
I just wanted to sort of reflect on what you said about these sort of shortcuts. I think I've had this phenomenon happen to me sometimes in my life where I'm sort of invited to an event and it seems like a very random event. Often I kind of feel like, oh, I don't really want to go, you know, none of my friends are going. But then maybe at the last minute I just say like, well, let's just roll the dice. And I find that almost invariably those are productive meetings. I'm kind of wondering if there's a takeaway for people here, which is that they should put themselves in situations where the probability of forming these shortcut links, would it sort of increase the luck in your life?
You have just put your finger on a very famous phenomenon in sociology that is called the strength of weak ties. Because you ask people how they got their job. And people would say, oh yeah, I heard about it from, you know, Randy. And then he'd say, oh, is Randy a friend of yours? And people invariably would say, no, He's an acquaintance. I wouldn't call him a friend. He's an acquaintance. That's a weak tie. The strong tie is your best friend or your circle of friends.
Excited about their breakthrough, Watts and Strogatz wanted to test their small world model on some real world data.
What's crazy about that is that seems to mimic and
We have to
mirror
think, well, where are we going to get data on big networks where we could test this?
quantum mechanics
And it
with
was
the
not
small
so
and
easy.
weak force, or the
The
weak and
internet was
strong
not
force.
mapped out. But Google didn't exist.
So they turned to an unusual source.
There was only one nervous system that had been mapped at that time, which was the worm C. elegans. Tiny worm, like a millimeter, that you can find in the dirt, a favorite of neurobiologists. They knew every cell in the body of C. elegans from the time it's a single cell till it becomes a whole organism. So they had the total wiring diagram of that organism.
Watts and Strogatz tested their model on the worm's neural network. The worm has precisely 282 neurons, and on average, they're connected to 14 others. If you lay that all out in a line along the worm's body, the neurons at the ends would be separated by around 40 steps, and the average degree of separation would be around 14. But when Watts and Strogatz ran the calculations, they found the average degrees of separation between any two neurons was just 2.65. To put that in context, if they were connected totally at random, it would be 2.25.
And yes, okay, so bingo, that was a small world. Then we were popping the champagne. I mean, that was really exciting that nature had done that. So then we thought, well, okay, but this should be true of lots of networks because nature can't resist this mechanism.
So they looked at
It's like the
Hollywood
Fibonacci
actors
sequence.
and
It's just-
power grids across the U.S. Sure
Look at
enough,
the way that
they
we
were
build
both
cities that are,
small
like,
world
mimic our
networks.
brain without
For
even knowing
example,
it.
in the database of over 200,000 Hollywood actors, the average degree of
We
separation
built cities
was
from
less
like
than
thousands
4.
of years ago that mimic the brain.
Dangerfield was in Caddyshack with Bill Murray, and Bill Murray was in She's Having a Baby with Kevin Bacon.
Then the real payoff for us as people interested in dynamical systems.
Can
more
you
than
answer
graph
this
theory
question? When was the only
okay,
time
so
that
what?
Matt Damon
So what if the world is
and
small? Does that affect
Leonardo
how things
DiCaprio
get
have
insane?
met
Does it affect how
in
diseases
in
spread?
a movie?
Does it affect
They've
how
only met
information
once and
travels?
only
Whatever.
for a
And so we
very,
did a
very
number
brief amount of time.
Experiments again
They've
in the
basically
computer
never
like that.
worked together.
Take disease. I wanted to know how a few shortcuts would affect how disease spreads through a network. So I asked Casper and the team to make a simulation.
And then the question to you is, do you want to start with a completely regular world where it's completely clustered, or do you want to start with completely random?
I would start with the regular world.
Okay. There it goes.
There's the spread of infections.
Yeah. So it takes over the
Wow.
world completely. Well, if every step was a day, it would take 73 days for the infection to take over this entire world.
Well, let's introduce a few shortcuts and see.
Okay. Let's make it small world, like 10%. Let's go.
Boom. Wow,
Boom.
that's really dramatic.
Right?
That's really dramatic and very fast.
Yeah, so fast. Yeah, after 26 days, the whole world.
And that ramp up does look exponential at the beginning, and then
right?
It kind of looks linear there as well, but it's almost like you can't go any faster.
Yeah. Okay, so now let's make it a completely random network.
Boom.
Boom.
Crazy. How many days now for a fully random network?
25.
Basically identical.
Which is crazy because in the random case, all your links are random. In the small world case, it's just 10%. It's like if 1 out of your 10 friends are a shortcut, which, for some people might be a bit much, but I reckon for you, it's probably about right.
Yeah, I got lots of shortcuts.
But the crazy thing is that in this simulation, we only used 100 nodes. And if you use the same model to the 8 billion people on Earth, then you would actually need less than 1%.
So
of
it's
all
like
your
the
links
more
to be
you go
shortcuts.
up in size, the less
In
percentage of
1998,
shortcuts
Watts and
you need.
Strogatz published their
Because
findings in a
the
3-page
exponential
article
growth
in
doesn't
Nature.
count on the
And the paper
shortcuts, it only
took
counts
off.
on the size of the
Within
sample.
a few years, the paper already had hundreds of citations. By 2014, it was ranked the 63rd most cited paper of all time.
That's
And today,
crazy.
it's got around 58,000 citations. That's higher than Peter Higgs' paper on the Higgs boson and almost 3 times as many as Watson and Crick's Nobel Prize-winning paper on DNA.
Wow.
So it's probably worth making that distinction that citations
And those are
are one
the
measure of
Higgs
impact.
boson and
We're
DNA
cited
are
a
like the
lot
two
more than
founding
Einstein, and I
things
think
of like
you know
biochemistry
who's more
and
important.
quantum physics.
It's not us, but it does mean people thought it was worth citing. We had many tens of thousands of citations from people in far-flung fields from neuroscience to sociology to graph theory to computer science. Even, English literature, people would do things like draw networks between words.
Is there any irony in the fact that this paper on small word networks goes viral itself?
Yes, I think so, maybe so.
But then things got a little weird.
That's when I started getting some strange phone calls. I got a call from somebody at the FBI. I was a little scared, what's the FBI calling me about? And so I called back, and the person who picks up says, hair and fiber. I was calling the Hair and Fiber Network at the FBI, the people who do, criminology based on what telltale hairs or fibers are left on the victim's clothes after they've been murdered. There was a guy who said, what happens when the police have a suspect and they say you have fibers on your sweater that match the hair of the victim? And then the defense lawyer says, well, maybe the victim was on a bus and left her fibers on the bus, and then my client sat on a secondary transfer, they would call it, of these fibers. That doesn't prove anything. So the FBI wanted to know what's the probability of secondary transfers compared to primary transfers from actually killing the person. And what do I know?
Now, that's a Steve Strogatz problem. For most of us, a random caller telling you they're an FBI agent is probably a scam.
Yeah.
Chances are they got your number from
Sir,
a data
could
leak
I
or
please
a
have
bad
your
book.
social insurance
Anytime you
number?
provide
This
your
is the
name, phone
FBI.
number, even your
We
social
are
security
in an
number,
investigation
that
with your
personal
wife,
information can be
and
straight
we need the
packaged and sold
information to clear
anyone
your
who will
name,
pay.
good sir.
And if
So
criminals get
could you
hold of
please
it,
give us
they
the
can open credit
information?
card accounts
It
in
would
your
be
name,
your
or
social
even
insurance
use it to
number and
stalk
the
or
3
harass
digits
you.
on the back of your
Fortunately,
credit card.
today's video
Yes, sir.
sponsor,
Thank you very
Incogni,
much.
can help.
Okay.
With your permission,
Don't
they'll
worry
send out
about
a
it. We
letter
are
to
always
each
here to
broker
have your
using the
back, sir.
correct legal
We
terms
are
and
very
keep
good people. Don't
insisting
worry
until
about
your
it.
data comes
You
down.
will get your
And
money
remember, even
when
one
you get the
unremoved
card,
profile can be
okay?
enough for
So get the
criminals
card,
to
give the
target you.
money
If you
to
sign up
the
to
number,
Incogni's
and you will
unlimited
get it
plans,
all,
you can even
okay?
flag
That
public
is what
websites
we are
where your
doing
information
now.
appears
So
with their
go get
custom
that and then go
removals
back, and
tool.
we will
Their
be
data
in a good
agents will
spot,
take care
okay?
of the
Thank
rest.
you.
Since I started using
So if
Incogni
you could
18
give us
months
the
ago, they
information
filed
and
almost
the Windows
700
computer.
requests for
Thank
me,
you, sir.
and over 600 of those have been completed. With their unlimited family plan, you can protect your whole family too. So to keep your information safe, head over to Incogni.com.
What if I don't want to
/attachment
keep my
by
information
clicking
safe? What if
the
I'm a
link in the
dirty,
description,
naughty
or
boy who
just
wants to
use this
spread my
QR
stuff
code.
all over the
And
place?
when you do,
huh?
be sure to use the code
Huh?
Potassium for 60%
Huh?
off your
What
annual
then?
subscription. So I want to thank Incogni for sponsoring this video.
Definite
and
that
now
I
back to
am
networks.
FBI SAR.
In
Morning,
1998,
sir.
Albert Laszlo Barabashi was studying the internet. At that time, there were around 800 million web pages. But despite the web's enormous size, Barabashi found that on average, you could connect any two sites with just 19 clicks. Apparently, the web was a small world too. But the strange thing was, it didn't look anything like the small world network in Watts and Strogatz's model.
We ended up mapping out a region of the world.
Phrasing!
And we had a very clear expectation
True
of
country
how
girl.
that network should look.
True.
Barabashi thought the distribution of pages and links would resemble a bell curve,
And
similar to
that's
what you'd get for people's
how you
height
get
across a
ants.
population. Most sites would have some average number of links, and there would be very few outliers either side. But that is not what he saw.
And so we measured the distribution, and it didn't look anything like what we expected.
The curve started out steep. Loads of websites had not many links. Then there was this really long tail.
And here we saw web pages
Someone
that
say
had
plausible-
not only a little
plausible
more, but sometimes
stuff?
100 times more links than the average degree or the average node on the website.
These were websites like Yahoo, super connectors that linked to thousands of other sites. Barabashi called them hubs because when he mapped out the network, they resembled the hub of a wheel with spokes going out to hundreds of other pages. And it was these hubs that made the web a small world, not shortcuts. So Barabashi wondered, how could this apply to other networks too?
Most real networks, or virtually all large networks, follow two very fundamental principles. First, any large network out there never pops out as a large network, but it grows, right? You have a tiny World Wide Web in 1991, and now we have trillions of nodes on the World Wide Web. How did we get to 1 to a trillion? One node at a time, one website at a time. All the networks out there, no matter how old, how fast they emerged, they always emerge to some kind of growth process. So if you think about networks, you must build in that growth process. Number two, when a new node comes in, you join Facebook, who you're gonna connect to, right? And it is somewhat unpredictable, but it's biased. Your connections are always biased towards the more connected nodes, simply because you are more likely to know a more connected node than a less connected node. We named this process preferential attachment.
Barabashi reasoned that
The
these
algorithm!
two principles could explain how hubs naturally emerge when a network grows.
I need to make myself
so
a hub.
Together with his colleague,
Like I say,
Albert,
like if
he
you're looking
ran
at like
a
internet
simulation.
shit like that, like Asmongold
We've
would be a
also
great hub.
got a simulation for this. They started with a simple network of just a few connected nodes. Then they began adding new nodes to the network one at a time, with just one condition. They'd be more likely to connect to nodes that already had more links.
That's so cool. Looks very biological, very organic. Also, I like how the nodes come out and they don't just sort of stop in one spot. They kind of like wiggle around and like find their location. I really enjoy this. Like a space station.
That's what I was thinking.
Or like a space colony, right? Like the
Yeah,
Mars.
yeah, right? Like each little center one could be a planet, then you've got all the sort of stations going around it.
Yes.
So when Barabashi and Albert let these networks evolve, hubs emerged.
And we showed that growth and preferential attachment together naturally lead to the emergence of the hubs.
With this simulation, Barabashi and Albert showed how hubs could emerge in virtually any complex network. Take airports, for example. In 1955, Chicago O'Hare opened to commercial flights. Unlike neighboring airport Midway, it had long runways and plenty of space for new jet aircraft. Airlines began shifting service there. As more airlines connected flights to O'Hare, passengers had more options to connect, making it increasingly attractive. After deregulation in the 1970s, more airlines were free to add routes, and the feedback loop accelerated. Each new route made the airport more useful to passengers and more appealing to other airlines. Today, O'Hare is the most connected airport in the United States, with direct flights to well over 200 destinations.
But we don't just see hubs in man-made networks. In food webs, you have a few keystone species like Atlantic cod that connect hundreds of predators and prey. And in the metabolic networks in our cells, you have a few molecules like ATP that govern hundreds of chemical reactions. In the neural networks in our brain, you have a few regions, like the prefrontal cortex.
This is why I love
that
science
link
so much.
hundreds of different
It's so
functions.
fucking
Now,
fascinating.
As each of these networks evolved and grew over time, you had new species, new reactions, and new circuits that latched on to what was already well connected. And so you get this sort of natural growth. Now, preferential attachment isn't the
Language.
only
Yeah,
mechanism
language
that
is a
can
great
create
thing
hubs.
with that.
There are plenty of other factors at play, particularly in these more complex biological systems. But what Barabashi's and Albert's simulation showed is that all it takes is a tiny bias when growing a network, and hubs end up being inevitable.
Once hubs are there, they fundamentally change the way the system behaves and the way we understand that system.
Hubs like O'Hare mean you can get pretty much anywhere in the world in just a few flights. But that connectivity also has consequences.
In August 2025, thunderstorms shut down Chicago O'Hare, and 280 flights were canceled and 80 were diverted. Overflow hit at least 6 other US airports, while some planes stuck in Chicago never left for Europe or Asia.
Bad weather in Chicago totally changes not only the travel pattern in Chicago, but within 24 hours, the whole country is being affected by that.
And we see the same phenomenon in natural networks. Knocking out one keystone species, like Atlantic cod, can destabilize
Like
an
destroying
entire
bees.
ecosystem.
So this is what we call the Achilles heel of networks. And this could be good news or it could be bad news, right? Good news if you want to create drugs to kill bacteria, then you're going to go for the hub.
This idea has created a whole new field of network medicine, where researchers develop drugs to target crucial parts of a disease's metabolic network. But understanding the role of hubs doesn't just help develop cures for a disease, it can help us control its spread. In 1990, Thailand was facing one of the fastest growing HIV epidemics in the world. The government tried broad campaigns like posters, TV ads, and school talks telling everyone to use condoms. but the infection kept spreading. So in 1991, the government tried something different. They started targeting hubs. They told brothels around the country that every client must use a condom or else they'd be shut down, and the impact was huge. For example, HIV infections among young men joining the military dropped by more than 50%.
Holy
And by
shit.
2013, Thailand's Ministry of Public Health estimated the policy had prevented over 5 million infections.
Everyone knows Thailand is huge on prostitution because it's legal there.
Hubs and shortcuts make any complex network more connected.
That's what happens when you have legal brothels that don't take accountability for disease, spread of disease. The disease can, especially it's a huge tourist destination.
The structure of
It
our
just
social network
balloons
influence
from
our
there.
very behavior and beliefs without us even being aware of
This
it.
is usually the science behind why people
Back
freak
in
out so much over
1997,
epidemics,
Watson Strogatz
because of how
investigated just
scary
that,
it can
using a game
actually be
called
when you do
Prisoner's
the
Dilemma.
math.
It's probably the most
That
famous
how that
problem in
one
game
thing
theory,
could
and
literally
it's used
destroy
to
the
represent
fucking world.
a ton of different conflicts
And we
we
saw
see
that
in the
with
real
COVID.
world. We've actually done a full video on it before, but here's a quick recap. The premise is simple. A banker with a chest full of gold invites you and another player to play. You each get 2 choices. You can cooperate or defect. If you both cooperate, you each get 3 coins. But if you defect while your opponent cooperates, you get 5 coins and they get nothing. And if you both defect, then you each get 1 coin. So what would you do? Suppose your opponent cooperates. Then you could also cooperate and get 3 coins, or you could defect and get 5 coins instead. So you're better off defecting. But what if your opponent defects? Well, you could cooperate and get no coins, or you could defect and at least get 1. So
Ooh,
no
not
matter
fun.
what
Give me a
your
taste of what
opponent
a collapse
does,
could
your
look
best
like.
option is
As the doomsday
always to
larpers
defect.
are retarded.
Now, if your
Yeah.
opponent is also rational, they'll reach the same conclusion,
Yeah.
and therefore they'll also defect. And as a result, when you both act rationally, you both end up in the suboptimal situation of getting 1 coin each, when you could have gotten 3. But in 1980, Professor Robert Axelrod found that if you play your opponent hundreds of times, well then, cooperation wins out. He ran a tournament among the world's leading game theorists, and all the most successful strategies were nice. The winning strategy was called tit for tat because its default position was to cooperate, and it would only defect in retaliation. He also showed that a small cluster of cooperators can work
You're not
together
going
to
to take on hordes of
overcome a
starving,
world of
panicking people with
defectors.
just a pistol.
So
yeah.
that's kind of the scene we're set in, right? You get to this
And the fact
realistic
that, like,
place where you get
the
tit
things
for
that
tat
people
like
don't realize,
strategies
toilet
to sort of
paper,
dominate
hand
Because in
sanitizer.
Axelrod's tournament, every strategy played against every other strategy.
So glad I had a bidet.
Or they only interacted sort of with
Always
their
had a
near
bidet.
neighbors, which is, you know, the small cluster. And now you could wonder, well, what if we start changing the way this works? What if we put them on a network?
Well, Watts and Strogatz simulated their own version of the prisoner's dilemma that did just that. They set up a regular network where each player was connected to a few players on either side. Then they would simultaneously
Wish
play
I
against all
had
of their connections.
bidet
the
growing
rules
up.
were simple.
Can't go back to toilet
If
paper
most
now
of
that
a
I'm
player's
actually
connections
cleaning. Yeah,
cooperated,
it's so much
then
different.
that player would also cooperate. But if most of their connections defected, then they would defect in retaliation. They
Especially
started
when
with
you got a
small
hairy
cluster of
ass.
cooperators surrounded by defectors, and they watched the network evolve. Over time, what they saw was cooperation spread, just like what Axelrod had found. But then they reran the simulation, this time with a few links rewired to shortcuts, and all of a sudden, the cooperators were crushed, and they ended up with a world of defectors.
Uh-oh.
And when they started from a totally regular network and gradually increased the fraction of shortcuts, they found there was this critical fraction beyond which the percentage of cooperators at the end of the game drops to 0.
I think the thing that's really crazy is that you've taken the exact same strategies with all the same properties, same character traits and personalities, if you will. And you're not changing any of that. All you're changing is the way they're connected. And you go from a world where everyone's completely nice and working together.
Yeah, until
to one
everyone's
where it's
fucking
filled with nastiness and people betraying
Isn't that
each other.
fucked?
Only by changing how they're connected.
Yeah.
It's like if the bulk of your interactions are sort of negative, then you start being negative
Yeah,
too.
and then it starts to
And you
become an
just
out-of-hand
contribute to the
snowball
overall
effect.
negativity.
And the same thing
Whereas
happens with
a few people are
positivity.
nice,
That's
you
why
can
I
imagine,
try to be
oh,
an
that
extremely
makes me feel
positive
good,
person
so I'm
that's
gonna be nice
uplifting
to
and
that
bring people
person.
up, because I think
The
you only
intuition
need a
for
couple of
that
people to
is
do that and it can change the
cooperation is
fucking
fostered
world.
by having little clumps. If I have a little clump of people,
And that's the power
that
of
are kind of my
being
buds,
positive versus
we
being
get to have
negative.
a lot of encounters.
So I feel
and
being positive is
cooperation
1,000
tends to emerge
times
from
like
familiarity. The same way that
more
iteration
potent
helps.
than being
And
negative.
If I know that I'm going to see you again, I'm going to encounter you again, it ends up being to my advantage to cooperate. Whereas, like the world of the internet, where anyone can get on Twitter and
just type
badmouth
and
anyone
say
else,
anything.
that tends to discourage. We don't have pockets.
It's the problem with social media.
You don't have communities.
It kind of explains this keyboard warrior phenomenon.
Yeah.
And that, people say things on the internet they wouldn't say.
They wouldn't. Most people are nice in real life.
Yeah. Most people get
It's
along.
funny that
This
the
is what
small
Asmund
world- I know
says.
you
Most
think the small
people
world's-
get
because
along.
It's a Disney song, right?
But not
It's a
on the
small
internet.
world, after all, like it's supposed to be
Because
good.
there's no consequence on
And
the
yet
internet.
It does expose you to toxicity and
And there
all
are
others
some
that you
crazy
might have
people.
been shielded from in the small town.
And that's social media
has kind of
exaggerates
been
that too, because
toxic.
you only
The
see those
initial idea
crazy
being,
viral bullshit.
Hey, we connect up a bunch of people, and people who've been separated geographically. We connect you with your old friends. You look at the net effect of it, and it's actually been pretty negative by a lot of measures.
Intrigued by the findings, Watts started wondering if the results applied to the real world too.
For years after I did this work, I had wanted to test the hypothesis with actual human subjects.
So he got some volunteers to play a similar game called the public goods game across different network structures. He was expecting that, like they found previously, more shortcuts in a network would make cooperation less likely to emerge. But what he found was the structure of the network had no effect. Cooperation was just as likely to emerge in a totally clustered network as it was in a totally random one.
We were very puzzled by this result, and then we kind of did some more work.
When Watts dug deeper, he realized that the network structure did matter. In the more clustered networks, people were more likely to copy each other. So if by chance someone started out cooperating, then everyone would cooperate.
And then if someone
But
didn't...
it was equally likely that someone would start out by defecting, in which case everyone else would defect. And over all the games they played, these two effects canceled each other out, which is why it seemed like the network structure didn't matter.
It's sort of on a knife edge, right? Where like one person does something selfish and everything goes south. In
Cascading
another world,
effect.
everybody kind of holds it together and everything goes well.
It's crazy that the world could be like on a knife edge like that. You know, could tip one way or the other. Kind of just depends on how.
That's why you should get out of the bed and say,
But then
"I'm
let's
alive.
realize
Let's
something.
do this. I
See,
got this."
In real life, you can choose who you hang out with. So he re-rendered
See, it's the only way.
allowing
We're
players
doing
to
it.
change who they were playing with. And this time he used the prisoner's dilemma so that players could easily identify the defectors.
And the finding was clear. The more you allowed players to choose who they were playing with, the more likely they were to cooperate.
You can make this a lot better for yourself by just acting and being decisive and being proactive about things.
Yeah, it's the thing I try to teach my kids too. Like if someone's annoying you, just ignore them. Like there's nothing to be gained by continuing to interact with.
Yeah, if you
people
ignore me, I
bringing
stop being
negativity
annoying
into
because
your
I don't
life.
get the entertainment
In fact,
out of
making
annoying
a
you.
choice can be powerful
Right?
in more
Like I
than
don't
one
annoy Smokey when he's
There's
not on
something
voice
about the
chat. But when
world
he's
that
on
makes
voice
it
chat, I
prone
turn into a fucking
to those
retard.
upheavals.
I'll
Meaning
say,
it's
"Is your
always
mom?"
poised on an edge of instability, and that
Fucking
gives each of us
retarded.
more power than you'd think we'd have.
I can't
it is
help
actually
it.
possible for individual people to start movements that grow and take off, and ultimately, if you look at history, that is what happens. It's always one person who is stubborn and does something that leads to 10 people, 1,000 people, and things change because of it.
Whether that's
It
good or
always
bad.
starts with one person somehow.
It's the Steve Jobs quote, right? But the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world
Are the ones who do it.
And
Yeah.
the wonderful thing is, it all starts with you believing you have that power.
Yeah.
Learning all about network science has taught me many things, but perhaps the most important is that our networks shape us, but our actions shape the networks. So choose both wisely.
Hell yeah, that was a good video. I fucking love Veritasium. Look at that, 2.6 million views, and it came out like less than, whatchamacallit, a couple hours ago. Hell yeah. Alright. So, Country Girl. You are up. Shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me. Yeah. I'm gonna have ads in a sec here. She said country girl. I had to reference the song. Okay, unmuted. No worries. I'm always the same way, like 100 fucking tabs open. All right, kid. That's a stack of bullshit. All right, here we go. Chapter 5. Light crept into Ellie's room the next morning. She turned over with every intention of burying herself deeper into her pillow. She wasn't ready to walk downstairs to the boarding house dining room for breakfast or head into the shop. Her dreams had lent her no rest whatsoever. Colt would understand her being late. Wait, was that a rooster and the lowing of cattle close by? Allowing? She wasn't under the usual scratchy blankets of the boarding house either. Ellie's eyes opened to see the rays of light streaming between the same deep forest green curtains that had hung there since she was a child. So yesterday wasn't a bad dream after all. She was home at Hallow Point and Gran was gone. Most reluctantly, she unfolded herself from the covers and got out of bed. Pain in her head from last night's fury still lingered. Truthfully, it felt like someone had hammered a horseshoe nail between her eyes. Regarding her bearings, regaining her bearings a bit, she noticed a cup of some thick rust gold-colored liquid. A hurriedly written note under the cup read, "This will help your head." The drink was chilled when Ellie had raised it to her lips. Cord must have come in while she was still asleep. Tasted strongly of root vegetables and even stronger of cinnamon, but not altogether unpleasant. Whatever went into the mixture, Ellie was grateful for the relief it offered as she readied herself to face the day. Fucking ads just gotta get in the way of everything. We're gonna have to beat ads into the ground, guys. I'm not an advocate for violence, but something has to be done about ads. You know? Like, can we just bully ads into leaving? Like, can we like bully ads off of the planet? Like, do you guys think we could do that? Like, just be so mean to the ads that they literally just say, you know what? I don't like this place anymore. I'm going somewhere else. I think one day we might be able to do that, guys. If we come together and we put our minds to it, I think one day we could make the ads leave. And if we do that, who knows? Maybe the world will be a better place. You know? I mean, like, how would we ever know, right? It's not like we've ever had a world that doesn't have ads in it, right? It's not like our digital space hasn't been slowly, increasingly, more and more taken over by bullshit. Next thing you know, we'll have, it'll be Futurama, and we'll have ads in our dreams. And it'll just be like a subliminal, subconscious need of, like, buying stuff. It's like compulsion buying, but oriented through subliminal dream advertisement. Can you imagine having to wait 30 seconds in the middle of your dream for an ad? Oh, God. Oh, God. It'll be like, it'll start like the old ads from like the 50s and 40s and 30s where they literally did the ad in the show. And then it'll evolve to the point where, yeah, we won't be able to escape the ads. You guys think AI is going to ruin the future. No, ads are going to ruin the future, okay? I guarantee you. Clip it. Morning. Cord looked up as he poured the kettle from over the fire. Whoa, hope you're feeling better than you look. Shut up, Ellie groaned while taking the fresh cup he offered. Was it fair to take an irritated night's sleep out on cold? Cord, no. But in all the years of inhabiting Hollow Point together, he'd gotten used to it. He wasn't the type to hold a grudge, and civil Ellie tended to appear after breakfast and a hot cup of coffee. Where is everyone? Your father and brothers went into town. Your Aunt M? Oh, sorry. Mrs. Monroe. He's doing what she thinks the lady of the house should. She's busy trying to make as much as possible for Talia. And where is Talia? Busy avoiding your Aunt M. He laughed. Family politics wasn't always easy to navigate, let alone the general sense of entitlement when they spoke to each other. Cord himself was used to it, but Talia had only been at Hollow Point for about 3 years. Though they had both been born and raised in Palem. Neither she nor Jake had experience with a Karis family reunion. Your brothers like to make a show, but they're way too scared of Jake to cause trouble in the stables, let alone come to bother me in the shop. So you know small blessings. Reminds me of when I was a kid and used to wish I could fade away like a Mancora. Ellie dipped her head to inhale another strong whiff of her coffee. Did Jake happen to say how Smoke's doing this morning? He said give her a few days of no running or fading and she'll be fine. Cord helped himself to the seat opposite her. He must have ridden hard to get all the way here yesterday. That much mixed blood in her, and I'm impressed she made it such good time. Stopped a few times for water and rest, despite another pang of jealousy. Ellie was glad her mare would get time to rest and recover. Nah, she's earned some time in a shady pasture to enjoy herself. It's all well and good for her, but she's a horse, Cord said, plainly inspecting her face and the set of her shoulders for signs of stress. What about you? You ever meditated since my flare? I would know if I had, she said offhandedly. You would know if I had, she said offhandedly. Ellie stared into her cup, and then, like a stone in a puddle, she felt the ripples of her words and was suddenly distressed for him. In the last 24 hours, she'd been so unwilling to examine her own grief that she didn't even think to look at his side of the link they shared for the knowledge of how he was handling his. Of course, he would be able to tell if she had meditated, and she would be able to feel him working through emotions with equal clarity. Cord, oh no, I did, didn't I? Been so focused on Gran and what I'm going through, I didn't ask how you're feeling. Hey, don't worry about me, okay? Covered her hand in his reassuringly. Ellie found comfort in the warmth of their twined stitches being so close. And you know, I'm feeling it as much as you are. I had hours alone with Kay yesterday to say what needed to be said, though not sure I actually said a word to her. Must have arranged, refastened, and took an inventory of everything in the Elder's room at least twice. So when I wasn't just sitting there. You did all that, but it came from a place of love. Talia broke the moment of mutual condolences, followed by Jake taking empty stools at the kitchen prep table. He wouldn't let me take his place for a moment before he heard you come through the gate. It's been just over a day and the place feels so empty without her. Jake reached for the kettle to pour a quick cup for himself. Did you get any sleep at all, Miss Ellie? A little. The tea helped. So did the drink this morning, she said weakly. I'm glad I could talk to you three alone. Please let me apologize for the way the family treats you. That's on them, not you. Talia rolled her eyes and looked at the door to ensure no one would interrupt them. Now, your aunt really is insufferable. I know, but please, I hope you'll stay at least for the next few days for me and for Gran's memory. Ellie didn't want to think about what the result of the release ceremony would be, let alone what she'd feel after leaving Hollow Point again. Likely for good this time. It would be empty of not only Kay, but presumably of Talia and Jake as well. Since returning to the previous afternoon, a small flame of hope had kindled that maybe now Cord would travel with her. I wouldn't ask any of you to stay here after we put her to rest. I don't know who's going to be chosen to take over next, but I promise I'll give you each plenty. Braille, silver, or gold, whatever you want, and enough to go wherever you want and start over. Gran would tell B to do the right thing by all of you. Is that supposed to be me? Brailer is currency. Okay. Tell me? Gran would tell me to do the right thing by all of you? Words are hard. Words are hard and kind. Words are hard. We'll sort that out when we have to, alright? Cord nodded to the others. The three of them exchanged a look Ellie didn't understand. The important thing right now is we're here out of loyalty to Kay and to you. We are here for you, Miss Ellie. Jake gave her the same sympathetic look he'd usually employ for calming the startled horse. Anything you need. Thank you. It's what we're here for, Talia agreed. She stood in a way that instantly made the others fall silent in the group and looked around the kitchen. Now, if I'm cooking for who knows how many people over the next few days, better get things in order. Out, out, out! And she's back. Jake laughed as Talia began rummaging in the cookware, talking to herself about needing spices and that the hearth fire wasn't hot enough. Come on, before she starts chucking pans and ladles at us. Hey, Ellie, would you mind putting a ward on the door? Talia called after them. The last thing I need is to be putting up with catering to your Aunt Em while I'm trying to work. Sure thing, Ellie agreed, closing the door. She used the knife she carried with her at all times to carve a small teardrop mark into the door frame. It's a simple ward that would only last 4 or 5 hours before fading into the wood. Talia had worked at Hollow Point long enough that she'd know how to break it if she had to. In the hall, they separated. As he left, Jake said something about re-shooing Smoke and that Ellie would do well to consider cursing the last farrier, who had done by far the worst job he'd ever seen. Ugh. You ever seen bad, what happens with a bad horseshoe? Not good. Beasts of burden get no thoughts of consideration, I'm telling you. Something still on your mind? Cord asked as they started walking away from the kitchen. Elv going all quiet and thoughtful is never a good sign with you. Gran's dead, Ellie said simply. What happened? In the flame you sent me, you said she made you promise not to call me back until after. Did you know she was sick? I've been sure for a little while. He looked increasingly uncomfortable at the admission. She saw Doc Wesson a few weeks ago. According to him, she'd suffered a minor apoplexy. Typical of her, she kept working. She was meditating morning, noon, and night to get her magic back under control before the next full moon. Weeks? Ellie repeated, trying to understand what he just said. You knew all this time and you didn't tell me? Why didn't you get me back here? I'm sorry, Elv. Sorry wasn't half of it. Old-timey word for stroke. Ah, okay. That's what I figured. Sorry wasn't the half of it. He sounded truly broken. She gave me a direct order, and I couldn't go against that, not even for you. She had a will of iron, she agreed, albeit grudgingly. Suppose if anyone knew that, it'd be us. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wish I could have told you everything that was going on. Cord paused. He seemed to realize for the first time that since leaving the kitchen they'd been walking not only in the corridors, but in the maze of tunnels that had led to the ranch's hidden hot spring. Wait, what are we doing here? Like I said, I need answers. Without turning back to Cord, she lit lanterns around the pool and knelt down. Pulling the daylily petals that she'd brought from Borum, without thinking twice about it, Ellie set them in a star pattern in front of the pool and placed a small blue agate stone in center. Kay had taught her proper summoning techniques, and the lessons had stuck. To the Shadow Realm! Man, we've had a lot of Shadow Realm people today. Crazy. I need to at least try to get answers, and I need them before the release ceremony. I mean, they can go have fun with all the other people in the Shadow Realm. Renee left yesterday with Kay's body. Cord advised, his words as sensible and solid as expected from someone who'd spent 17 years as a trusted member of the Karras family. Though Ellie thought he was being a little dense for someone who'd spent 14 of those years knowing her as well as he did. She told you what needs to be done and when. I know she did, but I'm looking for more than what Renee will tell me. Ellie knew he meant his words to protect her. Perhaps when she was feeling more objective and rational, she'd appreciate them. But for the moment, there was no room for objectivity or rationality. All Elvian Karras could focus on was the chance of finding out why her beloved grandmother was dead. I need someone who will. Now hush. No sooner did silence fall between them than the water of the spring began to glow a pale blue and match the agate. Steam rose from the pool, and after hovering briefly at the edge, took the shape of a tall young woman. Miss Elvina. Why call on me like this? The mist said, taking a step onto the land and resolving itself into a solid form. You know where you can find me without going through the whole summoning ritual. Wanted to make sure our conversation was private. Despite Ellie being tightly strung, she felt a lift in her spirits when she saw a new wimple of shining black satin hooded over chestnut brown hair. So the friend she remembered had taken her orders already. Striking indigo eyes were just as she remembered. And it's been a long time. How are you, Nolly? Isn't there a mere expression about time and tide, ever on and never the same? Nally was among the youngest banshee of the local Caligo, and kin to Mother Renee. She was a novice by comparison, but if the word of both Town and Grand's letters were accurate, she lacked no great potential in her youth. And yet both wait for no one. What can I do for you? Hold on. Morning to you, Nally. Cord grabbed Elle's arm, steering her away from the newcomer. Tell me you're not serious. You're interrupting Caligo. You're interfering in Caligo business. You know Kay would never allow that. In case you haven't noticed, brother, Kay isn't here. I need to know why, she hissed before turning back to Nellie. I have a favor to ask. It's about my gran. Sorry for it. For you and all your family. Nellie bowed her head in a way so solemn that it surprised Ellie. Banshees were shepherds in their way. Life and death were realms to be respected but never hated or feared. And I will, of course, be at the release ceremony. Why summon me here now when the full moon is only 2 nights away? There are things I need to settle for the family, and for myself, before she's put to rest in body and soul. Her voice was forcibly confident now, despite gaping disbelief from Cord beside her and obvious confusion from Nolly. Starting with her soul, I need to know who has it now. Ellie, of all people, you know that knowledge is forbidden to tell? Nolly's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Soul and wardenship is a sacred trust for the life and the banshee who called for it. I'm supposed to be satisfied with that. She had not expected this. At least, not such a flat refusal. It was why she had summoned Denali specifically. Part of the younger generation and comparatively her peer. Ellie had been banking on their past relationship to help skirt the rules. Nolly, do you really expect me to believe a Hollow Point witch, the head of one of the most powerful covens in the 3 surrounding territories, died and nobody knows who was there to call for her? Human line of questioning, if ever I heard one. Nolly shook her head. Maybe Allie had underestimated how much training the young Banshee would have received by now. She even spoke like a full-fledged sister, always longing for a purpose. You do it in joy and even more so in pain. And I need to at least know who to ask. Kay Rel Karras's wishes will be carried out. This I can promise, the young wraith said, taking Ellie's hand in hers in what she must have thought to be a comforting gesture. In actuality, Ellie felt an echo of the chill of death run up her spine. You know she was close with Renee. There's no reason to worry about her safety. You know what my gran meant to this territory. You know what she meant to me. It was a desperate measure, but she was out of options. I lost her with no warning and not even a chance to say goodbye. Now, we've known each other for a long time. If I knew who cried for her, they would tell me if she arranged it, when she knew the end was near. They could tell me what she was feeling at the last breath. I can't. She knew, all right. Nolly knew, and she couldn't say the words. She did at least have the decency to regret it. I wish I could give you the information that would comfort you. But you're bound by tradition, I suppose. Ellie had to stifle the desire to keep at her. There were so many things she wanted to know. Why did Kay keep the knowledge of impending death from her? Did she arrange it with Renee or another banshee of the Caligo? Would it be at all possible to keep her father from ruining the Hollow Point legacy forever? Why wasn't she prepared for anything that had happened? We all have them. Nolly turned back to the pool. She lifted the hem of her skirts to reveal bare feet before stepping back into the water. You have witch business to attend to before the full moon rises and the wraiths have ours. I hear Renee sent a message to Father Asa to return to town as soon as possible. As the bursteel that persisted over Kay Rail's birth, he will of course want to be at her release. I'll see you at the ceremony, young Miss Karras. Dead end. Ellie spoke bitterly when Nellie had disappeared. Spring had returned to its usual black and mirror-like state. I thought I would at least get her to slip on something. And let Renee down. My guess is she's as firm a teacher as your gran was. Rumor in town is she might even be High Mother one day. He balked, nudging her gently. Would you have gone against Kay, ever instilling in you? Would you have gone against everything Kay ever instilled in you? Would you have told Coven secrets to someone just because they came to you and pulled the friendship card? No. Exactly. Hordes started for the door back to the tunnels and waited for her to follow. Reluctantly, Ellie did after collecting the summoning elements with one more unsatisfying glance at the pool. She really thought Nolly would be willing to bend the rules to help her out. Whatever she wants us to know, we'll know at the ceremony. Everything else, well, those secrets she took to the Valley of Shadows with her. One thing I will say, country girl, is I'm not sure if this is like her coping mechanism, but I feel like, how do I say this, like, it's not like forced, it's like heavy-handed. It's heavy-handed in the fact of the promise you're making to me with this is that the Gran died with some sort of secret. So I'm not sure which direction you want to go with this. But it feels heavy-handed with how much this character is trying to learn this information without really giving any like real reason besides the fact of just like someone in grief who wants to know in order to go ask the questions because she's worried about foul play being involved. And I'm guessing that's what she's worried about, right? She's worried about some sort of foul play and that someone's gonna do something, and I'm guessing she's worried about two things. She's worried about her father becoming the heir, and she's worried about herself becoming the heir. She doesn't want to become the heir, but she doesn't want her father to become the heir. And she's worried about that. So that's kind of like where I feel the story's going and like what I'm getting out of it. Close? Okay. But for a closer hint of the direction, maybe put in like a single line that hints towards that direction. In either this chapter or the chapter before it. Or show more more irrational behavior out of the character to show that she's just acting irrationally in her grief. And it kind of solves both the problems because you can lean towards that and then have like that play into the fact of being paranoid, but it's like you should be paranoid. And then it's like, well, this is why you should be paranoid. And then it confirms that for the character to be like, aha, right? And you really, like, I feel like you're really going for that aha moment. But I feel like it's too heavy-handed with this character being, like, willing to break essentially all of the rules. Like, what's the like, what happens if she finds the person that's holding the soul of her of Kay? That's another thing, right? Is like, I feel like there's too many questions being asked and nothing's being answered. It's a mix of sudden grief and wanting explanations, worrying what happens if and when her father is named Elder. Okay. So, like, we get a little bit of her weariness for her dad. But I don't know. All depends on, like, what you're trying to portray, right? Like, what I want to do is I want to guess what you're trying to portray to show you how a reader would react without the knowledge that you have. Also, Kay did die with secrets that have to do with Ellie's tragic backstory. Which I figure is something because of the fact that she doesn't live there, and it feels like she's almost an outcast. And, like she said, there was a reason that forced her to leave. But we don't know what that reason is. So again, that's another question. And it feels like at some point in time, if you're just raising too many questions and you're not answering any of them, it feels too heavy-handed and you're just throwing too many things at the reader. You need to give them a little bit of satisfaction in between there and maybe turn a couple of those into anticipation instead of mystery. But again, like I said, it all depends on the direction that you're trying to go with the story. So it's like, whatever advice I'm trying to give, make sure that that aligns with your direction that you want to go. And then you can pick and choose what works out of, like, what I'm saying, right? And what you think would improve or, you know, ruin it, right? Question, alright? And I will say there is one thing that is like really, really well done, and it's an escalating factor in Cord's personality. Cord feels almost too good, but you've set that up perfectly in the fact of showing this, with him being like it's like an escalation factor, right? You introduce a character that does something, and then you keep doing more and more, let's say, the right thing, the perfect thing, the right answer. The more that character feels like a plot device more than a character. Would it be more satisfying as a reader if there's particular secrets weren't? I think giving us 2 of them, Country Girl. I don't care which ones, but either a hint at foul play, a hint at the character's past and the reason why they had to leave, a hint at the significance that other people consider this character as if this character was a rival to them, right? Like the consideration of this character thinking that they might be named as Elder. Because what I'm thinking what is going to happen is, of course, she's going to be named as Elder, and she's going to be like, wait, what? And it's going to somehow conflict with the backstory and cause everyone to be against her. How would it be if Ellie got the answers she was looking for, but not knowing the right questions? See, that's perfect. Having the character ask the wrong questions and easily get answers, and those questions don't lead to answers, they actually lead to the real question that you're looking for. And you go, oh, of course! And then you're basically back at step 1 and you do it all over again. And that's like the learning arc of the character, right? So I really like that. I think that would work well. And one thing I would say to give, like, some depth to Cord is, like, adding in maybe 2 or 3 points where he almost is, like, rolling his eyes and, like, kind of being, like, going along with it, right? Where you can tell that he understands that the thing... Because this will play off of her grief, right? It'll say to her, another one to the Shadow Realm. Holy shit, boys. That's like 8. We've already sent 8 to the Shadow Realm. Fuck, what was I saying? But Cord's personality. Have him, despite his, like, goodness and everything, right? Kind of exaggerate and, like, roll his eyes or something like that. Or be like, are you sure? Like, questioningly towards her, trying to kind of nudge her away from this conspiracy nonsense that he's like, it's nonsense, it's just her grief. I've seen her like this before, and that'll be a great, like, dynamic between the 2 characters, and give him, like, more depth, and saying that he's a really good guy, but he doesn't want to, he's like that. And we're in the middle of ads. I'm gonna write this down so I don't forget.
He's like in the middle where he can't decide if letting her grief run its course is better than preventing her from falling down a bad path. He is willing to indulge her to a point, but he doesn't want to enable her.
His official job is ranch gun, and his real job is at least big brother and protector. Also ad blockers. So I'm still here. Okay, good. That's just always ruined my train of thought. But yeah. Because then he's like, it's giving an inner arc for Cord in the fact of him trying to decide. Because I'm a big brother. So that's a hard decision to do, is do you let it run its course, or do you stop them before something bad happens because you're worried that something bad will happen because of the course that they're taking, right? Because they're just going to they're going to get in trouble in some way, they're going to hurt themselves in some way, so you want to be there to protect them from themselves. So maybe showing more of that with their connection will really build up their dynamics. And, you could have a fight with them at some point, because it's like he's trying to push her away from the grief, and she only wants, like, she's so focused on this one thing she can't see anything else, and that can be a flaw for both of them for a little bit of an arc. And then then she sees her ways, and or like he sees her ways, because it turns out she's like, I was right the whole time. And then he's like, just because you were right doesn't mean that you didn't, you had to act the way that you were, right? It's like, did that really change anything, or did it make things worse, right? You could have held on to those suspicions in, like, a different way. And then you can play with that how you do with the characters, right? And then that just instantly raises your characters to the level of fucking real. Because they're taking the considerations of each other, as well as the environment around them, instead of the plot. And they just happen to be falling towards the plot. But yeah, really like the story so far, though. Oh. Ooh, my neck. Woo! Man, that was a good one. Jesus! Jesus! It ain't supposed to be in that direction, it goes in that direction. Whew! Alright. It is time. Eye of the World. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? Whoops, that's not what I want. This is what I want. There. You can see the full shit, and then you don't have to worry about it. Because it's in here, it's not on there, so we don't need to see it. Alright, for the third time! Chapter 12. Across the Terran. Or Terran, I don't know, it's spelled T-A-R-E-N. How are you supposed to pronounce that? I say it's the Terran. He's in a difficult spot right now because at this point he knows more her past than she does, and doing what he and Kay thought best as the lesser other evils to keep Ellie safe physically and mentally. Okay, so portray that more. Portray that more. And even if you do that as, like, from Ellie's angle of suspicion towards Cord. So you can use him nudging her away from the grief and her suspicions, and then that will just build it up even more. Of him being like, look, I was right the whole time, and her being like, yeah, you were right the whole time. But really, really work into that and use that as your hook for the characters. Because the characters are really what people are going to resonate with, right? So as soon as you grab that, it's like, oh. Because especially the fact that they're brother and sister, right? And it gives you that anticipation of, I understand what Cord's going through. Like, right now, I don't. Or, like, as I'm reading the story, I don't really understand what Cord's going through. So even if it's added in a way of, conflict between them that gets her to think that there's something else going on through his actions, the way that he's acting, which adds to her paranoia, is like a great way to have a spiral until you hit that point when it's like you don't think it could get any worse, and then the information is revealed and you're like, fuck! And that's the moment you really want to get to, because that's the potent, holy shit, oh, moment, right? Where you're like, either I didn't see it coming, or you're like, aha, yes! That's the only way it could have happened. Yes! Thank you. Thank you. Like, Lan came down the stairs telling the company to dismount and lead their horses after him through the fog. Again, they had to trust that the warder knew where he was going. Fog swirled around Rand's knees, holding his feet, obscuring everything more than a yard away. The fog was not as heavy as it had been outside the town, but he could barely make out his companions. Still, no humans stirred in the night except for them. A few more windows than before showed a light. The thick mist turned most of them to dim patches, and as often as not, that hazy glow hanging in the gray was all that was visible. Other houses, revealing a little more, seemed to float on a sea of cloud, or to thrust abruptly out of the mist, while their neighbors remained hidden, so that they could have stood alone for miles around. Rand moved stiffly from the ache of the long ride, wondering if there was any way he could walk the rest of the way to Tar Valon. Not that walking was much better than riding at that moment, of course. But even so, his feet were almost the only part of him that was not sore. At least he was used to walking. Only once did anyone speak loudly enough for Rand to hear clearly. "You must handle it," Moiraine said in answer to something unheard from Lan. "He will remember too much as it is, and no help for it. If I stand out in his thoughts." Rand grumpily shifted his now sodden cloak on his shoulders, keeping close with the others. Matt and Perrin grumbled to themselves, muttering under their breaths, with bitten-off exclamations whenever one stubbed a toe on something or unseen. Thought Marilyn grumbled too, words like hot meal and fire and mulled wine. Reaching Rand, but neither the warder nor the Aes Sedai took notice. Egwene marched along without a word, her back straight and her head high. It was a somewhat painfully hesitant march, to be sure, for she was as unused to riding as the rest. She was getting her adventure, he thought glumly. As long as it lasted, he doubted if she would notice little things like fog or damp or cold. There must have been a difference in what you saw. It seemed to him, depending on whether you sought adventure or had it forced on you. Stories could no doubt make galloping through a cold fog with a drag car and the light alone and knew what else chasing you sound thrilling. Egwene might be feeling a thrill. He only felt cold and damp and glad to have a village around him again, even if it was Terran Ferry. Abruptly, he walked into something large and warm in the murk. Lan's stallion. The warder and Moiraine had stopped, and the rest of the party did the same, patting their mounts as much to comfort themselves as the animals. The fog was a little thinner here, enough for them to see one another more clearly than they had in a long while, but not enough to make out much more. Their feet were still hidden by low billows of gray floodwater. The houses seemed to have all been swallowed. Cautiously, Rand led Cloud forward a little way and was surprised to hear his boots scrape on wood planks. The ferry landing. He backed up carefully, making the gray back as well. He had heard what the Terran ferry landing was like. A bridge that led nowhere except to a ferry boat. The Terran was supposed to be wide and deep, with trench currents that could pull under the strongest swimmer. Much wider than the Wine Spring River, he supposed, with the fog added in. It was a relief when he felt dirt under his feet again. Fierce from Lan, as sharp as the fog. The warder gestured at them as he dashed to Perrin's side and threw back the stocky youth's cloak, exposing the great axe. Obediently, if still not understanding, Rand tossed his own cloak over his shoulder to show his sword. As Lan moved swiftly back to his horse, bobbing lights appeared in the mist and muffled footsteps approached. 6 stolid-faced men in rough clothes followed Master Hightower. Torches they carried burned away a patch of fog around them. When they stopped, all the party from Edmund's Field could be plainly seen, the lot of them surrounded by a grey wall that seemed thicker for the torchlight reflected from it. Ferryman examined them, his narrow head tilted, nose twitching like a weasel sniffing the breeze for a trap. Lan leaned against the saddle with apparent casualness, but one hand rested ostentatiously on the long hilt of his sword. There was an air about him, of a metal spring, compressed, waiting. Rand hurriedly copied the warder's pose, at least insofar as putting his hand on his sword. He did not think he could achieve that deadly-seeming slouch. They'd probably laugh if I tried. Perrin eased his axe in its leather loop and planted his feet deliberately. Matt put a hand to his quiver, though Rand was not sure what condition his bowstring was in after being out in all this damp. Thom Maryland stepped forward grandly, and held up one empty hand, turning it slowly. Suddenly he gestured with a flourish, and a dagger twirled between his fingers. The hilt slapped into his palm, and abruptly nonchalant, he began trimming his fingernails. A low, delighted laugh floated from Moiraine. Egwene clapped as if watching a performance at festival. She stopped and looked abashed, though her mouth twitched with a smile just the same. Hightower seemed far from amused. He stared at Thom, then cleared his throat loudly. There was mention made of more gold for the crossing. He looked around at them again, the sullen, sly look. What you gave me before is in a safe place now, here. It's none of it where you can get at it. The rest of the gold, Lan told him, goes into your hand when we were on the other side. The leather purse hanging at his waist clinked as he gave it a little shake. For a moment the ferryman's eyes darted, but at last he nodded. "Let's be about it then," he muttered, and stalked out onto the landing, followed by his 6 helpers. Fog burned away around them as they moved. Grey tendrils closed in behind, quickly filling where they had been. Rand hurried to keep up. Ferry itself was a wooden barge with high sides bordered by a ramp that could be raised to block off the end. Ropes as thick as a man's wrist ran along each side of it, ropes fastened to massive posts at the end of the landing and disappearing into the night over the river. Ferryman's helpers stuck their torches in iron brackets on the ferry's side, waited while everyone led their horses aboard, then pulled up the ramp. The deck creaked beneath hooves and shuffling feet, and the ferry shifted with the weight. Hightower muttered half under his breath, growling for them to keep the horses still and stay in the center, out of the hauler's way. He shouted at the helpers, chivying them as they readied the ferry to cross, but the men moved at the same reluctant speed whatever he said, and he was half-hearted about it, often cutting off in mid-shout to hold his torch high and peer into the fog. Finally he stopped shouting altogether and went to the bow, where he stood staring into the mist that covered the river. He did not move until one of his haulers touched his arm, then he jumped, glaring. "What? Oh, it's you. Is it ready? About time. Well, man, what are you waiting for?" He waved his arms, heedless of the torch and the way the horses whickered and tried to move back. "Cast off! Give way! Move!" The man slouched off to comply, and Hightower peered once more into the fog. Fog ahead, rubbing his free hand easily in his coat front. Ferry lurched as its moorings were loosened and the strong current caught it, then lurched again as the guide ropes held it. The haulers, 3 to a side, grabbed hold of the ropes at the front of the ferry and laboriously began walking toward the back, muttering uneasily as they edged out onto the gray cloaked river. The landing disappeared as mist surrounded them. Tenuous streamers drifting across the ferry between the flickering torches. The barge rocked slowly in the current. Nothing except the steady tread of the haulers. Forward to take hold of the ropes, and back down again, pulling the ropes, and back down again, pulling, gave a hint of the other movement. No one spoke. Villagers kept as close to the center of the ferry as they could. They had heard the Terran was far wider than the streams they were used to, or the fog made it infinitely vaster in their minds. After a time, Rand moved closer to land. Rivers a man could not wade or swim or even see across, were nervous-making. To someone who had never seen anything broader or deeper than the Waterwood Pond. Would they really have tried to rob us? He asked quietly. He acted more as if he were afraid we would rob them. We would rob him. He acted more as if he were afraid we would rob him. The warder eyed the ferryman and his helpers. None appeared to be listening, for answering just as softly, the fog to hide them. Well, when what they do is hidden, men sometimes deal with strangers in ways they wouldn't if there were other eyes to see. And the quickest to harm a stranger are the soonest to think a stranger will harm them. This fellow, I believe, he might sell his mother to Trollocs for stew meat. The price was right. A little surprised, you ask. I heard the way people at Edmonds Field speak of those from Terran Ferry. Yes, but, well, everyone says they. But I never thought they would actually, Rand described. Rand decided he had better stop thinking that he knew anything at all of what people were like beyond his own village. He might tell the Fade we crossed the ferry, he said at last. Maybe he'll bring the Trollocs over after us. Land chuckled dryly. Robbing a stranger is one thing. Dealing with the half-man something else again. Can you really see him ferrying Trollocs over, especially in this fog? Not much gold he was offered. Or even talk to him, Midrol. If he had any choice. Just the thought of it would keep him running for a month. I don't think we have to worry very much about dark friends in Terran Ferry. Not here. We are safe. For a time, at least. From this lot, anyway. Watch yourself. Hightower had turned from peering into the fog ahead, pointed face pushed towards the torch held high, stared at Lan and Rand as if seeing them clearly for the first time. Deck planks creaked under the hauler's feet as the occasional stamp of a hoof. Abruptly, the ferryman twitched as he realized they were watching him. With a leap, he spun back to looking at the far bank, or whatever it was. He saw it in the fog. Say no more, Lan said, so softly Rand almost could understand. These are bad days to speak of Trollocs or dark friends, or the father of lies with strange ears to hear. Such talk can bring worse than the dragon's fangs scrawled on your door. Rand felt no desire to go on with his questions. Gloom settled on him even more than it had before. Dark friends. As if Fades and Trollocs and Dragcar were not enough to worry about. Least you could tell a Trolloc at sight. Abruptly, pilings loomed shadowy in the mist before them. Ferry thudded against the far bank, and then the haulers were hurrying to lash the craft fast and let down the ramp at the end with a thump. Wilmat and Perrin announced loudly that the Terran was not half as wide as they had heard. Lan led his stallion down the ramp, followed by Moiraine and the others. As Rand, the last, took Cloud from behind Bella, Master Hightower called out an angry, "Here, now, here! Where's my gold? Shall be paid." Moiraine's voice came from somewhere in the mist. Rand's boots clumped from the ramp to the wooden landing. A silver mark for each of your men, the Aes Sedai added, for the quick crossing. Ferryman hesitated, face pushed towards forward as if he smelled danger. But at the mention of silver, the haulers roused themselves. Some paused to seize a torch, but they all thumped down the ramp before Hightower could open his mouth. With a sullen grimace, the ferryman followed his crew. Cloud's hooves clumped hollowly in the fog as Rand made his way carefully along the landing. The gray mist was as thick here as over the river. At the foot of the landing, the warder was handing out coins, surrounded by the torches of Hightower and his fellows. Everyone else except Moiraine waited just beyond in an anxious cluster. The Aes Sedai stood looking at the river, though what she could see was beyond Rand. With a shiver, he hitched up his cloak, sodden as it was. He was really out of the two rivers now, and it seemed much further away than the width of a river. There, Lan said, handing a last coin to Hightower. As agreed, did not put up his nose, and the ferrety-faced man eyed it greedily. With a loud creak, the landing shivered. Hightower jerked upright, head swiveling back toward the mist-cloaked ferry. Torches remained on board, where a pair of dim, fuzzy points of light. The landing groaned, and with the thunderous crack of snapping wood, the twin glows lurched and began to revolve. Egwene cried out wordlessly, and Thom cursed. "It's loose!" Hightower screamed. Grabbing his haulers, he pushed them toward the end of the landing. "The ferry's loose! You fools! Get it! Get it!" Haulers stumbled a few steps under Hightower's shoves, then stopped. Faint lights on the ferry spun faster, then faster still. The fog above them swirled, sucked into the spiral. The landing trembled. The cracking and splintering of wood filled the air as the ferry began breaking apart. "Whirlpool," one of the haulers said, his voice filled with awe. "No whirlpools in the Terran." Hightower sounded empty. "Never been a whirlpool." "An unfortunate occurrence," Moiraine's voice was hollow in the fog that made her a shadow as she turned from the river. "Unfortunate," Lan agreed in a flat tone. "Seems you'll be carrying no one else across the river for a time. An ill thing that you lost your craft in our service." Delved again into his purse, ready to hand. "This should repay you." That was some magic bullshit they did right there. That was some magic bullshit they did. I like it. How do we stop them? Well, we destroy their ferry in a very, suspiciously natural way. For a moment, Hightower stared at the gold, glinting in Lan's hand in the torchlight, then his shoulders hunched and his eyes darted to the other he'd carried across, made indistinct by the fog. The Edmund's fielders stood silently. With a frightened, inarticulate cry, the ferryman snatched the coins from Lan, whirled, and ran into the mist. His haulers were only half a step behind him, their torches quickly swallowed as they vanished upriver. "There's nothing further to hold us here," the Aes Sedai said, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Leading her white mare, she started away from the landing, up the bank. Rand stood staring at the hidden river. It could have been happenstance, no whirlpools, he said, but abruptly he realized everyone else had gone. Hurriedly, he scrambled up the gently sloping bank. See, just having something like that, like Rand being like, "Are you sure about that? That seemed a little bit weird," makes all the difference to the suspension of disbelief and confirming your suspicions. In the space of 3 paces, the heavy mist faded away to nothing. He stopped dead and stared back. A long line running down the shore, thick gray, hung on one side, and on the other shore a clear night sky, still dark, though the sharpness of the moon hinted at the dawn not so far off. The warder and Aes Sedai stood conferring beside their horses a short distance beyond the border of the fog. The others huddled a little apart. Even in the moonlit darkness, their nervousness was palpable. All eyes were on Lan and Moiraine, and all but Egwene were leaning back as if torn between losing the pair and getting too close. Rand trotted the last few spans to Egwin's side, leading Cloud as she grinned at him. He did not think the shine in her eye was all from moonlight. Follows the river as if drawn with a pen, Moiraine was saying in satisfied tones. There are not 10 women in Tar Valon who could do that unaided. Not to mention from the back of a galloping horse. I don't mean to complain, Moiraine, Sedai, Thom said, sounding oddly diffident for him. But would it not have been better to cover us a little further, say to Bear Lawn, if that drag car looks on this side of the river, we'll lose everything we've gained. Drag car are not very smart, Master Marilyn, the Aes Sedai said dryly. Fearsome and deadly dangerous and with sharp eyes, but little intelligence. It will tell the Myrddraal that this side of the river is clear, but the river itself is cloaked for miles in both directions. The Myrddraal will know the exact extra effort that cost me. He will have to consider that we may be escaping down the river, and that will slow him. He will have to divide his efforts. The fog should hold long enough that he will never be sure that we did not travel at least part way by boat. I could have extended the fog a little way toward Berlin instead, but then the drag car would search the river in a matter of hours, and the Myrddraal would know exactly where we were headed. Thom made a puffing sound and shook his head. I apologize, Aes Sedai. I hope I did not offend. Oh, Moy, Aes Sedai. Matt stopped to swallow audibly. The fairy, did you? I mean, I don't understand why. Trailed off weakly, and there was a silence so deep the loudest sound Round heard was his own breathing. Finally, Moiraine spoke, and her voice filled with empty silence and sharpness. You all want explanations. But if I explained my every action to you, I would have no time for anything else. In the moonlight, the Aes Sedai seemed taller. Somehow almost loomed over them. Know this. I intend to see you safely to Tar Valon. That is the only thing you need to know. If we keep standing here, Land put in, the drag car will not need to search for the river. If I remember correctly, he led his horse up the riverbank. As if the warder's movement had loosened something in his chest, Rand drew a deep breath. He heard others doing the same, even Thom, and remembered an old saying, better to spit in a wolf's eye than to cross an Aes Sedai. Yet, the tension had lessened. Moiraine was not looming over anyone. She barely reached his chest. I don't suppose we could rest a bit, Perrin said hopefully, ending with a yawn.
Welcome to the ads. You will never know what truly hit you once the ads have come. They are the most terrifying thing you will ever know in your life. They are the ads. Nothing can prepare you for the things that they will show you. You cannot resist.
Don't suppose we could rest for a bit, Perrin said, hopefully, ending with a yawn. Egwin, slumped against Bella, sighed tiredly. It's the first sound even approaching a complaint that Rand had heard from her. Maybe now she realizes this isn't some grand adventure after all. Then he guiltily remembered that unlike him, she had not slept the day away. We do need to rest, Moiraine Sedai, he said. After all, we have ridden all night. And I suggest we see what Lan has to say for us, Moiraine said. Come. She led them up on the bank, into the woods beyond the river. Bare branches thickened the shadows. A good 100 spans from the Terran, they came to a dark mound beside a clearing. Here, a long-ago flood had undermined and toppled an entire stand of leather leaves, washing them together into a great, thick tangle, an apparently solid mass of trunks and branches and roots. Moiraine stopped, and suddenly a light appeared low to the ground, coming from under the heap of trees. Thrusting a stub of a torch ahead of him, Lan crawled out from under the mound and straightened. No unwelcome visitors, he told Moiraine. And the wood I left is still dry, so I started a small fire. We will rest warm. You expected us to stop here, Egwin said in surprise. Seemed a likely place, Lan replied. I like to be prepared just in case. Moiraine took the torch from him. Will you see to the horses? When we are done, I will do what I can about everyone's tiredness. Right now, I want to talk to Egwin. Egwin? Rand watched the two women crouch down and disappear under a great pile of tree trunks. There was a low opening barely big enough to crawl into. The light of the torch vanished. Lan had included feed bags and a small quantity of oats in the supplies, but he stopped the others from unsaddling their horses. Instead, he produced the hobbles he had also packed. They would rest easier without the saddles, but if we must leave quickly, there may be no time to replace them. They don't look to me like they need any rest, Perrin said as he attempted to slip the feed bag over his mount's muzzle. Horse tossed its head before allowing him to put the straps in place. Rand was having difficulties with Cloud too, taking 3 tries before he would get the canvas bag over the Grey's nose. They do, Lan told them. He straightened from hobbling his stallion. Oh, they can still run. They will run at their fastest, if we let them, right up to the second they drop dead from exhaustion. They never even felt. I would rather Moiraine Sedai had not had to do what she did, but it was necessary. He patted the stallion's neck, and the horse bobbed his head as if acknowledging the warder's touch. Let's go slowly with them for the next few days, until they recover. More slowly than I would like, but with luck it will be enough. Is that, Matt swallowed audibly, is that what she meant about our tiredness? Rand patted Cloud's neck and stared at nothing. Despite what she had done for Tam, he had no desire for the Aes Sedai to use the power on him. Light. She as much as admitted sinking the ferry. Something like it. Lan chuckled dryly. But you will not have to worry about running yourself to death, not unless things get a lot worse than they are. Just think of it as an extra night's sleep. Shrill scream of the drag car suddenly echoed from above the fog-covered river. Even the horses froze. Again it came, closer now, and again, piercing Rand's skull like needles. Then the cries were fading until they had faded away entirely. Luck, Lan breathed. Searches the river for us. Gave a quick shrug and abruptly sounded matter-of-fact. Let's get inside. I could do with some hot tea and something to fill my belly. Rand was the first to crawl on hands and knees through the opening in the tangle of trees and down a short tunnel. At the end of it, he stopped, still crouching. Ahead was an irregularly shaped space, a woody cave easily large enough to hold them all. The roof of tree trunks and branches came too low to allow any but the women to stand. Smoke from a small fire on a bed of river stones drifted up and through. The draft was enough to keep the space free of smoke, but the interweaving was too thick to let out even a glimmer of the flames. Moiraine and Egwene, their cloaks thrown aside, sat cross-legged facing one another beside the fire. The one power, Moiraine was saying, comes from the true source. The driving force of creation, the force the Creator made to turn the wheel of time. She put her hands together in front of her and pushed them against each other. Saidin, the male half of the true source, and Saidar, the female half, work against each other at the same time, together to provide that force. Saidin, she lifted her hand, then let it drop, is fouled by the touch of the Dark One. Like water with a thin slick of rancid oil floating on top. Water is still pure, but it cannot be touched without touching the foulness. Only Saidar is still safe to be used. Egwene's back was to Rand. He could not see her face, but she was leaning forward eagerly. Matt poked Rand from behind and muttered something, and he moved on into the tree cavern. Moiraine and Egwene ignored his entry. The other men crowded in behind him, tossing off damp cloaks, settling around the fire, and holding hands out in the warmth. Lan, the last to enter, pulled water bags and leather sacks from a nook in the wall, took out a kettle, and began to prepare tea. Paid no attention to what the women were saying, but Rand's friends began to stop toasting their hands to stare openly. Thom pretended that all of his interest was engaged in loading his thickly carved pipe, but the way he leaned forward, the women gave him away. Leaned toward the women gave him away. Moiraine and Egwene acted as if they were alone. No, Moiraine said in answer to a question Rand had missed. The true source cannot be used up, any more than the river can be used up by the wheel of a mill. The source is the river, the Aes Sedai, the water wheel. And you really think I can learn? Egwene asked, her face shone with eagerness. Rand had never seen her look so beautiful, or so far away from him. I can become an Aes Sedai. Rand jumped up, cracked his head against the low roof of logs. Thom Merrilin grabbed his arm and yanked him back down. Don't be a fool, the Gleeman murmured. He eyed the women. Neither seemed to have noticed, and the look he gave Rand was sympathetic. It's beyond you now, boy. Child, Moiraine said gently. Only a very few can learn to touch the true source and use the one power. Some of those can learn to a greater degree, some to a lesser. You are one of the bare handful for whom there is no need to learn. At least, touching the source will come to you whether you want it or not. Without the teaching you can receive in Tar Valon, though, you will never learn to channel it fully, and you may not survive. Men who have the ability to touch Saidin, born in them, die, of course, if the Red Aja does not find them and gentle them. Thom growled deep in his throat, and Rand shifted uncomfortably. Men like those of whom the Aes Sedai spoke were rare. He had only heard of 3 in his whole life, and thank the light, never in the 2 rivers. But the damage they did before the Aes Sedai found them was always bad enough for the news to carry, like the news of wars or earthquakes or destroyed cities. He had never really understood what the Ajaz did. According to the stories, they were societies among the Aes Sedai that seemed to plot and squabble among themselves more than anything else. The stories were clear at one point. The Red Aja held its prime duty in the prevention of another breaking of the world. And they did by hunting down every man who even dreamed of wielding the one power. Matt and Perrin looked as if they suddenly wished they were back at home in their beds. But some of the women die too. It's hard to learn without a guide. The women we do not find, those who live, often become, well, in this part of the world, they might become wisdoms of their villages. The Aes Sedai paused, thoughtfully. The old blood is strong in Edmund's Field, and the old blood sings. I knew you for what you were the moment I saw you. No Aes Sedai can stand in the presence of a woman who can channel, or who is close to her change, and not feel it. She rummaged in the pouch in her belt and produced a small blue gem on a gold chain, and she held it, she had earlier worn in her hair. You are very close to your change, your first touching. It will be better if I guide you through it. That way you will avoid the unpleasant effects that come to those who must find their own way. Igwen's eyes widened as she looked at the stone, and she wet her lips repeatedly. Does that have the power? Of course not, Moiraine snapped. Things do not have the power, child. Even an Angreal is only a tool. This is just a pretty blue stone, but it can give off light. Here. Egwin's hands trembled as Moiraine laid the stone in her fingertips. She started to pull back, but the Aes Sedai held both her hands in one of hers and gently touched the other to the side of Egwin's head. Look at the stone, the Aes Sedai said softly. It is better this way than fumbling alone. Clear your mind of everything but the stone. Clear your mind and let yourself drift. There is only the stone and emptiness. I will begin it. Drift, and let me guide you. No thoughts. Drift. Rand's fingers dug into his knees, his jaws clenched until they hurt. She has to fail. She has to. Light bloomed in the stone, just one flash of blue and then gone, no brighter than a firefly. But he flinched as if it had been blinding. Egwin and Moiraine stared into the stone, faces empty. Another flash came, and another, until the azure light pulsed like the beating of a heart. It's the Aes Sedai, he thought desperately. Moiraine's doing it, not Egwin. One last feeble flicker, and the stone was merely a bauble again. Rand held his breath. For a moment, Egwin continued to stare at the small stone. She looked at Moiraine. I thought I felt something, but perhaps you're mistaken about me. I'm sorry I wasted your time. I have wasted nothing, child. A small smile of satisfaction flitted across Moiraine's lips. The last light was yours alone. It was? Egwin exclaimed. She slid immediately back into glumness. But it was barely there at all. Now you are behaving like a foolish village girl. Most who come to Tar Valon must study for many months before they can do what you just did. You may go far, perhaps even the Aram seat one day. The Amerlin seat one day. If you study hard and work hard. You mean? With a cry of delight, Egwin threw her arms around the Aes Sedai. Oh, thank you. Rand, did you hear? I'm gonna be an Aes Sedai! Uh-oh. Alright, we're getting ourselves a little map here. Alright, well, another chapter down! So, now, question is, Q&A for types of characters.
Hello. This is our web-exclusive Q&A on character, a companion video to Brandon Sanderson's lecture series this year for 2025. We have taken questions from you that were put in the comment section of the lecture on character. So, if you haven't watched that lecture, you should watch the other character lectures because these are going to be answering. These are going to be questions that I didn't already answer. Questions that you might have already been answered. So, this is a companion piece, web exclusive. Thank you for your questions. We have selected 10 of them, and I'm going to get to them here. Brandon touched briefly on the idea of common arcs in his lecture when he brought up the apprentice arc. I'd be curious to hear him speak about some other common arcs, maybe their defining characteristics, like a little cheat sheet for common character growth directions. What an excellent question. If this method of storytelling helps you, and it does help me, I recommend that you start keeping a list of things that you notice so that you can be like, oh, this seems to be a common sort of character arc. What are its defining characteristics? What makes it work? What do I like about it? And that's probably the most important part. Which sort of character arcs do you most like? And the apprentice arc is one of them. The apprentice arc is obviously apprentice and master. Kind of apprentice follows in the master's footsteps. And the fun interplay in the apprentice arc is, where does the apprentice decide to deviate from the master? And where do they decide to follow the master? What can they accomplish that the master can't? What could the master accomplish that they can't? And how do they have to approach it in different ways? This is really great for kind of separating two characters apart that might have the same skill set, as you see one learn from the other and make it their own. And that's why I love the apprentice arc, because it really can highlight a character and show how they have to approach the world differently from how a mentor might have approached the world. But there are lots of different sorts of character arcs that you can do. One of the kind of primary ones is the idea of you upfront show a character being bad at something, and then they need to learn to fix it, right? This is kind of your classic character arc. A character is shown to be prideful, and how do they get over their pride? You're just very classic. Usually with these arcs, what you really want to do is you want to show up front how this impacts their lives.
I'm retarded.
Most things that can be a flaw in a character
That might
can
help.
be both an advantage and a disadvantage. Hubris can also just be self-confidence. So you want to establish early on, look, this is how the way the person acts is causing them to miss opportunities,
There it is.
causing them to miss
Where the
growth,
fuck is
causing them to their relationships to fall apart, or something like this. And through the course of the story, then, if it's an downward arc, you show them
I gotta take a piss.
learning this lesson, but then still refusing at the most important moment to put it into actualization. It's not just about someone is constantly arrogant and then that causes them to fail. At the end, it is they know by this point that this is their tragic flaw, and they will not let go of it at that important moment. Or you go the reverse. You show them learning the lesson, and then you have that decision point, and you show why they would make the different choice. And that's the important thing. Where this gets paint by numbers, you're just like, oh, I have to have them, fail to this thing 3 times and then succeed. That's not interesting. What's interesting is the why. Who have they become? Why? How have they changed? Why is this? Why do we now believe that this is the person that they have become? Why would they make this decision? And that arc can be really, really satisfying for a character. But there's so many different things. I really like the move from ignorance to knowledge. This is, your classic sort of mystery arc done as a character, where they learn about themselves while they're learning about a mystery in the world. There's information they need to have. They need to learn to be a better or different person in order to actually put that information into place. Spoiling an Agatha Christie novel, Hercule Poirot's final story is about him learning that there are villains out there that are smart enough he cannot prove that they have committed the crime. He can know because he's smart enough to do that, but he cannot find the proof. And that character arc is a really interesting one for a detective, realizing that there are cases that you can solve but not prove that you've solved, and what that does to him and the choices that he makes. This is, again, a mystery being solved while a character learns something about themselves. So there's just a few of them for you, but be watching for these. Have your book. I always joke that authors have a little black book, but it's not a name of people that they have dated. It is interesting character flaws in the people that they've met that they don't tell them about, but that they watch for and watch how people overcome them so that they can make use of those in stories. How do you make a character's arc in the first book of a series feel complete and satisfying when a character has a lot to work on other parts of themselves, which they'll do in potential sequels? This is a good question. And for this, you'll need to, number one, define if you are writing an iconic character or not, or a character that becomes iconic. An iconic character is one that you have decided has primarily external arcs, or they have small internal arcs that do not necessarily make big changes to who they are book to book. A lot of your iconic heroes are people that large series have been written about that you can read out of order. If you're not writing that, and those are perfectly valid sorts of stories to write. There's some very excellent stories written about iconic heroes. If you're not writing about that, then what you're going to want to ask yourself is, are there different things the character needs to work on about themselves? And are there ramifications from the first book that cause further complications? The thing that I don't like, and I find that readers don't like, is when you have a character backslide too much. You can maybe get away with this once, where a character's made a decision, and in a future book, the scope of what that decision makes them live with is bigger than they thought. The classic example of this is Spider-Man 1 and 2 in the Sam Raimi trilogy. In Spider-Man 1, Spider-Man decides to be a hero. Spider-Man 2 has to live with being a hero, and that makes him question. Spider-Man 2 is the strongest of that trilogy, and that's in part because 1 is expected, and 2 is a really deep look at what it actually costs someone to have to do this, and it makes him question. You can't do that again. At least I feel like if you do that again, it becomes a problem. And indeed, most people who have a character backslide do not do it as well as Sam Raimi and his writers did with that trilogy. And so I recommend looking and saying, what's the next step? A good example, again, of this from film that is not a character arc but can help you understand is Star Wars, the first movie, introduces Darth Vader as a villain. But it doesn't really have Luke face him. The second film has Luke face Darth Vader and fail, and the third film has Luke face Darth Vader and his greater mentor together with an escalation and then succeed. This is, if you can look at a character arc in this way, what is the thing that you can get a small victory on in the first book? Luke defeats Darth Vader by outflying him and having better friends than him, basically. Luke defeats Darth Vader because Han shows up at the last moment. And Luke learns to use the Force. He has defeated Darth Vader and blown up the Death Star. But obviously, the bigger challenge is still there. And having a character have a victory, but also have this looming sort of, I know there's a lot that I still have to learn, that I have to deal with, and whatnot for a future book is relevant. And the longer you go in a series, the more you may want to be able to move external conflict to replacing that. A character arc does not have to be, completely internal. There can be lots of things involving the external arcs, and indeed, at the same time, you can also have characters, learn small things in the same way that an iconic character does. Go through experiences, become a different person. James Bond is a different person at the end of every book. It's just that you don't need to have all of that meaning to put context to everything. I really do like how the Daniel Craig movies did this. They have just enough continuity that earlier books are meaningful, but Bond doesn't have to go through an arc explicitly in each of them. He goes through one in a couple of them. So anyway, there's some talk about that. I'm glad you're asking this question. When you are working on sequels, this is one of the more important things to be considering. You want to avoid having the character learn the same thing every time, but also you want to avoid having the character always have to be going through some very difficult arc. You sometimes want them to do different things. So, good question. How do you balance out a character taking risks with the readers just calling them idiots when something goes wrong? Excellent question. Especially when the stakes can be very high. For some more context, I have a character who is very competent, but I want to have them take a risk and miscalculate how dangerous it is because they're trying to act quickly. Specifically, they're trying to save a kid and fail to protect themselves, which can have known catastrophic effects. The reader doesn't know the exact effect, but being first person, the character is realizing the disaster as they're failing. I think you're probably going to be okay with that one. I will just tell you. This is a good question. You do want to balance the character's incompetence and their likability in general at the beginning of a story. Having a character be incompetent in a few areas and competent in a few other areas, having them take risks and having those risks have consequences is good. I think you've already kind of got it here, right? A character has to act quickly. They cannot make their decision. And particularly if you foreshadowed, this is a character who's bad at making decisions quickly. They're really good at making decisions if they have the time. And
that's my character. That is Husai. If he has to make an immediate decision, he will 90% of the time make the wrong decision. Because I follow the 1, 2, 3 idea step. Your first reaction is emotional. Throw that away. Your second reaction is shallow thought. Throw that away. Your third reaction is critical thought. Keep that. And that is like generally how this character acts. And they can see the big picture and then assign everything for it. Because the whole point is they're like the strategist, right? They're the one telling the people what to do and how to do it. And when the plan fails like that because they need something quick off the bat, that's when the Viceroy comes in. And he goes from being a blundering idiot to being like, well, you could do this. You know? And the reason you're not, like, questioning, well, why is the blundering idiot doing that? Because you're like, you know that he's, like, kind of acting like a blundering idiot. Because you're like, this guy has basically run the country for 50 fucking years. Now he can escape from that. So he doesn't have to, like he can basically, he's basically free and he can do whatever he wants. And he's like, fuck yeah, let's do this, right? Whereas, and so these moments where it's like, okay, you know what, I'll put in my 2 cents, guys. This is what I would do if we were in court, and this is, you know, how the setup was when we were trying to get this outcome. This is what we would do. And it's like, translate that to the situation, you do this, this, and this, and boom, problem solved. And everyone's like, the fuck, dude? And he's like, I know it's not the greatest, but, like, it gets the goal done. And they're like, politics, man. Politics are fucking brutal. So it's like, if there ever needs to be, like, an immediate decision, don't let Husai make it or he's going to fuck it up. And there's other characters that facilitate that. So and he knows that. That's a thing that he knows. So that's one of, like, his flaws that he's aware of. But the one flaw that he was not aware of at the beginning is the babying thing, where he's too much of a father figure instead of a mentor. And he's bringing himself in too early and not letting people grow on their own. And then he has to face that, and then it's completely thrown back at him with the death of Zaid. When he's finally, like, accepted it and, like, overcome it, and he's like, alright, I'm gonna let Zaid into the party. Zaid fucking dies. Oh, such an ironic, beautiful death. It needs to happen. At first I was like, we're just gonna kill Zaid because I just want to kill Zaid. And then it was like, oh no, killing Zaid is so important to the story. It's literally the coming together point of every single piece of information that you need. It solves a problem, it asks more questions, and it gives you the tools to solve the next problem. It's like, it's that coming together is like the greatest moment of all, because it's like everything collides. The hero, the villain, the world, like the character themselves, the personality, the dread of the reader, because they think that Zaid's going to be a part of the party, because I've established already that this is how people join the party, and Zaid has just hit the last step where he's like, you know what, we'll bring Zaid into the party. And then, boom, as soon as we wipe out this Beastman army that's encroaching on Garuda, nothing possibly bad could go wrong here. Why would the Beastmen ever possibly even try to attack us? Well, I mean, it's a good thing I'm here, at least, to be like, we can scare them off before they even try to attack. I'll be like, guys, come on, bro. Just go home. We can all forget this. Don't worry about it. Go home. And then shit hits the fan, and everything gets out of control, and everything's fucked. Oh, excuse me. Brrr.
Maybe over the course of the story, they are learning how to make, how to not freeze up. Or maybe it's just a bad situation and there's no character arc here. Sometimes you make the wrong call. A lot will depend on how other characters respond to this character. And initially having other characters be like, you screwed that up, I can't believe you screwed that up. But then having somebody kind of wise and more knowledgeable be like, this happens. We have to make judgment calls last minute. Sometimes they'll be wrong, but if we don't make a call, it's always wrong.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
did your best. And
True.
kind of having that or having the character come to that decision is one way. Again, control the reader's focus by what the story focuses upon. If you get bad feedback, or if you get feedback on this that is good feedback but says that people are really thinking this character is dumb, well, then either add some more foreshadowing that this could possibly be a problem. Again, hang a lantern on it, so to speak, so that the readers, when it fails, say, okay, I saw this coming, it was foreshadowed, let's see how the character handles it. That is a way to take off the edge on some of that, making sure the character is competent in other areas so that when they fail in an area like
Yeah,
this...
it's like, I'm good at battles, I'm not good at crafting.
Or,
like, for instance, if you go up to Husai and you say, okay, I'm a tank, what armor should I wear, and what enchantments should I get on my armor? Husai would be like, yo, dude, that's not my department. My department is to tell you where to go and what to do, not what to fucking wear in order to do what I need you to do, right? He's like, go to Sid. That's Sid's job. Sid'll tell me, but I'm not. Fuck if I know, bro. That's your department because it's very personal to you, and Sid'll know that shit. But it's like, it's not my department.
Changing your whole story around this big failure and having the character earn back our trust through the course of it. These are all perfectly valid ways. This reads like one that's going to work to me. What you want to avoid, the big danger with this, is having a character make a big mess for everyone else at the beginning of a story in a way that turns us off to liking them. That's a danger. And you got to be careful about those things. It's the reason why a lot of the things that characters flub at the beginnings of stories don't directly impact characters we love, and that the stakes aren't too high and the costs aren't too high. But, you know, there is a question here. You know, one of the issues I have with the way Shadow and Bone was handled, which, as I recall, was not handled this way quite the same way in the books, is, you know, the main character makes a very big mistake in the first or second episode, and it's explicitly kind of for selfish reasons. This is a hard thing to work back from. You totally can, and I think Season 1 of Shadowbone is really excellent, and I think that they do, but that was a very dangerous move, and, you know, there are things you could have done to that show to just not make it seem so selfish. Basically, she insists that, you know, a certain thing happened and then a disaster happens because of that. If you could have they would have made it so that she insisted upon that for reasons that didn't feel quite so selfish. Watch for that selfishness. A character being selfless and things messing up, we're going to take way better than a character being selfish, even if that's a character flaw. If it is a character flaw, own it, and then recoup it as the story progresses. You can do dangerous things. You can do things that early on that people would say this is a mistake, because if you own them and you make your story about them, they will then be hallmarks of your story. Don't try to write a story that everyone is going to love. Write the piece of art that you want to write, but do be aware that that's a danger that you want to do intentionally, not accidentally. When writing multiple viewpoints, how do you know when a scene should be written from one perspective or another? How do you decide which viewpoint is better suited to a scene? Generally, rule of thumb, character taking the actions, character that has the most investment and emotional stake, character going through the most pain. Watch for those things when picking your viewpoint character. You can't always do that, and sometimes it is interesting to have an external viewpoint, but watch for those external viewpoints on interesting things happening. Try to, if you're doing multiple viewpoints and they're all viewpoint characters, put us in the head of the person acting. This, again, is a rule of thumb. 1 out of 10 times, you'll want to do it the other way for artistic or storytelling reasons. Sometimes you talk about setting being its own character, like Arrakis or the town in 100 Years of Solitude. Does this happen intentionally, and does it follow the same rules? I can't speak for Gabriel Garcia Marquez or Frank Herbert. When I do it, it's intentional. Setting is usually its own character, but usually you're deciding whether you're bringing it to the forefront or kind of leaving it in the background. And how much are you making the setting have conflict, causing conflict for the characters? How much is it having its own quirks and its own flaws and limitations and handicaps and all of these things? How are you using the setting, and how is it impacting the characters? When I say the setting is its own character, in the same way that the character influences the decisions of others, how is the setting influencing the decisions of others? I do this intentionally. And it follows some of the same rules, but not the exact same rules, right? I imagine setting as a character in the same way that I might imagine a character who is external to the main character, who's not going to give viewpoint, who causes a lot of conflict and problems for the characters they must overcome. And I want to make sure that there's quirks to them. I want to make sure that there's advantages to living in this setting as well as just disadvantages, right? I want to be able to see, how the characters navigate living in this setting and making use of the setting or responding to or against the setting, whether it be Arrakis or whether it be the religious climate or whatnot of the place they live in. How do you manage dialogue in scenes with multiple strong-willed characters? Specifically, the people might be aligned on the overall goal, but all of them have slightly different motivations, and each one believes themselves to be the leader of the group. These are fun. What you're describing here is very fun. When you can make characters' motivations manifest through dialogue and the way that they speak with others and the friction points between how they want to accomplish what they want to accomplish, that is often where your characters become most clear and most manifest. And I recommend being something that you practice because generally dialogue is a better place to do this than narrative. You're going to do it in both. But dialogue tends to be a stronger show versus tell. And being able to write great dialogue scenes where people back and forth, how do you do
Learn
it?
from
How
Notch.
do you manage
He knows what he was doing with that shit.
Well, I tend to go into a scene with goals. I tend to go into a dialogue scene saying, here's what I want to accomplish. And now, all writing is improv. All writing is discovery writing at some point. I go in with a bullet point. Dalinar is going to discuss with this monarch about joining his coalition. That's my bullet point. Here's what's going to happen. I'll have the bullet point saying he's going to get rejected. It's not going to go very well because this character's like this. And then I'll sit down and be like, all right, what makes this scene interesting and dynamic? What can I reveal about Dalinar? What can I reveal about the other character? Is there foreshadowing I want to accomplish in this? Are there side characters there that I can show glimpses of that can also, be entering the conversation? And what is their conversation showing about them and their motivations? And I bullet point a lot of this as I sit down to write the scene. These aren't in my outline. It's in what I kind of call a floating outline, where I just take a list of bullet points and I say, okay, I'm going to try this. These are my goals. This is what I want to accomplish. And then I'll sit and I'll freeform it. I'll improv it and see how the scene goes. At the end of the scene, after writing it, I might have had things that didn't go as well as I wanted. I'll usually bullet point those at the top of the scene for revision later. Sometimes I'll go back and I'll fix them right then. Usually I'll bullet point them as long as they're kind of small things for things to try on a reread. So, what is the role of iconic characters when they are something other than the protagonist? Can iconic characters who've already learned their lesson help the protagonist learn and grow? And how does that relationship work in fiction? Are there roles that iconic characters are very well suited for in a story? Wow, that's really cool. I'm glad you're thinking about that. The answer to all of that is, of course, yes. But let's dig into it a little bit. What is the role of iconic characters who've already learned that when they're something other than the protagonist? Iconic characters do make excellent villains, right? You generally are not going to be showing viewpoints from your villain, generally meaning like 60% of the time. 40% of the time you will be. But they won't necessarily have something to learn. And if you treat them like a character, like I kind of talked about, you can have them kind of learn the lesson but then refuse at the end, and that's part of what makes them a villain. But they can also be somebody who, has had their chances and is now determined to accomplish what they're going to accomplish. And you can go both directions. Gollum in the Lord of the Rings films in particular, is struggling with an arc. He's less iconic, but he eventually makes that failed decision. But I would say that in The Dark Knight, Joker is an excellent example of an iconic character as a villain. He has made his decisions. He's already come up with his life philosophy. He already has his flaws. Batman manifests those flaws to him through their conflict, but he does not change. And that, that's where his downfall happens. He laughs about it and says, oh, we're just going to keep doing this because we won't change. But through the course of that story, Batman
wants Batman to
Batman
change because he
does
wants
learn,
Batman to
and he
kill him.
doesn't. So that contrast
to
is
cross
really
the
cool.
line.
Can iconic characters who've already learned their lessons help the protagonist learn and grow? I mean, you are outlining what the mentor character usually is. It depends. Obviously, in Mistborn, Kelsier is not an iconic character, and things like that. But, in a lot of stories, Gandalf is iconic, right? Gandalf is not changing. Frodo's on a downward arc through the course of Lord of the Rings. He is being corrupted by the ring. He is doing his best, but it is slowly destroying him. And Gandalf has already made that decision. He does not accept the ring. He's refused it. He continues to be Gandalf. His evolution of a character happens kind of to him rather than because of him. He fights the Balrog and is reborn because Iluvatar sends him back, and things like this. So Gandalf is there for wisdom and for learning. He's known. He's learned a lot of things. He knows a lot of things. And you'll find that your mentor figure is often an iconic character. But
mine isn't.
A lot of your sidekicks are iconic characters. The Mission
Various
Impossible films
and Gluttony are probably iconic
is
characters.
A really interesting film series, because I feel they get better and better as they go along, which is odd. You don't usually have a series running that long where your strongest entries are like films, 7 and 8 or whatnot. I reserve judgment on Dead Reckoning until I see the second half of it. But until Dead Reckoning, I feel that each film got stronger, with perhaps a little dip for film 2, as much as I love John Woo. But in that series, I would say most of the team do not have arcs. They are iconic characters whose job is to be there, to do their shtick, to make us laugh now and then, to give us some emotion, because the majority of the time is spent on Ethan Hunt, and usually one villain and one secondary main protagonist, who are often going through some interesting arc. And I think those films are excellent because of that, and you can see that the role of the side characters being to offer some continuity and just some fun. So there's 3 reasons why you might want to use iconic characters other than your protagonist. Any tips for troubleshooting when your main character becomes less interesting / lovable than your supporting characters? Oh man, this is a problem that you
technically
will
that's
run into.
supposed to
This is
happen.
in part because
that's
you're
supposed to
giving weird
happen.
quirks to your
You're
side
supposed to
characters,
fall in love with the other
and,
characters
oftentimes
because
you
of
forget to do so with
Husai.
your main character. I could suppose I could reconsider whom I choose for my main viewpoint character, but I find that I repeatedly end up loving my supporting characters more than most of the stories I've written so far. All right, so this is a good problem to be having. It means you can write interesting and quirky characters. I would say that I encountered this in the early draft of the Wax and Wayne novels, where Wayne was more interesting than Wax was. This is in part because of things that make Wayne a good sidekick, that it's kind of the Jack Sparrow problem. If Wayne had headlined the books, actually I tried writing the first book about Wayne when it was a short story, the weirdness is too much. And it's one of these things like rich milk chocolate that getting in small doses is actually makes them a stronger character. Having 1 or 2 Wayne viewpoints per book.
I water down my
really
chocolate
makes him
milk,
pop as a
boys.
character.
Not
It
water
lets
down.
him
I
have
milk
arcs
down
that are interesting.
with normal
but
milk.
if it were all Wayne
With the
all the
essence of
time,
it.
I think you would
Can't
just
handle
get tired
strong
of it.
taste.
And so I
least
wrote the
chocolate.
first
I
book,
don't
and
like
Wax
chocolate.
was kind of bland by comparison. What I realized was I had not given Wax a really strong motivation for being there. I had not, this is when I sat down and I put in
It's like
what happened.
There's the like connectional reason why Varius and Gluttony are there. Varius is there because he's good friends with Husai. Gluttony is there because he was a former party member of Husai's, and he really likes Husai, but truly Varius's reason for going out is to find more Kupi. Or Kipu. Whatever the things are, and talk to Beastman. And he knows that this is a diplomatic mission, so he's finally going to get a chance to go with a party that is on, like, a diplomatic mission with the Beastman, so he can do negotiations like that and spread his thing. And then Gluttony just wants to taste every food in the world. So he's like, well, hey, man, I'm all in. Let's go. Because Gluttony's fucking, yeah, is literally called Gluttony. And I was like, I'm debating whether I want to give him an actual name. And I'm be like, what's his name? And it's like, honestly, I don't even think he remembers. We've called him Gluttony since he was like 7 years old, man. Like, this guy is fucked. He loved it so much he never went back. As you can tell. It's like, I just want to make complete fun of Gluttony's weight. Because he's literally so fat as an avian, he can't fly anymore. So it's like, his, like, funny name is Gluttony. His don't fuck with me name, because he's a paladin, and he's badass. Despite the fact that he's fat. It's the Basilisk. So, his funny side is Gluttony, his, like, I'm gonna fuck with you side is Basilisk. And it's, like, kind of a, not quite dual personality, but it's like, you know, when he has to stand on his shit and get his shit done, he's like, I'm a fucking paladin, I stand up for my friends, I try to protect everyone around me, and I try to help people. That's my thing. I just really love hanging out with people and, like, having a good time. So I really want to take the paladin level to, like, a point of, like, camaraderie, of, like, getting to know absolutely everyone. He's super friendly. He's always trying to talk to you about something, you know. He's always there to pat you on the back. Like, that's the kind of character the Gluttony is.
And a lot of the stuff in Shadows of Self are things I came up with to add as foreshadowing in book 1 because I knew I needed more for Wax. That's when it became a series, when I was doing the revisions. And because of that, I added a much bigger arc about why he left, why he came back, what he's hoping to accomplish, who he is. And I'm like, what are Wax's flaws? What is he working on? What are his problems? And I had to work on this idea that, you know, Wax approaches problems too analytically sometimes. He forgets the people involved. And this let me have him have a flaw that he could work on. It let me have him have an arc.
See, my problem is mine's too personal and not
and it gave him
step back
investment and
enough.
stakes in what was happening. And, you know, let him have some quirks. Let your main characters have some of those quirks. Like I said, a character like Wayne, sometimes they can headline, but sometimes they're better in supporting. But learn the lessons from what you're doing with your side characters. This is a problem when someone decides, I want to make a character strong. I'm going to make a cool, strong character. They make them an absolute badass and then don't make them flawed in any interesting way. And so they become bland. You know, it is the Harry Potter problem. Less about him being awesome and more about him being, you know, he's the viewpoint through which we see the story, but then his other characters, his two friends are more interesting to him. Well, he can have some more flaws, some more quirks. So look at that. See what you're doing with those side characters that is working. How can you avoid repeating a character's name too often? Especially when I have a lot of scenes with two male characters, I find you need to name them very frequently to avoid confusion. This be avoided by improving characterization or using traits in place of names. Just use the name. Don't stress this. This name is largely invisible, except as a marker to the reader. Don't worry about it unless you're getting a lot of complaints. But if you have pronoun fluency, you're going to be using the name often, because anytime you use a pronoun, you need to make sure it's referencing
the right key.
Most recent noun that it could be referencing. And if you don't do this, your writing will just be unclear. So I would say don't stress this unless you're getting just a ton of feedback that you're using the character's name too often. And if you are, I mean, in that case, you may look at your dialogue sequences that are just between two characters.
And maybe one character should talk for longer.
Cut the attributions more often. You can
And
look
have
at
their
starting
breakups.
paragraphs with the character's name and then using a pronoun for the rest of that paragraph. But just make sure you're fluent with your pronouns. You don't want to be confusing people with those. So, my gut is don't stress this.
The only
Can I talk
time
about how
pronouns
Robin
are
Hobb uses
important
characters
in
to guide her
writing.
story and why it is so effective. She puts them through so much, they make bad choices, but so many love her characters. How does she get that kind of dimension? How do you get that kind of dimension? I mean, Robin Hobb is one of the greatest living writers, and so how do you do it like Robin Hobb? Is a bigger answer than I can give right here, but maybe a few tips. One of the things that Robin Hobb focuses on in her books is really authentic, real-life living for her characters. She doesn't skip the parts that a lot of us skip when we're writing action stories. She goes into the daily life. And so you have signed up for that by reading one of her books. You have self-selected to be a crowd that is okay, that you're going to see daily life and the struggles of daily life. It's not boring because the character's having conflict and problems and things like this, but you're getting a lot more of that so that as the struggles happen, you've bonded to these characters because they are so real. And I think that authenticity and realism is the thing that makes her books shine. When people put down a Robin Hobb book is because there's so much of that they don't feel that the story is moving the way that they would want. And, you know, every book is going to have things that appeal to some readers and not others.
You can't appeal to everyone, or you're not going to appeal to anyone.
Writing, and I do, and I think she is fantastic. I would say make us feel that that things.
So I'm
are
writing for a very
authentic. And
specific
she does put her
niche.
characters through a ton. They do make
Final
terrible
Fantasy,
choices, but because their motivations are
like,
so well established,
air,
and who they are so
vibe.
well established, and those motivations feel real,
So
then
you like
they
that
feel like
Final
our
Fantasy
friends who are
type
making
of
mistakes.
high
rather than a
fantasy with
character
grounded
in a
realism
film
on
who's
top
doing,
of it, not
something
too,
stupid,
you know,
if that makes sense. So
ridiculous.
yeah, you can definitely spend a lot of time studying Robin Hobb, and I would recommend you do so. Particularly kind of the later Fitz and Fool books, and just kind of showing how a character grows up and changes, and how daily life can be fascinating. She's very good at that. So there you go. There's your Q&A on
Egg salad.
character. Thank you so much.
All right.
I realize there's a bunch of them we didn't get to, but
Shit, man.
hopefully
Here we
this
go.
will give you
I've been
some
dreading this.
springboards into
We're
finding
starting
some of those answers on your own.
a new
because,
arc.
Of course,
We're entering
answer
a
to
new
most
arc, a
questions
new
is practice
age.
a whole bunch. See how professionals have done it. Try it yourself and work your way through it, and hopefully that will bring you your answers. And again, writing advice isn't one size fits all.
Yeah.
I have one
Some
perspective.
is
I try to
bad
give
for
lots of
yous.
perspectives, but it's all going to be clouded by the way that I write books. So if you have advice to people that has worked for you on any of these points, please put them in the comments. Get us a different perspective. Let us know what's working for you. Answers to these questions that might give a different perspective from the one that I've given, so that people who ask the questions can dive in and see what is working for other authors who are writing like they are. We will do the world building Q&A next, so if you haven't left your questions on the last world building lecture, go do so now, and we will pick, say, 10 of them and do another one of these.
Hell yeah. Just trying to get this shit set up. We're gonna watch a
Hey,
reaction
welcome to
video.
Brandon Sanderson's Writing Science Fiction and Fantasy Lectures from 2025. Today we're
That should do it. I can't reach. Fuck. Hopefully that'll do. Ugh. It's not going to be perfect, but I think it'll work. I'm hoping it'll work. Might need to be more this way, but I don't know. Okay, well. So there's a new channel, Paul Presley Art. Starting to draw 4 things you need. So, let's see what they are.
Today's video is looking at drawing and sketching for absolute beginners.
Yay, that's
starting
me.
From scratch. And there are 4 things that we're going to be looking at. 4 things that you need to understand and to do if you're going to start drawing. The first thing that you need, the most important of all, is one of these. Yes, not just a head, but a brain, and a brain that thinks positively. Don't start thinking, I can't draw, I can't do this, it's too difficult. You're never going to get anywhere. You've got to think positively. If you want to see how to think positively in relation to drawing, then have a look at my video and it will get you started. The second thing that you need is this, paper. You need paper. Now,
My
I'm
paper's
using
fucked. I don't have blank
100
paper. I
pound
realized
smooth
that I don't know where it
heavyweight
is.
cartridge paper, which is great
I also have
to
graph paper, and I don't know where that is. I think my mom might have taken it.
Sketchbook. This sketchbook's
So,
much smoother.
my other sketchbooks are completely full.
Well, you might even simply use printer paper if you can't find anything else. Nothing wrong with it.
I
My
guess that's true. We do have a
grandson
printer. Maybe I could go do that.
sketchbook by sticking these sheets of paper together. You could use brown paper. This is ordinary parcel wrapping paper. And if needs be, you could even use the back of an envelope. The point
I
is,
do have these.
paper's not
Well,
that important.
I
What's
guess you
important
can't
is
use the
what
back
you
of these. The
draw.
back of these are
The next thing,
covered.
the third thing you need is a hand. Yes, a hand. Yep, it could be a right hand, it could be a left
A left hand.
Doesn't
That's
really
me.
matter. The most important thing is that you've got to be able to move it about. What you don't want to do is stick that bit onto the paper and then you're very restricted in what you can do. So we'll get rid of the pencil, we move the arm, practice moving the arm, twist it round a little bit. Imagine the pencil on there, moving your whole arm as well as the wrist and the hand. You see how it works? So you can produce some wonderful lines. That's what it's all about.
You talk. What's up,
The
Ninja?
fourth thing you need is obviously pencils. This is simply a pencil which has been sharpened with a standard sharpener. So it's
What's your
got a very
opinion
short,
on books
sharp
with visuals? I love books with visuals, Ninja. I wish more books had visuals. I want to do a picture for every single chapter. Like a full-blown, like, epic fucking picture for each chapter.
with a knife. It's useful. Here's a new razor. Try not to use the razor every 5 minutes. It's not good. Get rid of it. You don't need it.
See, hey, guys, look, I'm the same way.
Now, let's make a start. Don't draw with the pencil right down by your fingertips. Try to have the pencil a little bit lower down so you've got some flexibility.
X-Acto knife.
with your arm. Now, I'm just going to draw some simple lines.
I have another one here
Notice how
too.
my fingers
Maybe this one's
stretch.
easier.
My hands
This one I
move.
can actually manipulate the
Turn
blade
the
on.
pencil round and use the side of the pencil and twist it. Notice now, I get a much more
Fucked with the
interesting
blades
line.
always sticking out. Can't put it back because it's broken.
All the time. And that's because I'm
They're
flexing my hand
dangerous.
and moving the pencil round with my fingers. gives a much
Was.
greater effect. You see the idea? If I want to draw straight lines, I
Diary of a
simply
Wimpy Kid, for
wrist
example,
straight,
novels are weird,
pull my arm
weirdly
back,
rare.
you see?
Yeah, because people think they're childish. But yeah, no, the Diary of a Wimpy Kid is
If I
like
want
great
curved
example of
lines,
that.
I use my wrist. You see? I've got a built-in compass into my wrist. Brilliant. You see the idea? If I stretch my pencil, I can do bigger curves. I can even do circles, you see? Again, moving my wrist and elbow together and produce a circle. It's not a perfect circle, but it's my circle.
I can't even do a straight line.
I can also scribble, you see? And here I can produce interesting texture by scribbling on top of each other. The more you scribble, the darker the tone. So you're creating different types of tone. It's brilliant. Now, if I was to draw some very simple blocks here, we'll use different types of line, different types of mark that you can use. Here I'm simply using hatching, simple lines, you see, going straight across. You see, very, very simple, but it gives that effect of shadow. If I do the same thing again, but just do something slightly different this time. You see here, I'm now going to change the way I'm holding my pencil and use the side of the pencil. This works better if you've sharpened the pencil with the knife. And I'm going to produce softer shading because I don't get the linear effect because I'm using the side of the pencil. And that makes it look more interesting. You see the idea? More of a block of shading. Now, if we do the same thing again, this time we're going to use slightly different technique here. Look, you see, I'm going to use cross-hatching, which is simply hatching and then going...
Why does this look 3D and mine doesn't? This is bullshit.
You see,
This is bullshit.
but the marks that you make are the interesting thing. It's the marks that make the drawing interesting. That's what you're looking for. Now in this one, I'm going to twist the pencil as I'm working. I'm going to use the pencil much looser. And you see I get a much looser, less defined sort of line here. And I'm just going to do lines going up and down. I'm just rubbing my hand up and down. You see, and it gives a much more individual response to the line. It makes the drawing look that much more interesting and more individual. You see, just a little bit of cross-hatching on top. Here, I'm going to scribble the shape. Here, look at this. I'm not using nice, neat lines. I'm just scribbling it. But look at the interest that it creates. You see how the actual drawing now looks so much more interesting. We don't want photographic drawings all the time because they look like everybody else's drawings. If you're an artist, you've got to be an individual. Now, if I use hatching on the circle here, and then cross-hatching, and then keep hatching on top, and you see how you can build up layers of tone. You see, just by cross-hatching. Brilliant way of working. Very simple, you see, but keep it loose, keep it free, keep your hand moving. Look at my lines here, you see. I'm just rolling my pencil along, you see, rolling it between my fingers. And it produces a much more interesting line than simply holding the pencil tight and dragging it. Look at this line here, you see? All these lines perfectly smooth.
Guys, I'm drawing. This is fantastic. I'm going to show you guys the comparison between these two. You're following along, don't worry. You can't get worse than me.
There with the pressure as I'm dragging the line across. Notice how the line becomes more interesting, more individual.
God, I don't know.
This is what you're trying to aim to do. You're going to draw, you want to become an individual. Your marks that you make with a pencil have got to be individual. You see here, just using a dabbed effect, it gives a different texture. So what you need to do is to practice these ideas and see what you can do. See if you can come up with some different ways of making marks with a pencil, because that's how you're going to produce individual drawings. And that's what you want to be an artist. You need to practice these techniques so that in the next video, I'm going to bring all of these ideas together and show you how
Oh God,
to
I'm
produce
scared.
your first sketch.
Okay, so we're going to practice.
Thank you for watching.
This,
I hope
this
you've
is
enjoyed the
easy.
video.
Okay, we don't even have to worry about doing... I was worried about, like, doing shapes and stuff like that. Like, 3D objects. So, let's see what his look like. Look at his. Okay, now we're gonna look at what mine looks like. Hopefully this is a working. I think I'm gonna have to move this though. So we want this. Do we need more light? It's basically impossible to get this thing to stop swinging. System plugged in. Fuck. Stuck on everything. Get it here. Yes, it is. Okay. This will help. Probably a lot. Hey, I don't know, you can really see that or not. I don't know if that light is helping at all. Maybe use the darker one? Okay, let's go back through it again, and let's just do all the lines again. Okay, like around here.
Don't draw with the pencil right down by your fingertips. Try to have the pencil a little bit lower down so you've got some flexibility with your arm. Now, I'm just going to draw some simple lines. Notice how my fingers are stretching, my hands moving. If I turn the pencil round and use the side of the pencil and twist it, notice now I get a much more interesting line. I don't get that simple, boring line that you get all the time. And that's because I'm flexing my hand and moving the pencil round with my fingers. It gives a much greater effect. You see the idea? If I want to draw straight lines, I simply keep my wrist straight and pull my arm down. Look at that, you see? Perfect.
I cannot do a straight line.
It's not a problem. If I want curved lines, I use my wrist, you see? I've got a built-in compass into my wrist. Brilliant. You see the idea? If I stretch my pencil, I can do bigger curves. I can even do circles, you see? Again, moving my wrist and elbow together and produce a circle. It's not a perfect circle, but it's my circle. That's
Hell yeah.
brilliant. I can also scribble, you see? And here I can produce interesting texture by scribbling on top of each other. The more you scribble, the darker the tone. So you're creating different types of tone. Brilliant. Now, if I was to draw some very simple blocks here, we'll use different types of line, different types of mark that you can use. Here I'm simply using hatching.
Oh my god, I cannot do a 3D shape.
You see, very, very simple, but it gives that effect of shadow. If I do the same thing again, but just do something slightly different this time. You see here, I'm now going to change the way I'm holding my pencil and use the side.
Well, I'm gonna pause it so I can fucking do this. Okay, so we want like, okay, so the line going down, not like that, right? We got kind of like that, kind of like that. The line going down, the line down the middle. We got, okay, maybe it's because this one's not long. Maybe I'm doing it backwards, like. That. Like that. I mean, I guess that's better. I'm gonna take it from the side.
This works better if you sharpen the pencil with the knife. And I'm going to produce softer shading because I don't get the linear effect because I'm using the side of the pencil. And that makes it look more interesting.
Okay. How do I... Okay, if I'm going this direction, then I need to be going... Oh god, this is like brushing your teeth with the opposite hand, trying to go in that direction. I don't know if I did that right, but it doesn't... I don't know.
See the idea? More of a block of shading. Now, we did the same thing again. This time, we're going to use slightly different technique here. Look, you see, I'm going to
What the hell did he just do? Oh my god, he just blew my mind. Wait, what? Okay, so one goes down. Okay. One goes like across, right? So like that. And then like on an angle like this. So like that. And then one like that. And then okay, I don't know how far down this one should go. Okay, so it should go like further down than this one. So like there. And like holy shit, we're getting it.
Use cross hatching, which is simply hatching.
Okay, so this is hatching. Can't keep within the lines, so. Okay, so we're doing it one way.
And then going across it.
And then we alternate our arm. Yo, Callie, what's up, bro? We're in the middle of our art arc. We are trying to make as beautiful a picture as him, but look, it's not 100%. And like I have all the lights I can, and it's not really showing up that well. At least like not to me, it's not showing up that well. No, we need to be like this now. But how's it going, Callie? Welcome to the beginning of the art arc. How are you, Callie? And look at this. Okay, this was our first one. So look at our first one. Let's see if I can bring it closer to the camera where you can see it better. Right? And compare it to like the other, like his. And it's like, look at his, and then look at mine. It's like, okay, now, the first one, ooh, not so much. Second one, a lot better. That was just one iteration of doing lines. That's pretty crazy progress. I'm just gonna put that back over there. So we're basically just gonna repeat doing these over and over, and that's gonna be our practice for the day.
And you can produce darker tones. You see? Simple. But the marks that you make are the interesting.
See, I feel like I should redo that one. I feel like I did it wrong. Let's just try, like, this cross-hatching. Moving it out. Oh, I should bring the camera back up so you guys can see what I'm doing. And construct around it. gotta like corner to corner. I gotta do it slower. I do like stay inside the lines, corner to corner. Oh, the struggle is real. Okay.
That make the drawing interesting. That's what you're looking for. Now in this one, I'm going to twist the pencil as I'm working. I'm going to use the pencil much looser. And you see I get a much looser, less defined sort of line here. And I'm just going to do lines going up and down. I'm just rubbing my hand up and down. You see? And it gives a much more individual response to the line. It makes the drawing look that much more interesting and more individual. You see? Just a little bit of cross-hatching on top. Here, I'm going to scribble the shape. Here, look at this. I'm not using nice, neat lines. I'm just scribbling it. But look at the interest that it creates. You see how the actual drawing now looks so much more interesting. We don't want photographic drawings all the time because they look like everybody else's drawings. If you're an artist, you've got to be an individual. Now, if I use hatching on this circle here, and then cross-hatching, and then keep hatching on top, and you see how you can build up layers of tone. You see? Just by cross-hatching. Brilliant way of working. Very simple, you see? But keep it loose, keep it free, keep your hand moving. Look at my lines here, you see? I'm just rolling my pencil along, you see? Rolling it between my fingers. And it produces a much more interesting line than simply holding the pencil tight and dragging it. Look at this line here, you see? All these lines perfectly smooth, perfectly fine. I'm just using my pencil.
Sliding all over the place, I can't do it.
It produces a much more interesting effect. Quite different from the other. Watch this one now. I'm going to twist and vary the pressure as I'm dragging the line across. Notice how the line becomes more interesting, more individual. This is what we're trying to aim to do. If you're going to draw, you want to become an individual. Your marks that you
This is actually really
see
fun.
Here, just using a damp effect gives a different texture. So what you need to do is to practice these ideas and see what you can do. See if you can come up with some different ways of making marks with a pencil, because that's how you're going to produce individual drawings. And that's what you want to be an artist. You need to practice these.
Okay. This is great. Okay. One thing we need to do though that I didn't do from the beginning is we need to move categories. Autism gang, what's up? Our Aries 616? Hell yeah, it's Autism gang. That's what we're talking about. I keep forgetting that this is on screen and not this. So we can go back through and go do his lines again while I figure this out.
What you can do. So we'll get rid of the pencil. We move the arm. Practice moving the arm. Twist it round a little bit. Imagine the pencil there. Moving your whole arm as well as the wrist and the hand. You see how it works? So you can produce some wonderful lines. That's what it's all about. The fourth thing you need is obviously pencils. This is simply a pencil which has been
Are you an artist or something? I mean, today is the first day of my art arc. I am a writer. And we are just getting into drawing for like sketch purposes in order to like have a defined idea for world building purposes, right? So I can finally draw what my species look like and everything like that. So we're
you don't need it.
We're all over that.
So throw it away.
But how are you? Welcome, welcome, Aries. What are you, a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Oh yeah, literature is art.
Now, I'm just going to draw simple lines. Notice how
Aries, are you on a one, guys, everyone, Callie, I think Aries is on a one-way trip to the Shadow Realm. What do you think about that, Aries? Do you think you are also, do you feel like you're also on a one-way trip to the Shadow Realm?
Moving the pencil round in my fingers gives a much greater effect.
What do you think?
I want to draw
what are your thoughts, Aries? I want to hear what you have to say. No, I'm just autistic. Okay, perfect.
I use my
Perfect.
wrist.
Then you're probably headed towards the Shadow
Into
Realm.
my wrist. Brilliant.
But that's okay.
You see the idea?
What is
If
the
I
Shadow
stretch my
Realm?
pencil, I can do I can do
Only
circles,
those
see?
who enter the Shadow Realm know what the Shadow Realm is.
produce
It's one of those quandaries and quandaries about life, you know? It's like you don't know you have it until it's gone. Well, you don't know what it is until you see it, right? But I'm from Canada, bro.
Different types of tones. Brilliant.
Okay.
Now,
So we're gonna go back and we're gonna try again, and we're gonna see how he's doing each one of these lines. So it's like moving your wrist around, right?
Now, I'm just going to draw.
Okay, so I guess I'll just go to the Shadow Realm. Welcome to the Shadow Realm? I mean, I don't want to have to send you to the Shadow Realm if people don't go to the Shadow Realm willingly. I mean, Smokey tries to. Smokey consistently tries to, but I won't let him. But yeah. Are you an artist, though, in any capacity, Aries? Okay, so he's, like, loosely holding this.
Notice how much.
It's like, I don't want to have to send you to the Shadow Realm. You see, the problem is people are like, yeah, sure, I'll go to the Shadow Realm, but it's like, that's like saying, dude, do you want to go to hell? It's like, yeah, just experience it. It's like, yeah, but no, yeah, but just really, no, I just really don't think you do. I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about. So if you really want to go, it's 100% up to you. But at this point, you know, we're just trying to make it through the day, right? So if you think you deserve the Shadow Realm, I feel sorry for you.
Fingers are stretching, my hands moving. If I turn the pencil round and use the side
of the pencil. So we got like these kind of, hold on, kind of lines, just a line. It's just a line. So we're just gonna keep it straight, nice and go, and just do these lines. And we're just gonna cover a page in these lines. I guess I can bring me up now. There we go. I know it's kind of hard to see. You get the gist of it, right? Just trying to make lines. Whoops. Okay, the first step, learn how to draw a line. Okay, draw 2 parallel lines. Oh, fuck. I can never get past this level, guys. Oh, shit. We unfocused. Bring back the focus. What happened here? Bring back the focus. What did I do? Fuck did I do? Come on. Okay, there we go. Just a line. It's just a line. Know where you're gonna end. Just do the line. One line at a time. Just practice. Practice makes perfect. One day we'll be able to do a line. A line of what? Right? Yeah. As many lines as I can. And don't get snowblind to the lines. Just because you're putting down so many lines, you know, loosen your wrist. Just let your shoulder and your arm flow. Don't tense up. Just let it do what it's got to do. Just go with it, right? And now we're going to try like putting like the pencil on its side like this and doing the same thing. Know where the line ends. That's the important part. Don't be rigid. Or, sorry, don't be solid. Don't be rigid. Be loose. Words are hard, guys. Words are hard. Turn this into a graph paper. At least it's not like writing, because like writing with your left hand sucks. Because you're always smudging your writing and shit. Yep. It's not really practice if you're not practicing it properly. Wait, did we just... I swear we just had ads. Fucking ads. Go away, ads. No one cares. Ad. So it's like, yeah, you could definitely tell the difference in like thickness and fineness of them. So that's cool. Now what I'm gonna try to do is really get it done deep in here. This nasty ass fucking X-Acto knife. And this is, again, another thing. It's like, I literally used to do this because sharpening with a normal pencil sharpener just doesn't work. And I have, like, a curse with pencil sharpeners where the second it gets to, like, the point I want it to be, the fucking thing will snap. It's one of those things, it's like something that I do naturally without needing to be told to do it. It's just like, I think this is a good idea to do, and then I try to do it. And then I go to like, oh, how am I supposed to learn to do this? And they're like, oh, you do this. And I'm like, oh, well, that's what I was doing. Okay, well, you know, I'm on the right track. I feel like this gives like more room, right, for the actual... Ooh, that was close. I almost shat this one. Oh no, oh no! Yeah, no, we shat it. It broke. I have the worst curse. But that's okay. I think it's fine enough that we don't have to worry about it. It should still be good. Okay, so we're gonna flip this guy over. We're just gonna try again on the back. We're just gonna, with the same thing, we're just gonna, you know, line. You know where we're ending it. You know where we're ending it. Keep it nice and loose. Not a lot of pressure. No pressure. Not a lot of pressure. Semi amount of pressure. A lot of pressure. Little amount of pressure. A lot of pressure. Do some soft ones. I want to get as close to the other one without touching it. And you want to start where you're going to end. So if you go too far over on the downstroke, you have to start further on the top, which means you can fit less lines per line. So the straighter your lines are, the more lines you'll be able to fit. The pressure differential is probably one of the biggest things. Like, that definitely drives me off course once I put pressure down. Plus, I know that the pencil's already broken, so I'm trying not to snap it to a point where it gets pulled out of its place. Guys, when I'm drawing my characters and I'm drawing, like, basically my entire book in a year from now, remember that this is how it all started. And this is how any great thing that you want to do starts. It starts like this, with one line and one solid thought of, if I can make one perfect line, maybe I can make two perfect lines. And then you just keep going from there. And you say, how can I make another line perfect in a different way? Either holding the pencil, the amount of pressure, what you want to do with it, right? I think that's the mentality you need to have in order to improve. Because like all great things, do something 10,000 times, and you'll master it. Okay, now we're going to try the side ones again without trying to break it. I'm off the screen now, aren't I? I'm so bad at this. It's because the camera's so far up on the desk, I couldn't get it to go all the way down where I needed it to. But we'll figure that out for tomorrow, probably. Staying within the lines. Take it one line at a time. Just only think about the line that you're drawing at the moment. You know? You just, every time you go back up, adjust your grip. When you go down, figure out how much pressure you want, and already know your target for an ending. And it's like, you can't really tell progress, right? It's kind of one of those things. It's really hard to tell. But going back and already being able to see a developing technique and a developing style, and what's the word? It's like the comparison between the earlier and later skill. And like the techniques that you use along the way. The more you do it, the better you get. The better you get, the more you do it. And there's a feedback loop of how many lines can I draw? And that's really all we do. It's the same thing with writing, right? It's all, at the end of the day, it's just one letter at a time, one word at a time, one sentence at a time, one paragraph at a time. All you can do is try to get better. And you look at like even just like staying within the lines, within like these two, is like just learning that where that distance should be and having an eye for like leading the pencil to the distance that I want, and just the muscle memory of using my hand in this way, right? Just lulling it down.
Of the pencil and twist it. Notice now.
Okay, so we're gonna do kind of a twist now. And you can look back at all the other lines and say, look how much my lines have improved over time, just through one thing after another, right? But I gotta go grab a drink. I'll be right back. What's up, Callie? No coffee, Callie. I guess I can turn the music on. You must fight the urge, Callie. Okay, so we're just kind of like, just waiting. How's he doing it? I'm just gonna mute it, and I'm just gonna, because you guys can't see it. I want to see what like he's doing. So it's literally just like... Not sure if this is like what he means by this, but it's like, it's kind of like roll, 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 and you're kind of like pitching and like arching as you go. So like, it's extremely exaggerated because I can't control my hands. The idea would be to eventually be able to get to that level from doing this. So letting like the pencil lead, not my wrist. The more pressure you put on, the easier it kind of is to do. But then it's like, you gotta do like... something like that. So it's like, rotate. And it's just the practice of like just continuously trying to move your like wrist and your arm. And to make small inflections like this. It's not quite a straight line, right? It's definitely like it goes back and forth. As you're moving, you want to like re-angle it. You want to maintain the same course. So no matter how you like move, you're always aiming for that straight line. And it's like, it's just teaching you like the angle to go on the pen. Because you want a thin line here, thick line down like that, and across like that, or something like that, right? So there's definitely use cases for this. So it's like, now if we try extreme, we can now we go from like this into this. Again, we're on this territory, but we're still doing like what we should, which is we take it, roll it, and then twist it, and we're still getting that same kind of straightish line now. So we've kind of oriented ourselves on being able to make a straight line no matter where like the pencil is kind of angled now. So it's like I could literally like go like this and create a straight line, or a straight, straight-ish line, as opposed to like before it was like I can't control it. And that's just from doing like this small amount of line. It's just it's like you get the technique down, roll, kind of press up, and then roll, and then bring back down, and then roll and press up. All trying to maintain that one goal of area where you're going to. Just randomly do it. Kicking the wrong direction, right? Let's try it again. And that's literally all it takes. It's just, you got to do the same thing over and over, get used to it, figure out what you're doing, learn the tiny little bits, because there's no point in learning the advanced stuff if you can't even draw a single line. I think that's my biggest problem, is as soon as I stop, I start doing like other stuff when I could be just... I need to learn to be able to stop and still go back. So it's like that's a crutch now that I know that I have to figure out how to muscle memory my way out of, essentially. And it does make for some very interesting lines, right? My shoulder is getting really sore though. Ooh. I don't know how long we've been doing this for, but we've gone through 2 lines and like, I'm enjoying myself. I don't know about you guys. I'm having a blast here. I hope you're all following along, trying to train with us. This idea of shifting around where you are, it's still hard to... So whatever kind of lines you can, right? Feel for it. Feel that line. Its thing. Weakness, the feel of it. Something about it. Pulling you along, stringing you along. Smooth motion of your shoulder going down with your wrist moves back. This just fucking falls apart when I try to go into random patterns. This one on full lines, and we're going to see if we can get to the bottom and like keep it. Now I'm having grip issues. Okay, hold on. That one did not work at all. It's like if one of my fingers slips, it's just like everything goes awry. I think that was pretty successful. What's the next one? So it's just straight lines? Remember when I first came here? Honestly, Callie, no, it's been so long. I don't remember when you first came here. It's been a while, Callie. That's all I can say. I'm not good at that kind of thing. It's not where my, Blue leprechaun. Okay, you completely lost me, bro. I have no idea what you mean by blue leprechaun. This one's just straight lines. First one was kind of loose on the outside, like kind of like this. But now we're like straight up like more controlled. Supposed to be more controlled. Well, I couldn't cut my fingernails. Well, the one there. Well, two. Index fingers. So with the pencil a lot easier because these nails curl in because they're broken. You're a blue leprechaun. Okay. Are you talking about Mr. Meeseeks? I mean, I guess Meeseeks is a leprechaun. Different pressures are going to give you a harder time. I'll kind of vary that as well. Put everything together. Surprised this thing hasn't broken yet. This is a sturdy as fuck pencil. And we're getting to the end of the line of the lead here. I had a blister on my friggin' finger and I already burnt myself earlier right there. I wasn't even through that little mark right there. And burnt myself trying to clean my bong because I'm retarded. I'll clean the bowl out. Taking the resin out of it. See if we can do a full line here. Full range of motion is important. Remember, the closer we can get them, the straighter the lines, the more lines. But every time you connect a line, it doesn't count. I feel like the paper is drifting on me. Paper's absolutely drifting on me. I'm trying to clip I could just put up here. lot easier to do the like harder pressure than it is light pressure. You do the hard pressure first to get used to the muscle memory, and then when you get the muscle memory down, then you do lighter ones. This is like a commanding line. It's like no hand, you are just going and doing what you need to do, and that is it. And now we try lighter. Okay, this is better. We're still collapsing them. Wobbly wiggle to it. Ooh, oh man, that was bad. This line is probably the worst of all the ones we've done because it's supposed to be so controlled. But it is a longer line, so it is of all the other lines that we did, this one is definitely longest. Just muscle memory, building muscle memory. Step 1, build muscle memory. Step 2, step 3, profit. The only way to profit is Ender. We don't like them, but they're there, so we use them because they're there. Why not use it if it's der, right? I mean, you'd be dumb to not use what be der. You gotta do what you gotta do to get done what needs been doing. I don't know why these ads always push back, but they ain't got nothing to say about themselves. You can't take no more on like that. You can take that as you will, I'll tell you that right now. Freaking itchy ear. So annoying. Okay. If you're not learning to do it right, why are you doing it? You take the concentration and just go with it. Know your limits and just try to build on that. Say, okay, so right now that's what I'm struggling with. Try to make that something that you're working on, and then the next thing you know, you'll be totally set. No worries. It's a good time. Again, I'm like, this is hard to do, okay? This is hard to keep track of everything here. This is the first day, you know. First day is always gonna have technical issues, right? Like I should be like more over here, so the camera needs to like lean more like, because it's not like straight up and down right now, so it's like it could technically, you know, go over here more. which would put me more in frame. I've learned things! What have you learned, Callie? What have you learned, good sir? Is it something to do with drawing? I'm learning one line at a time. We will get there. Exercise is fun. I mean, I agree with that, Callie. I like exercising. I love going for walks, runs, you know. I used to love working out. Do that all the time. Especially when I worked at the mill. Now I'm just lazy. And I'm like, hey, I'm done my, like, body arc. I'm doing my mind arc now. So we're doing, like, creative stuff, right? Things that have to do with your mind. I definitely think, like, if you look at the other ones and you look at these, even in length, it's like the amount of improvement just in, like, the last hour of, like, how well I can draw a line is pretty impressive. I'll eventually be able to get to a point where it's like, you know it's done by hand because it's not perfectly straight, but it's like if you glanced at it, you would probably think someone did it with a ruler. Right? Like that's where we need to get to. And with my really unsteady hands, it's not exactly easy to do. But we're trying. And I'm also trying to, like, keep myself on camera. I am failing miserably at everything here. So do we need to move over, like, even more? Like, do we need to be over here? Ah! Alright, maybe that works better. Something like this. Kind of in frame. Maybe like here, something like this. Probably better. We don't want to give you guys the full experience, right? I don't want to fuck up this camera either with doing, sometimes the focus on it gets all fucked up. Control is much better. Like, we hardly went over the lines, and I don't even know if we actually touched anywhere in here. Like, it was super close, I think, at maybe a couple of points. But I think overall, that's solid, right? It's a solid line. So let's do one more. Controlled. And very light and quick. Just boop, boop, boop. Get the muscle memory. That's what we're trying to build. Don't care about anything fancy. We don't care about actually drawing anything. We just the muscle memory and getting used to having the pencil in your hand. That is our goal for today. We always try to take it super easy and super slow because we know the cumulative effect of like mastering the foundations and the basics, the things that are gonna facilitate you to do more, right? So it may look like, oh, you're just drawing a bunch of lines, but no, you're building muscle memory, you're defining where you are in the way of drawing a line and saying, how good am I at drawing a line? How can I get better at drawing a line? And it's almost like a test of where your drawing skill is right now. And I'd say mine's looking negative 45. But I've always had really shitty penmanship. I've always, had really shaky hands, so just doing this is like still pretty hard to do. It's like all of my concentration to make sure the more I concentrate, the more I like fuck up. So I'm like, this is still going pretty well, right? We've got the control, we've got the movement, we've got the eyesight, we've got the pressure down. We're running out of lead here, but that's okay. And then by the end of this, I'm going to draw the same thing as him, and I'm going to show the very first one that I did. And then the second one, and then we'll do the third one, which will be this one. After all of the practice that we've done. And then we can see the progress that we've made by mastering the basics, by just doing the repetitive act of one line at a time. Just get the lines down, figure out what you're going to do with the lines. And now we're going to do curves, I believe. So this is like a simple wrist motion. Okay, wait, did he do the first one? No. Okay, so the first one was like this. And then there was another one that's like that. Okay. So we'll do the first one like this. Swinging your wrist back and forth. That's all you're really doing. How small a curve you can do. It eventually like curves out into it. Simple muscle memory. This is where I'm trying to be dumb, but... And it's like, this is where I'm failing, because I'm like, I have an idea in my head of what this could be, but I can't get it on the paper. because I don't know how to do it, but it's like looking outside of a waterfall. So this would be like the edge of the cave. This would be like the water falling, and then this would be like the stream moving out. So you have like the two different contrasting things. You have the water falling down at one angle, and then you have the water flowing out at another angle. But I have no idea how to make that appear on the page. Especially through just this. But I'm gonna try. Ah! Not bad. Fucking up the camera! It's literally hanging from fucking string from the roof. And it's got the most ghetto bullshit setup it could possibly ever have. You didn't see that? No. Yeah, the angle's all off of it. But, I mean, it's just a bunch of curves. So does it really matter, you know? That my image doesn't really come to life? I think we pretty much got that one down. That one's pretty easy, right? Let's try this one now. Being inside like this. Yo, Stone! What's up, brother? How's it going, man? How are you today, good sir? Welcome to the art arc. We are practicing. Fire nails? Yeah, well, we have October 5th is full moon, which is Werewoman Day, so we will be painting I'll be painting my nails, repainting them. So I had to cut these nails because they were interfering with grabbing the pencil when I was trying earlier. So these nails curl in, whereas all the other ones stay straight. So it's kind of annoying. But yeah, we are in the moment of the art, and we are just simply getting the muscle memory of moving our hand around. And yeah, right now we are doing like in holds. That's what I'm just gonna call them. This would be like an out, this would be like an in, of just rotations. This was our picture. I was trying to do like a cave entrance. Think of like this is the ground of the cave entrance, and this is kind of the entrance, and that's the water coming down, and then there's like the flow of water going in like the opposite direction, but instead it looks like a half-baked face just from, but hey, it's just, you know, chicken scratch. So that's the power of patterns and imagination. This is like a Rorschach. What do you see when you look at this? It was my, in 20 years from now, this was my highest selling piece of art. I call it Stroke. You can almost tell it looks like a person's face, but it's actually supposed to be a cave. You can see like maybe like a beak here or something like that. Maybe there's like an eye there, and this is like their hair or something like that, you know? But it's like, yeah, I'm imagining like a bird with like 7 toes deep. So like imagine, say this is the beak of the bird, right? So this is the beak of the bird, and then it has like a wig on it, and it's like a bowl cut that's not quite, you know, length the right way, because like it's got hair flapping over it. Yeah, you can come up with plenty of shit for that, right? I had an image in my head, but I'm bad at angles. I'm really bad at angles. So that's one thing I really got to work on is angles. But right now it's just keeping it steady and just like how much can we... How small can we make it? It's just moving your wrist up and down. That's all it is. You do this every... I mean, what? It's like, how am I not good at doing this? Feels better for like longer lines. I don't know about like shorter ones. Fancy bird, Pointy Sweeney. Pointy Sweeney. I gotta get this one right. I think this is it. Can you guess what it is? I'll give you a hint. Water. No, it has to be the other way. Okay, yeah, like this. Okay, okay. Okay, I think I'm getting the imagery, okay? I'm getting the imagery. I can get it from my head onto the paper. This is probably the hardest part to do. Is it gonna have to go this way? I think I made one of the lines too long, but wait, that's the wrong direction. Gotta go like this. It's actually yeah, I was worried it was going to be too wide on the top, so you probably going to do like another one there. How do I do this one? Be like this, right? Nope, it'd be like this. This one's, oh god. This angle is so bad. Can you guess what it is? Okay, I'll give you like the easiest hint in the world, okay? If I can do it right. Oh my god, I'm so bad at this. Okay, this is not working. This is not working. I need to go. Wait. Let's go. Yeah, okay. This is bad. It's okay. It's hard to do with just that one motion, okay? That's my excuse for this. I mean, it could be very stylistic, right? God, that looks horrible. I can't even fit the rest of it on here. Okay. That was the worst Jolly Roger I've ever drawn. It's a pirate ship. See, here's the water, right? Here's the bow. This is the mast. That's the sail. And then in the background, you kind of have like a warped mast kind of going off. I kind of ran out of the room, but the perspective was a little bit off. But do you see it? Do you see the Jolly Roger? Do you see the ship? It's pretty good for just a single motion, right? Imagine once I have angles in my head and I understand how the perspective works and I can bring it out of my head. This is why I wanted to do art so bad, because I'm like, I used to draw all the time, but I was just, you know, never that into it. But now I'm like, this is gonna help so much, where it's like, I can literally use this for like my YouTube videos and stuff, right? Because people hate AI, so one of the YouTube videos is supposed, or like, one of the YouTube channels is supposed to be, it's supposed to be, you know, for people who hate AI and they want like authentic content that's like human made. So I want like, you know, hand drawn pictures for like, you know, the even maybe like me drawing the picture while I'm saying the story, right? And at the end it's like you see the entire picture of the story drawn out. Like that would be my ultimate goal, because I think that's something that's extremely unique. Storyboarding then? Yeah. But it would just be like a single picture that drives the story, right? You know, it's the whatever. But because I have like so many different ideas for different YouTube channels, because I think the best way to succeed on YouTube is to be extremely niche in what you do and have a YouTube channel dedicated specifically to that. And all the great YouTubers have their like 20 fucking channels. So game the system as much as possible, right? And this was all from literally just this motion. That's why it's like fucked up, right? Because it's like it's hard to use that singular motion to draw an entire picture from just rotating the page. But we're slowly running out of paper. I cannot run out of paper. Draw me the fence. Oh god, I can't do multiple dimensions like 3D or anything, I can I mean, I can show you the closest I've ever been to that. If you want to see my drawing book, well, one of them. Well, the one that I have in my room. My practice book. It should be here. Some page dedicated to the entire alphabet. Yep, alphabet soup. And it's all like with like shadows and everything like that. But yeah. Each one's supposed to be its own word, right? And then I have like more. And it's like, okay, you know, improvement. And I have like an outline of something here. I don't know. Looks like a castle with people and trees. And we have my jellyfish UFO, which is the domed city. Thought it was cloth rack. Japanese. Trying to do like block letter kanji. That's just hard. But it looks cool, right? Katakana or hiragana? I don't remember which. This is hiragana, this is just kanji. Hiragana is the normal, katakana is the Englishized, and then kanji is just the pictures. And another domed city. Just like different iterations of what it could look like and what's on it. And this is like over time, you know, they've kind of built this up. This is when the tree was going to be planted inside of the dome, but now the smut sketches. Those are in a different book. And then it's like, you know, trying to do like intersections and like mirrored shadows with angles. And then get into like body parts, so it's like, you know, how to draw a hand, the different elements of the hand, where can you know, do something, like what does it look like when someone grips something like that, right? But like I said, I started this is what I was like, oh, this is the beginner stuff. No, the beginner stuff is just drawing lines, right? We all know what that's for. But no, that's notice the curve? This is the perspective of like the degree of angle of like your fingers, right? So it's like if you want proportion for sight, that's how you can get that proportion. Speaking of drawing hands, Yu-Gi-Oh! Mangaka is famous for drawing fucked up hands. Yeah. And we got like, you know, full spectrum. Trying to overlap things over top of other things and stuff like that, right? And it's like how many heads kind of idea for proportions. So that's more for figuring out proportions, right? And then, okay, we're getting to it. We're getting to it, slowly but surely, right? And this is like different angles and like what they should look like from like each sides and stuff like that. And then of course we have your typical Yes, of course. Drawing the mannequin of the waist. And the angles. The proportions to make it sexy. And then the musculature layout. Before I did proportion. But yeah. That's one of my drawing books. So there you go. Nice little sneak peek. Yeah, I got like fucking 10 of those. They're all shit. They're all shit. The only good ones are traces. Like I like playing RuneScape, right? And I'll have like RuneScape up, and I'll do like a picture of like a place in RuneScape. Something like that. Okay, what's the next thing we are doing after curved lines? Oh, it's my favorite one, guys! We get to check it out, guys. We get to do my favorite one. Look, look. Oh, no, it's not what I want. Where is this? Circles. We get to do circles. Let's go, circles! Okay. How well can we do with circles? Let's find out. Perfect circle, look at that. The more you do it, better a circle. Oh, lots of circles. Itty bitty circles in between the circles. Now, can you guess what I'm drawing, Stone? I bet you'll never be able to guess. That's a hint. When I say you'll never be able to guess, it's usually a hint. Because it dictates the specific type of topic that it would be associated with. Four, 3, 3, 2. 4, 3. Okay, yeah, no, it's like this. Two connect here. Outer bond. And one here. I don't know if these connect, actually. Chain one. Yeah, no, I don't think those connect. I think this is the, like, loose electron. Then again, my memory's not 100%, So it could be wrong, the amount of bonds, but the general idea should shine through. Okay, now we need to do like, so like the first thing is like pressure, because pressure makes it easier, right? So when we use pressure, then we use light, and it makes it harder. And that's where we can learn that control. Okay, so 1 on 2, 2 on 3 on 3. Those don't connect, this is loose, this connects here, that bobs, that causes that to detach, so this should go there, which will shoot that way. Okay, so this one connects to that one, that. I think both of these connect to this, and this is the core center here. So two there, two there for this. And this is for the double bond in between. Yeah, this whole side is loose and this whole side is firm. That makes... No, these two should be double connected. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure I fucked the structure up somewhere, but I'm pretty sure that's like the gist of it. Because I don't know if there's a connection there. But I think that one would get ejected for another connection on the side. Because these four are the core. And this one's already been kicked off, so these two should be slightly loose on the side of the core. And then these have side connections for it. So these could be loosely connected or connected to another one on these sides to duplicate. It's a molecular structure. Repetitive motion. Get the muscle memory down. Try different pressures and see where you're comfortable. And where you're like losing control at what pressure level. And you can start off nice and hard and then lightly work your way in. So let's try that with this. We'll start each layer, we're gonna go in and we're gonna do a little bit lighter. I'm trying just like maintain control. I think that one was better. Seems to be getting worse, not better. Now it's like I can do it pretty light and still get... That's pretty good. Alright. Circles are definitely, not too bad. So we'll do a couple more over here. Bigger ones, and then we'll do, because I think the next one might be thatching. But I know we're going to have to come back to this at some point for that. So let's see what the next one is. Oh, no, next one's scribbles. Okay. So, yeah, maybe we can do scribbles on the back. Strike down the moment, right? This one's kind of fun. Am I gonna fuck camera? So far, I think I like this one the best. Actually, you know what? I like this one the best. I think this one's the best. Look at that one. This is a fucking epic tornado. It's got that, like, spiral in the middle, the fall and crossover over the top. Like, it's a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece. kind of like that one too. But this one just definitely stands out to me. I don't know why. It just does. This one I think is cool. That's the whole point! Okay, now we're gonna do, since we've been doing all this vertical, let's do some horizontal over. Something like that. I think that's good for scribbles. Yeah, I mean, that's damn close, right? Having some fun with it, right? Okay, what's next? Oh god, here we go. Okay, here's the most challenging part. These are Lockies. I saw this epic meme. I don't know if I liked it or not. Oh. I should have liked it. If I didn't, I'm dumb. Yeah, okay, there we go. You know you're about to get your ass kicked when your friend has those eyes. Oh my god, Chibi's just, oh my god, it's, if I had a VTuber model, that's what I would do with my eyes. 100%. It's so fucking smart. Cannot look at anything Spiral the same after reading, Junji Ito's manga about them. So yeah, look. I found it. Good times. Good times. Mangekyo Sharingan! Oh no. It's just any character with eyes. Eyes are always an important tool. Okay, so now we'll save this one for later, because we're going to come back to it. And then from here, now we're going to try something super complicated. Windows to the soul or something. Not exactly sure what the translation is. I feel like I should sharpen this. So I know that it's... no matter how much it tries to fight against it, I know that it's broken. And Stone, you know what's funny is I'm always like, when I do something, and then I try to learn, and when someone's like, yo, this is how you do it, and I'm like, yo, dude, that's how I've always done it. This guy's like, yeah, you should sharpen your pencil with an X-Acto knife. And I was like, dude, I do sharpen my pencils with X-Acto knives. How did he know? Okay, I had to get that fucker out of there. Because every time I go to sharpen it with a normal thing, it can never do as much, right? Oh yeah, I was gonna say that. So much easier to get a nice point out of it. I just gotta get down to where the actual shit is. There it is, now I can see it. Gotta be delicate as fuck so you don't break the lead. Slow and steady, one piece at a time. Because as soon as you hit the lead, it'll start to grind. If you push too hard, it will snap. Nope. Always at this point where you panic, but it's like you're so close, just that last little bit that it has no support for. Last one's the hardest one. The hardest part, we got the end, so it's stable, but now we got to make sure we don't snap that off before we hit the bottom on these. $95% of the way there. Where you fumble. Just one side. Curl it out. Well, I think we did it. Pretty damn good. Hitting the camera though. Cut myself off. Shit. Oh, okay, let's take a tote. But I'm having so much fun and I'm not even fucking doing anything. I'm just doing random fucking lines. Lines of fucking coke! But now we're getting into, we have to be able to make a 3D shape. So now we're fucked. We've hit the cap of our abilities. And we're like, shit. Okay. Let's just figure out what we're gonna drop. Okay, so one line down. One line down. One line across. One line down. One line across. And one Holy shit, did we just make a 3D object? Okay, now we want... Okay. Try that again. So we got on the inside, one line. One line should go up like that, slightly. One line down. One line there. Okay, that's, this is too low. This needs to go like that. That's the problem we're having. Thatching is more of the concern here. I feel like mine's too tight. Like I feel like it should be like wider. That didn't work at all. Like that. Bad at 3D. Slightly up. Yeah. I just the angles need to be different on like both of these. Camera here. Slightly less steep, but like longer. I don't know, I still think this one's definitely the best one we fucking did by like miles. That one kind of looks like it could be like a computer, right? We just need like this to be up a little bit and another line across the top or something like that to make it fully look like it. That looks a little bit better. That looks a little bit better. Okay, and then the next one, maybe we can do one more big one here. Actually, we can do one small one here too. If the proportions were wrong, that would need to be also something. But yeah, that's the gist of it. Definitely something. And then the next one is cross-thatching on the down low. So draw the shape again. So we can draw the shape like this. So you just kind of like... So it shows like a different kind of depth, so it's almost like shadow. You've got like this kind of, like if you're looking inside of it, this is the shadow on the wall, that's the floor. And then this is kind of like part of the wall, and then you can see inside from this piece. That's what I'm imagining in my head from it. I mean, that was pretty easy, I guess. The hardest part here is knowing these proportions. It shouldn't just be a straight line like that, right? But it also can't just be like V. So it's somewhere in between those two. The ability to manipulate is slowly becoming ours. I see desktop PCs. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, right? Pretty much. And then there's ones like these that are like, okay, you're gonna add an extra dimension in there. I don't even... I don't even know how to make that a viable, anything. So I just had the funniest idea. So what if, like, for the videos, I just made it look like I was making a picture, but literally, by the end of the video, it doesn't fucking look like anything, and you're like, wait, did you just distract me the entire time by drawing? Oh my god. That's how they'll start, and then in like a year and a half we'll see where we are, right? Subverting, yeah, subvert expectations 100%. And then the entire time they'll be trying to figure out what the fuck the picture is of, and it's not of anything. I like doodle. I doodle a lot. Doodle Bob! Doodle Bob! We doodle wool, we tell you a story about nothing. And it should just be like my most oh my god, okay, so this is the plan. Okay, so we make a YouTube channel, and it's absolutely ridiculous stories that make no sense. It's literally just me talking and ranting and drawing pictures of nothing. And the whole point of it is, this is what AI slop is without AI. So it's AI slop without AI. And it's just me creating a shit ton of retarded stuff. Oh my god. It'll be perfect. It'll be perfect. People should feed you prompts. Yes! Yes, you can feed me a prompt and then I'll make your prompt in AI. Okay, hold on. Okay, so you see these things here? On the left is gonna be a picture of a dragon fighting a knight. Okay? And on the right is going to be a princess, like, standing on the edge of like this beautiful balcony, basically like playing with her hair. Okay, are you ready? Let's do it. Okay, so that's one. And this one, what's the angle gonna be? Okay, I got it. Very delicate. Boom, done. So you got like dragon's maw, right? That's his nostril. That's his mouth. There's the flame. Yeah, poor hero's fucked. And then this one you got the sun. You got like these kind of mushroom, like vine trees in the background. This is like a mountain with like a cliff. This is a lake with like a little island in the middle of it. And there's like forest and plains. And then there's like a tree, right? And then this is the princess, so that's like her hair. That's her hand, like right there, brushing her hair. You know, her body's down there. That's the balcony. And yeah, there. What do you guys think of my my epic drawings? It's passable, right? Like, it's all about perspective. You could be fucking anything. You just gotta use your imagination, guys. I swear to God. Oh. But I mean, hey, that's good use of, like, shading, right? You can show, like, where... showing the depth. Yeah, imagination, exactly. Exactly. Okay. Okay, what's the next one? Cross-hatching, that's what it is. And now we're advancing, we're advancing the image. So we're gonna do one more big guy here. Move up here, right? So bad at this. We'll figure it out one day, right? Where I'm actually supposed to be, so I'm in both of the cameras. Shit, I hit the wire. Bouncing camera. It's supposed to look like wires. Does that look like wires to you guys? Oh, I guess you can't really tell. You know, we got like the fan right there, right? And you kind of got like the motherboard coming down, you got the pieces connected to it. You've got like the RAM right there, and then here's like all the bunched up wires and everything being like fed down through the back side of it, right? And this is like if you were looking through the back, or like if you would, for instance, like this is where you plug in the power source, right? If you had like the plate on the back of it. But yeah, 100% definitely looks like a bunch of PCs. Guys, if we draw enough PCs, hold on, if we draw enough PCs, it'll become real, and then we'll have an extra PC. So we just found like an infinite money glitch for creating PCs. The next step is advancing this picture just a little bit. So we go from this single thing, and like this kind of thatching, to one down, and one like slightly below that, there, and then there, across the top like that, boom, and then you want that to be on like the same angle as that, right? Like that. Is your hand webcam suspended on its cable? No. How could I do this? Oh, I can just do it with its own thing. So it's like the cable is here, right? And it's clipped to this to hold it in place, and it's hanging from a string tied to the roof. Yup. Ghetto as fuck. That's all you need, boys. You don't need a good setup. You just need a setup that works, okay? Setup that works. That's all that matters. Nothing else matters. Okay, so now we're doing like this cross thatching where we go like this. Keep hitting the thing. Can we do it like the other way? And like, okay, how does he change his hand, right? It's so hard being left-handed and learning from a right-handed like thing because like the entire angle, it has to be flipped like reverse. How did he do this? Okay, so it was going down like that. So it's going down like that, and then it's like this. Lefty. I know, right? It's so hard being left-handed. The struggle is fucking real. Let's see if we can get this shape down. Nice. Looks like a waste bin though. There's a time the world used to remove left-handed people. Yes, there was. That's why it's like when I advocate for like eugenics, I also have the simian's crease. So if you didn't know this, if you look at your hand, can you look at your hand and then look at my hand, and can you tell what's different about my hand than your hand? Yes. Now look at my other hand. One, two, three. Right? 3 creases. This hand. 1, 2. What? So do you know what this is a sign of? People who have Down syndrome have this, and it's called the simian's crease. And it's like I literally have you look, it's like a fucking X there. Instead of the crease. It's kind of fucked. Heresy? So it's like, it's a jump in evolution. It's like people who have the simian's crease are, if you genetically mated people who had the simian's crease who didn't have Down syndrome, you would breed a third helix on the DNA. Because the extra chromosome that makes people have Down syndrome, I have it, but I don't have Down syndrome. So if you get enough people where your body is acclimated to it, you now have an extra chromosome. And that is the theory of how, like, new chromosomes are created and added. It's your body builds up to a point where it can acclimate, or it can create it, and then it creates it, and then through genetics and procreation, right, you have to continue the line, it'll eventually, inside of you, create the idea of, it'll create the ability to actually function with that chromosome active. And that's what I am. I'm crazy. I have seizures, I have the simian's crease, I was basically like, I should have died at birth because of the way that I was born, because I was premature, plus I had pneumonia, plus I had spinal meningitis. I'm left-handed. Yeah, I'm fucked, guys. So when I advocate for eugenics, I'm advocating for my own demise. Because I would literally be killed at birth. As a defect. And I'm not going to say that would make society better, but that might just have made society better. He has dooms. I mean, I'm just a realist. I'm just like, how, you know, what are the chances mathematically, right? Oh shit. And it's like, fuck it. I don't care. You say that until you're walking to the gallows. Oh, I'm not saying that I wouldn't be running away and I wouldn't be screaming and I wouldn't be fighting against it. I would just say it's the idea of I am for I guess there's an extreme way to say it and there's not an extreme way to say it. It makes you more in tune with the moon's cycles. That's why I'm a werewoman. Oh shit. But no, the whatchamacallit. I am an advocate for being able to drive. Just because I'm an advocate for being able to drive doesn't mean I want people to get killed in accidents, or I want to get killed in an accident because I know accidents happen because people drive cars. Same thing with guns. Like, I'm an advocate for people being allowed to have guns, despite the fact that at some point there is the possibility that I could be the victim of gun violence. That possibility of me being a victim of gun violence doesn't outweigh my want of someone to be able to own a gun. Just like your aversion to you being in an accident versus someone else being in an accident doesn't stop you from driving. So, little tidbit of knowledge there if you want it. I thought you said you're a virgin. You mean like as in me saying, oh no, I'm a virgin. Oh well, I am a virgin. Who the fuck would ever lay me, bro? Oh wait, no, a bunch of dudes. So I'm like actually the definition of not a virgin? You know, penetrated by a man? Oh, you said you're a virgin. No, I didn't say you're a version. I said you're a version. Like, as in, get away from, don't be around. As in, get out of here. As in, I don't approve of that. A version, yeah. English words hard, bad. The lines are too close together. Maybe that's a problem. Well, good to know you haven't been penetrated yet. No, I have been. What are you talking about? I have been. By multiple men and women. Hey, it comes with a lifestyle, right? Ain't nothing wrong with that. Have fun, that's what I say. EU, have fun, use a condom. Oh my god, okay. Look how we started and look how we are now, just doing it 3 times. Because we've, like, kind of learned the spacing now. Like, the spacing was probably one of our biggest issues with this. Wood blocks. Yup. Just try and make as, you know, refined lines as you can. Like, I'd like to, at the end of the day, be able to match them up so you could do vertical lines down the center of the perfect diamonds for penetrating. No, they're for rubbing against. You know chicks, like, rub themselves on things? Like, rubbing your clit on it? Like the edge of a desk, or the refrigerator, or, you know, the edge of your bed. The banister, the dishwasher, the washing machine. I do not. Vaginas and women terrify me. Women are fucking scary, bro. Women are scary, I'll give you that. Definitely say it's like, it's all about practice. Practice makes perfect. Just practice well. Like, look how easy it is now for me to, like, get the construct of the 3D and the angles and everything. It's like just, and it's like becoming more and more subconscious, so I have to draw it every time I try to do the thatching. So there is a difference with the angle that the thatching is at versus, like, the angle of the object. Like, that's another, because I'm trying to do the reverse thatching to see what it looks like, and it's like there is one thing that kind of flows with the direction, and then there's one that fights against the direction. Learning both is very important because you're going to want to abuse one or the other. And we just completely changed the angle of depth. And then we do a big guy. Okay, so if we're doing down like this, do we want to go opposing? Big guy, those I can manage. Ooh, hell yeah. All about that. Okay, so yeah, look where we started and look where we finished. And then just to be sure, let's do it on another scale with another one inside here, like this. And we'll prove that it's not size. It's angle. There. This one is more centered, right? So you get more of the square, whereas you get more of the diamond here, which causes the diamonds to become sideways rectangles. Like elongated diamonds, essentially. And that's what skews the perspective of it being like a full-on face normal diamond. That's why this one kind of looks weird, because the thatching would be at a different angle due to the angle of perception, right? The more forward it is like these two, the more on point you're gonna have. Like looking at a chain link fence from a side and seeing like the movement together, right? I'm like, I want to put this on my fucking wall. Like this one. I love this. It's so bad, but it's so good. I'm like, I'll be like this to my 8-year-old nephew. I'll be like, dude, draw something better than this. He'll be like, are you kidding me? And he'll draw something better than it. He's a pretty good artist. Okay, so the next one is like fumbling with like the lines. So we're doing like an inner like this. And we're doing the same thing, but we're trying to make the whole thing. So we want to go like, kind of like this. Like that, and then just like a... Wait, is that what he's doing? Oh no, it's full lines, so it's... like that. Use freehand, okay, and then like cover this up. This would be like here, like a shadow coming out, like that. I know it's really hard to fucking see. I gotta figure something out with that. Like, I don't know if I need to get like a darker. What is this? This is a 2B. Maybe I could get something darker, more pastel. Perhaps a 3B. I should have. Hold on, let me see if I can find one. I should have like an entire. No, I can't find it. I found a pack of pencils though. But I think these are same as this one. 2HB. What does this look like? Is that better? Is it better without this light? I don't know what's better. Move the light off. I don't really see a difference between them. It's just this is like hard versus this is like soft, right? For like the type of lead. Lead? Non-makeup pencils. I'll have to figure that out. Only the cool kid had those. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, where you would like twist the bottom and then like it would come up through the middle and they'd be like different colors. Dude, I'm pretty sure I have a couple of those. Like with wherever the fuck the rest of my art supplies are. I'm pretty sure I have a couple of them. This is supposed to be like really kind of wobbly type, you know, like, I gotta go back and see how he's doing it. How exactly does he do it? Is it with a rolling technique? No, he's just playing it like really loose, so it's just like... I don't know how he does these, like, he does, like, squiggles so well, and he does, like, straight lines so well, and I'm like, what is this? Like, this is what his looks like, guys. This one. Like, watch how he draws it. It's like he's like holding it on like the inside, like this. But I can't like get that. It's just so perfect. I can't stand it. It's not. It's just the angle. So it's like I'm doing it too like tight. So it's like okay, and let's try that, because this one's like one of the ones that's like, okay, it's easier to do this in the light than it is, like pressure-wise, like harder, right? So it's like, okay, that's looking more like it, actually. That's looking a lot more like it. It's harder to kind of do these, like, squiggly, non-straight lines with pressure. Try one more in here. I like this one the best. This one's okay. This one's the best. Oh, holy shit. How many more do we have to do? How does this become? Okay, okay, okay. I see what he's doing. I see what he's doing. Okay. Okay. I think I can do this one. I mean, you can definitely tell it's like there, but it's not like all there, right? This one's fun. This one's fun to do. Okay, and then I think we go back to the circles now. Oh wait, we're supposed to be doing complete boxes. Oh, I'm retarded. Okay, back to circles. Where are circles? That's not circles. Where is circles? Circles. The fuck? Where are my circles? One. Pretty sure that was like 2 or something. Just first practice. Let's go. Wait, is it on the back of this? No. Oh, it was underneath it. Jeez, I thought this was one piece of paper. God. That's what I want to keep actually. Scribbles. Okay. Okay. So now we got thatching, right? Kinda. Okay. 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 I see. I'm not gonna be able to do this, but like. No, it's too close together. I'm actually gonna have to draw new circles. We're gonna have to do new circles with this. That did not work at all. Okay, let's see him do it again. Like 3/4 of the way, so it's like. Oh! It's coming together! Okay, okay. Circle. No, that one didn't work. That didn't work either. How did we do this? Okay. that, I think. So you gotta figure out the distance across. Work. Gotta be on the right angle. There. Trying to get that like 3D shading effect, right? It's not working. I mean, it seems like it kind of worked on this one, and it kind of worked on this one. I don't know. This one definitely needs more practice. I'm probably gonna spend a lot of tomorrow while watching Asman do this kind of stuff because it's just super, like, this is just get this repetitive, basic movement down, right? The more you do it, the better you'll get at it. You practice properly. Well, that one kind of worked. It looks a lot better on camera than it does work, but that's the whole point of like the smudgery of it, right? To kind of give it that. It's got to be this kind of curve. When you have, I guess, like this, you have this kind of curved like that, right? And you would just go like. And that kind of gives it that, like, shadowy shading on it, right? It probably needs to be, like, lower down, so, like, probably more, like, the smaller you get, the harder it's to do. Definitely looks a lot better on camera than it does anything else. And then everything else is just like just practicing lines, right? Okay, so and there's like the different layers. So it kind of gets darker as it goes down, right? Probably even do that better with like. Listen, angles for me is like one of the hardest things to do. Angle and perspective. I mean, I think it's getting there, right? You go from like 1 layer to 2 layers to 3 layers. Still looks like a freaking giant mess, but... Okay, that one might be the best. Oh, it's all she wrote though, right? That's what she's all about. But I think we're gonna call it here. My back is starting to get sore. I'm leaning over. I gotta find a way to pull the camera like slightly more forward. But then that kind of messes with the thing on the sides. So it's like, oh, plus I want space on here, but I don't want to be like, I want to be on both cameras, right? So I want to be like here, like this. The camera like that. Like there. In front of the desk. And I can be like up here. And yeah. And, well, do I want to be over here? Yeah, so we want to be like probably like that. So we'll figure it out for tomorrow. But that was a good. It was a good. Get rid of that. It was a good progressive day. Like, look at this shit. Started with this is our visual progress of the day. That's 1, 2. Oh, this is 2 and 3. Okay, that makes sense. First it was these. And then it was this. And then it was these. And then it was this. Okay. Okay. So this is our visual progress for today. This is number 1. Not that great. Number 2. Okay, you know, that's a little bit better. Alright, yeah, you know, you can see the improvement. And then it's like all of the lines that we did. You can see the improvement on the lines. And like crazy lines, right? And then we did circles and squiggles. Still like this one. Then we did... No, wait, we did this one first. And then this one. And then that one. This one first. Fuck if I know. And we made that, which was, I mean, that was pretty cool, right? We had some fun with that. Thatching, we only did one side of that. And then we did these. And then we did our final circles. And from everything that we learned today, this is the accumulation. This possibly 3D almost circle. From... What is this? Pretty good amount of paper. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11 pages. That's pretty good for day 1 of art, right? Can't go wrong with that. I think that was fairly successful. If I can get all of these to align, so put them back in the binder. Let's get rid of that. Bring this guy back up. Here. I'm trying to find some blank paper and maybe some better pens for tomorrow. Egg salad. Oh boy. Alright, well, that's another day, boys. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. We had fun today. Super progressive day today. We got a lot of stuff done, but you know, we're heading towards the 10-hour mark, so we gotta head out of here. But you guys are freaking amazing. Thanks for sticking around. Fucking love you guys. We'll be back again tomorrow, as always. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Have a good night. Take care. And Smokey, if you're out there, because I know you're out there and you're just trying not to say anything because you don't want me to know that you came back, I forgive you, Smokey. It's okay. It's okay, bro. I forgive you. Okay? It's all good. Don't worry. It's simpler this way, right? That's not what I want. Right! Who are we rating? Who are we rating today? That's a hell of a... Damn, that's a hell of a picture. I could send you guys to some interesting places today. Is anyone doing hand-drawn art, though? Ooh, maybe this person? No. Oh. But we can hit them up either way. You guys can learn something. Alright, get your Wii U's ready, boys! I gotta grab my keyboard and get all this shit set up. It's one thing about having the desk, it's super annoying.
Oh my goodness. Hello. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. Welcome. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. How was the stream?